Section 0. Preface to the Golden Bough, Volume 1, Part 1, The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Volume 1, by James Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Preface. When I originally conceived the idea of the work, of which the first part is now laid before the public in a third and enlarged edition, my intention merely was to explain the strange rule of the priesthood or sacred kinship of Nemi, and with it the legend of the Golden Bough, immortalized by Virgil, which the voice of Antiquity associated with the priesthood. The explanation was suggested to me by some similar rules formerly imposed on kings in southern India, and at first I thought that it might be adequately set forth within the compass of a small volume. But I soon found that in attempting to settle one question I had raised many more. Wider and wider prospects opened out before me, and thus, step by step, I was lured on into far-spreading fields of primitive thought which had been but little explored by my predecessors. Thus the book grew in my hands, and soon the projected essay became in first a ponderous treatise, or rather a series of separate dissertations loosely linked together by a slender thread of connection with my original subject. With each successive edition, these dissertations have grown in number and swollen in bulk by the accretion of fresh materials, till the thread on which they are strung at last threatened to snap under their weight. Accordingly, following the hint of a friendly critic, I decided to resolve my overgrown book into its elements, and to publish separately the various disquisitions of which it is composed. The present volumes, forming the first part of the whole, contain a preliminary inquiry into the principles of magic and the evolution of the sacred kingship in general. They will be followed shortly by a volume which discusses the principles of taboo and their special application to sacred or priestly kings. The remainder of the work will be mainly devoted to the myth and ritual of the dying god, and as the subject is large and fruitful, my discussion of it will, for the sake of convenience, be divided into several parts, of which one, dealing with some dying gods of antiquity in Egypt and Western Asia, has already been published under the title of Adonis, Attis, Osiris. But while I have thus sought to dispose my book in its proper form as a collection of essays on a variety of distinct though related topics, I have at the same time preserved its unity as far as possible by retaining the original title for the whole series of volumes, and by pointing out from time to time the bearing of my general conclusions on the particular problem which furnished the starting point of the inquiry. It seemed to me that this mode of presenting the subject offered some advantages which outweighed certain obvious drawbacks. By discarding the austere form, without, I hope, sacrificing the solid substance of a scientific treatise, I thought to cast my materials into a more artistic mould, and so perhaps to attract readers who might have been repelled by a more strictly logical and systematic arrangement of the facts. Thus I put the mysterious priesthood Nemi, so to say, in the forefront of the picture, grouping the other sombre figures of the same sort behind him in the background, not certainly because I deemed them of less moment, but because the picturesque natural surroundings of the priesthood Nemi among the wooded hills of Italy, the very mystery which enshrouds him, and not least the haunting magic of Virgil's verse, all combined to shed a glamour on the tragic figure with the golden bough, which fits him to stand as the centre of a gloomy canvas. But I trust that the high relief into which he has been thrown in my pages will not lead my readers either to overrate his historical importance by comparison with that of some other figures which stand behind him in the shadow, or to attribute to my theory of the part he played a greater degree of probability than it deserves. Even if it should appear that this ancient Italian priest must after all be struck out from the long roll of men who have masqueraded as gods, the single omission would not sensibly invalidate the demonstration which I believe I have given, that human pretenders to divinity have been far commoner and their credulous worshippers far more numerous than had been hitherto suspected. Similarly, should my whole theory of this particular priesthood collapse, and I fully acknowledge the slenderness of the foundations on which it rests, its fall would hardly shake my general conclusions as to the evolution of primitive religion and society, which are founded on large collections of entirely independent and well authenticated facts. Friends versed in German philosophy has pointed out to me that my views of magic and religion and their relations to each other in history agree to some extent with those of Hegel. The agreement is quite independent and to me unexpected, for I have never studied the philosopher's writings nor attended to his speculations. As, however, we have arrived at similar results by very different roads, the partial coincidence of our conclusions may perhaps be taken to furnish a certain presumption in favour of their truth. To enable my readers to judge of the extent of the coincidence, I have given in an appendix some extracts from Hegel's lectures on the philosophy of religion. The curious may compare them with my chapter on magic and religion, which was written in ignorance of the views of my illustrious predecessor. With regard to the history of the sacred kingship, which I have outlined in these volumes, I desire to repeat a warning which I have given in the text. While I have shown reason to think that in many communities sacred kings have been developed out of magicians, I am far from supposing that this has been universally true. The causes which have determined the establishment of monarchy have no doubt varied greatly in different countries and at different times. I make no pretence to discuss or even enumerate them all. I have merely selected one particular cause because it bore directly on my special inquiry, and I have laid emphasis on it because it seems to have been overlooked by writers on the origin of political institutions, who themselves, sober and rational according to modern standards, have not reckoned sufficiently with the enormous influence which supposition has exerted in shaping the human past. But I have no wish to exaggerate the importance of this particular cause at the expense of others which may have been equally or even more influential. No one can be more sensible than I am of the risk of stretching an hypothesis too far, of crowding a multitude of incongruous particulars under one narrow formula, of reducing the vast, nay inconceivable complexity of nature and history to a delusive appearance of theoretical simplicity. It may well be that I have erred in the direction again and again, but at least I have been well aware of the danger of error and have striven to guard myself and my readers against it. How far I have succeeded in that and the other objects I have set before me in writing this work, I must leave to the candour of the public to determine. J. G. Frazer, Cambridge, 5th of December, 1910. Preface to the first edition of the Golden Bough. For some time I have been preparing a general work on primitive superstition and religion. Among the problems which had attracted my attention was a hitherto unexplained rule of the African priesthood. The late spring it happened that in the course of my reading I came across some facts which, combined with others I had noted before, suggested an explanation of the rule in question. As the explanation, if correct, promised to throw light on some obscure features of primitive religion, I resolved to develop it fully, and detaching it from my general work, to issue it as a separate study. This book is the result. Now that the theory, which necessarily presented itself to me at first in outline, has been worked out in detail, I cannot but feel that in some places I may have pushed it too far. If this should prove to have been the case, I will readily acknowledge and retract my error as soon as it is brought home to me. Meantime, my essay may serve its purpose as a first attempt to solve a difficult problem, and to bring a variety of scattered facts into some sort of order and system. A justification is perhaps needed of the length of which I have dwelt upon the popular festivals observed by European peasants in spring, at midsummer, and at harvest. It can hardly be too often repeated, since it is not yet generally recognized, that in spite of their fragmentary character, the popular superstitions and customs of the peasantry are by far the fullest and most trustworthy evidence we possess as to the primitive religion of the Aryans. Indeed, the primitive Aryan, in all that regards his mental fibre and texture, is not extinct. He is almost up to this day. The great intellectual and moral focus, which have revolutionized the educated world, have scarcely affected the peasant. In his inmost beliefs, he is what his forefathers were in the days when forest trees still grew and squirrels played on the ground where Rome and London now stand. Hence, every inquiry into the primitive religion of the Aryans should either start from the superstitious belief and observances of the peasantry, or should at least be constantly checked and controlled by references to them. Compared with the evidence afforded by living tradition, the testimony of ancient books on the subject of early religion is worth very little. For literature accelerates the advance of thought at a rate which leaves the slow progress of opinion by word of mouth at an immeasurable distance behind. 2 or 3 generations of literature may do more to change thought than 2 or 3,000 years of traditional life. But the mass of the people who do not read books remain unaffected by the mental revolution wrought by literature, and so it has come about that in Europe, at the present day, the superstitious beliefs and practices which have been handed down by word of mouth are generally of a far more archaic type than the religion depicted in the most ancient literature of the Aryan race. It is on these grounds that, in discussing the meaning and origin of the ancient Italian priesthood, I have devoted so much attention to the popular customs and superstitions of modern Europe. In this part of my subject I have made great use of the works of the late W. Mannhardt, without which, indeed, my book can scarcely have been written. Fully recognizing the truth of the principles which I have imperfectly stated, Mannhardt set himself systematically to collect, compare, and explain the living superstitions of the peasantry. On this wild field the special department which he marked out for himself was the religion of the woodman and the farmer. In other words, the superstitious beliefs and rites connected with trees and cultivated plants by oral inquiry, and by printed questions scattered broadcast over Europe as well as by ransacking the literature of folklore. He collected a mass of evidence, part of which he published in a series of admirable works. But his health, always feeble, broke down before he could complete the comprehensive and really vast scheme which he had planned, and at his too early death much of his precious materials remained unpublished. His manuscripts are now deposited in the University Library at Berlin, and in the interest of the study to which he devoted his life, it is greatly to be desired that they should be examined, and that such portions of them as he has not utilized in his books should be given to the world. Of his published works, the most important are, first, 2 tracts, Roggenwolf and Roggenhund, Danzig, 1865, second edition, Danzig, 1866, and Die Corner Domänen, Berlin, 1868. These little works were put forward by him tentatively, in the hope of exciting interest in his inquiries and thereby securing the help of others in pursuing them. But except from a few learned societies, they met with very little attention. Undeterred by the cold reception accorded to his efforts, he worked steadily on, and in 1875 published his chief work, De Bonkultus der Germanen und Eiker nach Barstam. This was followed in 1877 by Antiquity Feldkult. His Mythologische Forschungen, a posthumous work, appeared in 1884. Much as I owe to Mannhardt, I owe still more to my friend Professor W. Robertson Smith. My interest in the early history of society was first excited by the works of Dr. E. B. Taylor, which opened up a mental vista undreamed of by me before. But it is a long step from a lively interest in a subject to a systematic study of it, and that I took this step is due to the influence of my friend W. Robertson Smith. The debt which I owe to the vast stores of his knowledge, the abundance and fertility of his ideas, and his unwearied kindness can scarcely be overestimated. Those who know his writings may, from some, though a very inadequate conception of the extent to which I have been influenced by him. The views of sacrifice set forth in his article, Sacrifice, in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, and further developed in his recent work, The Religion of the Semites, mark a new departure in the historical study of religion. An ample trace of them will be found in this book. Indeed, the central idea of my essay, the conception of the slain god, is derived directly, I believe, from my friend, but it is due to him to add that he is in no way responsible for the general explanation which I have offered of the custom of slaying the god. He has read the greater part of the proofs of circumstances which enhance the kindness, and has made many valuable suggestions which I have usually adopted. But except where he is cited by name, or where the views expressed coincide with those of his published works, he is not to be regarded as necessarily assenting to any of the theories propounded in this book. The works of Professor G. A. Wilken, of Leiden, have been of great service in directing me to the best original authorities on the Dutch East Indies, a very important field to the ethnologist. To the courtesy of the Reverend Walter Gregor, M.A. of Pitzlego, I am indebted for some interesting communications which will be found acknowledged in their proper places. Mr. Francis Darwin has kindly allowed me to consult him on some botanical questions. The manuscript authorities to which I occasionally refer are answers to a list of ethnological questions which I am circulating. Most of them will, I hope, be published in the Journal of the Anthropological Institute. The drawing of the golden bough which adorns the cover is from the pencil of my friend Professor J. H. Middleton. A constant interest and sympathy which he has shown in the progress of the book have been a great help and encouragement to me in writing it. The index has been carved by Mr. A. Rogers of the University Library, Cambridge. J. G. Frazer, Trinity College, Cambridge, 8th of March, 1890. Preface to the second edition of the Golden Bough. The kind reception accorded by critics and the public to the first edition of the Golden Bough has encouraged me to spare no pains to render the new one more worthy of their approbation. While the original book remains almost entire, it has been greatly expanded by the insertion of much fresh illustrative matter drawn chiefly from further reading, but in part also from previous collections which I had made and still hope to use for another work. Friends and correspondents, some of them personally unknown to me, have kindly aided me in various ways, especially by indicating facts or sources which I had overlooked, and by correcting mistakes into which I had fallen. I thank them all for their help, of which I have often availed myself. Their contributions will be found acknowledged in their proper places, but I owe a special acknowledgment to my friends, the Reverend Lorimer Fison and the Reverend John Roscoe, who have sent me valuable notes on the Fijian and Waganda customs respectively. Most of Mr. Fison's notes, I believe, are incorporated in my book. Of Mr. Roscoe's, only a small selection has been given. Their whole series, embracing a general account of the customs and beliefs of the Waganda, will be published, I hope, in the Journal of the Anthropological Institute. Further, I ought to add that Miss Mary E. B. Howitt has kindly allowed me to make some extracts from a work by her on Australian folklore and legends, which I was privileged to read in manuscript. I have seen no reason to withdraw the explanation of the priesthood of Africa, which forms the central theme of my book. On the contrary, the probability of that explanation appears to me to be greatly strengthened by some important evidence which has come to light since my theory was put forward. Readers of the first edition may remember that I explained the priest of Africa, the king of the wood, as an embodiment of a tree spirit. They inferred from a variety of considerations that at an earlier period one of the priests had probably been slain every year in his character of an incarnate deity. But for an undoubted parallel to such a custom of killing a human god annually, I had to go as far as ancient Mexico, now from the martyrdom of St. Decius, unearthed and published a few years ago by Professor Franz Goumont of Ghent and Electa Boylandiana, Volume 16, 1897. It is practically certain that in ancient Italy itself, a human representative of Saturn, the old god of the seed, was put to death every year at his festival of the Saturnalia, and that though in Rome itself the custom had probably fallen into disuse before the classical era, it still lingered on in remote places down at least to the 4th century after Christ. I cannot but regard this discovery as a confirmation, as welcome as it was unlooked for, of the theory of the Arisian priesthood which I had been led independently to propound. Further, the general interpretation which, following W. Manhart, I had given of the ceremonies observed by our European peasantry in spring, at midsummer, and at harvest, has also been corroborated by fresh and striking analogies. If we are right, these ceremonies were originally magical rites, designed to cause plants to grow, cattle to thrive, rain to fall, and the sun to shine. Now the remarkable researches of Professor Baldwin Spencer and Mr. F. J. Gillen among the native tribes of Central Australia have proved that these savages regularly perform magical ceremonies for the express purpose of bringing down rain and multiplying the plants and animals on which they subsist, and further, that these ceremonies are most commonly observed at the approach of the rainy season, which in Central Australia answers to our spring. Hence then, at the other side of the world, we find an exact counterpart of those spring and midsummer rites which our rude forefathers in Europe probably performed with a full consciousness of their meaning, and which many of their descendants still keep up, though the original intention of the rites has been to a great extent, but by no means altogether forgotten. The harvest customs of our European peasantry have naturally no close analogy among the practices of the Australian Aborigines, since these savages do not till the ground. But what we should look for in vain among the Australians we find to hand among the Malays, For recent inquiries, notably of Mr. J. L. van der Toorn in Sumatra, and of Mr. W. W. Skeet in the Malay Peninsula, have supplied us with close parallels to the harvest customs of Europe. As these latter were interpreted by the genius of Manhut, occupying a lower plane of culture than ourselves, the Malays have retained a keen sense of the significance of rites which in Europe have sunk to the level of more or less meaningless survivals. Thus, on the whole, I cannot but think that the course of subsequent investigation has tended to confirm the general principles followed, and the particular conclusions reached in this book. At the same time, I am as sensible as ever of the hypothetical nature of much that is advanced in it. It has been my wish and intention to draw, as sharply as possible, the line of demarcation between my facts and the hypothesis by which I have attempted to colligate them. Hypotheses are necessary but often temporary bridges built to connect isolated facts. If my light bridges should sooner or later break down or be superseded by more solid structures, I hope that my book may still have its utility and its interest as a repertory of facts. But while my views, tentative and provisional as they properly are, thus remain much what they were, there is one subject on which they have undergone a certain amount of change. Unless intended, it might be more exact to say that I seem to see clearly now what before was hazy. I meant the relation of magic to religion. When I first wrote this book, I failed, perhaps inexcusably, to define even to myself my notion of religion, hence was disposed to class magic loosely under it as one of its lower forms. I have now sought to remedy this defect by framing as clear a definition of religion as the difficult nature of the subject and my apprehension of it allowed. Hence I have come to agree with Sir A. C. Lyell and Mr. F. B. Jevons in recognizing a fundamental distinction and even opposition of principle between magic and religion. More than that, I believe that in the evolution of thought, magic as representing a lower intellectual stratum has probably everywhere preceded religion. I do not claim any originality for this latter view. It has been already plainly suggested, if not definitely formulated, by Professor H. Oldenburg in his able book De Religion des Vida, and for aught I know it may have been explicitly stated by many others before and since him. I have not collected the opinions of the learned on the subject, but have striven to form my own directly from the facts, and the facts which bespeak the priority of magic over religion are many and weighty. Some of them the reader will find stated in the following pages, but the full force of the evidence can only be appreciated by those who have made a long and patient study of primitive superstition. I venture to think that those who submit to this drudgery will come more and more to the opinion I have indicated. That all my readers should agree either with my definition of religion or with the inferences I have drawn from it is not to be expected. But I would ask those who dissent from my conclusions to make sure that they mean the same thing by religion that I do, for otherwise the difference between us may be more apparent than real. As the scope and purpose of my book have been seriously misconceived by some courteous critics, I desire to repeat in more explicit language what I vainly thought I had made quite clear in my original preface, that this is not a general treatise on primitive superstition, but merely the investigation of one particular and narrowly limited problem, to wit, the rule of the Arisian priesthood, and that accordingly only such general principles are explained and illustrated in the course of it as seems to me to throw light on that special problem. If I had said little or nothing of other principles of equal or even greater importance, it is assuredly not because I undervalued them in comparison with those which I have expounded at some length, but simply because it appeared to me that they did not directly bear on the question I had set myself to answer. No one can well be more sensible than I am of the immense variety and complexity of the forces which have gone towards the building up of religion. No one can recognize more frankly the futility and inherent absurdity of any attempt to explain the whole vast organism as a product of any one simple factor. If I had hitherto touched, I am quite aware, only the fringe of a great subject, fingered only a few of the countless threads that compose the mighty web, it is merely because neither my time nor my knowledge has hitherto allowed me to do more. Should I live to complete the works for which I have collected, and am collecting materials, I dare to think that they will clear me of any suspicion of treating the early history of religion from a single narrow point of view. But the future is necessarily uncertain, and at the best many years must elapse before I can execute the full plan which I have traced out for myself. Meanwhile, I am unwilling, by keeping silence to some more of my readers, under the impression that my outlook on so large a subject does not reach beyond the bounds of the present inquiry. This is my reason for noticing the misconceptions to which I have referred. I take leave to add that some part of my larger plan would probably have been completed before now, were it not that out of the 10 years which I have passed since this book was first published, nearly 8 have been spent, by me, in work of a different kind. There is a misunderstanding of another sort which I feel constrained to set right, but I do so with great reluctance, because it compels me to express a measure of dissent from the revered friend and master to whom I am under the deepest obligations, and who has passed beyond the reach of controversy. In an elaborate and learned essay on sacrifice, l'année sociologique d'Uxem année 1897-1898, Messrs. H. Hubert and M. Morse have represented my theory of the slain god as intended to supplement and complete Robertson Smith's theory of the derivation of animal sacrifice in general from a totem sacrament. On this I have to say that the two theories are quite independent of each other. I never assented to my friend's theory, and so far as I can remember he never gave me a hint that he assented to mine. My reason for suspending my judgment in regard to his theory was a simple one. At the time when the theory was propounded, and for many years afterwards, I knew of no single indubitable case of a total sacrament, that is, of a custom of killing and eating the totem animal as a solemn rite. It is true that in my totemism, and again in the present work, I noted a few cases, 4 in all, of solemnly killing a sacred animal, which, following Robertson Smith, I regard as properly a totem, but none even of these 4 cases included the eating of the sacred animal by the worshippers, which was an essential part of my friend's theory, and in regard to all of them it was not positively known that the slain animal was a totem. Hence, as time went on and still no certain case of a totem sacrament was reported, I became more and more doubtful of the existence of such a practice at all, and my doubts are almost hardened into incredulity when the long-looked-for rite was discovered by Messrs. Spencer and Gillen, in full force among the Aborigines of Central Australia, whom I for one must consider to be the most primitive totem tribes as yet known to us. This discovery I welcomed as a very striking proof of the sagacity of my brilliant friend, whose rapid genius had outstripped our slower methods and anticipated what it was reserved for subsequent research positively to ascertain. Thus, from being little more than an ingenious hypothesis, the totem sacrament has become, at least in my opinion, a well-authenticated fact. But from the practice of the rite by a single set of tribes, it is still a long step to the universal practice of it by all totem tribes, and from that again, it is a still longer stride to the deduction their form of animal sacrifice in general. These 2 steps I am not yet prepared to take. No one will welcome further evidence of the wide prevalence of a totem sacrament more warmly than I shall, but until it is forthcoming shall continue to agree with Professor E.B. Taylor that it is unsafe to make the custom the base of far-reaching speculations. To conclude this subject, I will add that the doctrine of the universality of totemism, which Messrs. Hubert and Morse have implicitly attributed to me, is one which I have never enunciated or assumed, and that as far as my knowledge and opinion go, the worship of trees and cereals, which occupies so large a space in these volumes, is neither identical with nor derived from a system of totemism. It is possible that further inquiry may lead me to regard as probable the universality of totemism and the derivation from it of sacrifice and the whole worship both of plants and animals. I hold myself ready to follow the evidence wherever it may lead, but in the present state of our knowledge I consider that to accept these conclusions would be, not to follow the evidence, but very seriously to outrun it, and thinking I am happy to be at one with Messrs. Hubert and Morse. When I am on this theme, I may as well say that I am by no means prepared to stand by everything in my little apprentice work, Totemism. That book was a rough piece of pioneering in the field that till then has been but little explored, and some inferences in it were almost certainly too hasty. In particular, there was a tendency, perhaps not unnatural in the circumstances, to treat as totems, or as connected with totemism, things which probably were neither the one nor the other. If I ever republish the volume, as I hope one day to do, I shall have to retrench it in some directions as well as to enlarge it in others. Such as it is, with all its limitations which I have tried to indicate clearly, with all its defects which I leave to the critics to discover, I offer my book in its new form as a contribution to that still youthful science which seeks to trace the growth of human thought and institutions in those dark ages which lie beyond the range of history. The progress of that science must need to be slow and painful, for the evidence, though clear and abundant on some sides, is lamentably obscure and scanty on others, so that the cautious inquirer is every now and then brought up sharp on the edge of some yawning chasm, across which he may be quite unable to find a way. All he can do in such a case is to mark the pitfall plainly on his chart, and to hope that others, in time, may be able to fill it up or bridge it over. Yet the very difficulty and novelty of the investigation, coupled with the extent of the intellectual prospect which suddenly opens up before us whenever the mist rises and unfolds, the far horizon, constitute no small part of its charm. The position of the anthropologist of today resembles, in some sort, the position of classical scholars at the revival of learning. To these men the rediscovery of ancient literature came like a revelation, disclosing to their wondering eyes a splendid vision of the antique world, such as the cloistered student of the Middle Ages never dreamed of under the gloomy shadow of the minster and within the sound of its solemn bells. To us moderns a still wider vista is vouchsafed. A greater panorama is unrolled by the study which aims at bringing home to us the faith and the practice, the hopes and the ideals, not of two highly gifted races only, but of all mankind, and thus at enabling us to follow the long march, the slow and toilsome ascent of humanity from savagery to civilization. And as the scholar of the Renaissance found not merely fresh food for thought, but a new field of labour in the dusty and faded manuscripts of Greece and Rome, so in the mass of materials that is steadily pouring in from many sides, from buried cities of remotest antiquity, as well as from the rudest savages of the desert and the jungle, we of today must recognize a new province of knowledge, which will task the energies of generations of students to master. The study is still in its rudiments, and what we do now will have to be done over again and done better with fuller knowledge and deeper insight by those who came after us. To recur to a metaphor which I have already made use of, we of this age are only pioneers hewing lanes and clearing in the forest, where others will hereafter sow and reap. But the comparative study of the beliefs and institutions of mankind is fitted to be much more than a means of satisfying an enlightened curiosity and of furnishing materials for the researches of the learned. Well handled, it may become a powerful instrument to expedite progress if it lays bare certain weak spots in the foundations on which modern society is built. If it shews that much which we are wont to regard as solid rests on the sands of superstition rather than on the rock of nature. It is indeed a melancholy, and in some respects thankless task to strike at the foundations of beliefs, in which, as in a strong tower, the hopes and aspirations of humanity through long ages have sought a refuge from the storm and stress of life. Yet sooner or later it is inevitable that the battery of the comparative method should breach these venerable walls, mantled over with the ivy and mosses and wild flowers of 1,000 tender and sacred associations. At present we are only dragging the guns into position. They have hardly yet begun to speak. The task of building up into fairer and more enduring forms the old structures so rudely shattered is reserved for other hands, perhaps for other than happier ages. We cannot foresee, we can hardly even guess, the new forms into which thought and society will run in the future. Yet this uncertainty ought not to induce us, from any consideration of expediency or regard for antiquity, to spare the ancient moulds, however beautiful, when these are proved to be outworn. Whatever comes of it, wherever it leads us, we must follow truth alone. It is our only guiding star. Hoc signo vinces. To a passage in my book it has been objected by a distinguished scholar that the church bells of Rome cannot be heard, even in the stillest weather, on the shores of the Lake of Nemi. In acknowledging my blunder and leaving it uncorrected, may I plead an extenuation of my obduracy, an example of an illustrious writer. In Old Mortality, we read how a hunted Covenanter, fleeing before Clevenhouse's dragoons, hears the sullen boom of the kettle drums of the pursuing cavalry borne to him on the night wind. When Scott was taken to task for this description, because the drums are not beaten by cavalry at night, he replied in effect that he liked to hear the drums sounding there, and he would let them sound on so long as his book might last. In the same spirit, I must boldly say that by the Lake of Nemi I'd love to hear, if it be only in imagination, the distant chiming of the bells of Rome, and I would fain believe that their airy music may ring in the ears of my readers after it has ceased to vibrate in my own. J. G. Frazer, Cambridge, 18th of September, 1900. End of Section 0. Preface. Section 1 of the Golden Bough, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 1. The King of the Wood. The still glassy lake that sleeps beneath Odysseus' trees, those trees in whose dim shadow the ghastly priest doth reign, the priest who slew the slayer, and shall himself be slain. Macaulay. 1. Diana and Virbius. The Lake of Nemi. Who does not know Turner's picture of the Golden Bough, the scene suffused with the golden glow of imagination in which the divine mind of Turner steeped and transfigured even the fairest natural landscape, is a dreamlike vision of the little woodland lake of Nemi, Diana's mirror, as it was called by the ancients. No one who has seen that calm water lapped in a green hollow of the Alban hills can ever forget it. The two characteristic Italian villages which slumber on its banks, and the equally Italian palace whose terraced gardens descend steeply to the lake, hardly break the stillness and even the solitariness of the scene. Diana herself might still linger by this lonely shore, still haunt these woodlands wild. Its tragic memories. In Antiquity, this sylvan landscape was the scene of a strange and recurring tragedy. In order to understand it aright, we must try to form in our minds an accurate picture of the place where it happened, for, as we shall see later on, a subtle link subsisted between the natural beauty of the spot and the dark crimes which under the mask of religion were often perpetrated there, crimes which after the lapse of so many ages still lend a touch of melancholy to these quiet woods and waters, like a chill breath of autumn on one of those bright September days while not a leaf seems faded. The Alban Hills. The Alban Hills are a fine bold group of volcanic mountains which rise abruptly from the Campagna in full view of Rome, forming the last spur set out by the Apennines towards the sea. Two of the extinct craters are now filled by two beautiful waters, the Alban Lake and its lesser sister the Lake of Nemi. Both lie far below the monastery crowned top of Monte Cavo, the summit of the range, but yet so high above the plain that standing on the rim of the larger crater at Castel Gandolfo, where the popes had their summer palace, you look down on the one hand into the Alban Lake, and on the other away across the Campagna to where, on the western horizon, the sea flashes like a broad sheet of burnished gold in the sun. The Sanctuary of Diana Nemorensis. The Lake of Nemi is still, as of old, embowered in woods, where in spring the wild flowers blow as fresh as no doubt they did 2,000 springs ago. It lies so deep down in the old crater that the calm surface of its clear water is seldom ruffled by the wind. On all sides but one, the banks, thickly mantled with luxuriant vegetation, descend steeply to the water's edge. Only on the north a stretch of flat ground intervenes between the lake and the foot of the hills. This was the scene of the tragedy. Here in the very heart of the wooded hills, under the abrupt declivity now crested by the village of Nemi, the sylvan goddess Diana had an old and famous sanctuary, the resort of pilgrims from all parts of Latium. It was known as the sacred grove of Diana Nemorensis, that is, Diana of the wood, or perhaps more exactly, Diana of the woodland glade. Sometimes the lake and grove were called after the nearest town, the lake and grove Aricia. By the town, the modern Egeria, lay 3 miles away at the foot of the mountains, and separated from the lake by a long and steep descent. A spacious terrace or platform contained the sanctuary. On the north and east it was bounded by great retaining walls, which cut into the hillsides and served to support them. Semicircular niches sunk in the walls and faced with columns formed a series of chapels, which in modern times have yielded a rich harvest of votive offerings. On the side of the lake the terrace rested on a mighty wall, over 700 feet long by 30 feet high, built in triangular buttresses like those which we see in front of the piers of bridges to break floating ice. At present this terrace wall stands back some 100 yards from the lake. In other days its buttresses may have been lapped by the water. Compared with the extent of the sacred precinct, the temple itself was not large, but its remains proved to have been neatly and solidly built of massive blocks of peperino, and adorned with Doric columns of the same material. Elaborate cornices of marble and friezes of terracotta contributed to the outward splendour of the edifice, which appears to have been further enhanced by tiles of gilt bronze. Wealth and popularity of the shrine. The great wealth and popularity of the sanctuary in antiquity are attested by ancient writers as well as by the remains which have come to light in modern times. In the Civil War, its sacred treasures went to replenish the empty coffers of Octavian, who well understood the useful art of thus securing the divine assistance, if not the divine blessing, for the furtherance of his ends. But we are not told that he treated Diana on this occasion as civilly as his divine uncle Julius Caesar once treated Capitoline Jupiter himself, bowing 3,000 pounds weight of solid gold from the god, and scrupulously paying him back in the same weight of gilt copper. However, the sanctuary at Nemi recovered from this drain on its resources, for 2 centuries later it was still reputed one of the richest in Italy. Ovid has described the walls hung with fillets and commemorative tablets, and the abundance of cheap votive offerings and copper coins which the site has yielded in our own day speaks volumes for the piety and numbers, if not for the opulence and liberality of the worshippers. Swarms of beggars used to stream forth daily from the slums of Arica and take their stand on the long slope up which the labouring horses dragged well-to-do pilgrims to the shrine, and according to the response which their whines and importunities met with, they blew kisses or hissed curses after the carriage as they swept rapidly downhill again. Even peoples and potentates of the East did homage to the Lady of the Lake by setting up monuments in her sanctuary, and within the precinct stood shrines of the Egyptian goddess Isis and Bubastis, with a store of gorgeous jewellery. Roman villas at Nemi. The retirement of the spot and the beauty of the landscape naturally tempted some of the luxurious Roman nobles to fix their summer residences by the lake. Here Julius Caesar had a house to which, on a day in early summer, only 2 months after the murder of his illustrious namesake, he invited Cicero to meet the assassin Brutus. The emperors themselves appear to have been partial to a retreat where they could find repose from the cares of state and the bustle of the great city in the fresh air of the lake and the stillness of the woods. Here Julius Caesar built himself a costly villa, but pulled it down because it was not to his mind. Here Caligula had 2 magnificent barges, or rather floating palaces, launched for him on the lake, and it was while dallying in the woods of Nemi that the sluggard Vitellius received the tidings of a revolt which woke him from his dream of pleasure and called him to arms. Vespasian had a monument dedicated to his honour in the grove by the Senate and peoples of Arica. Trajan consented to fill the chief magistracy of the town, and Hadrian indulged his taste for architecture by restoring a structure which had been erected in the precinct by a prince of the royal house of Parthia. Diana as the mistress of wild animals. Such, then, was the sanctuary of Diana at Nemi, a fitting home for the mistress of mountains and forests green and lonely glades and surrounding rivers, as Catullus calls her. Multitudes of her statues, appropriately clad in a short tunic and high buskin of a huntress, with the quiver slung over her shoulder, have been found on the spot. Some of them represent her with her bow in her hand, or her hound at her side. Bronze and iron spears and images of stags and hinds discovered within the precinct may have been offerings of huntsmen to the huntress goddess for success in the chase. Similarly, the bronze tridents, which have also come to light at Nemi, were perhaps presented by fishermen who had speared fish in the lake, or maybe by hunters who had stabbed boars in the forest. The wild boar was still hunted in Italy down to the end of the 1st century of our era, for the younger Pliny tells us how, with his usual charming affection, he sat meditating and reading by the nets, while 3 fine boars fell into them. Indeed, some 1400 years later, boar hunting was a favourite pastime of Pope Leo X. A frieze of painted reliefs in terracotta, which was found in the sanctuary at Nemi, and may have adorned Diana's temple, portrays a goddess in the character of what is called the Asiatic Artemis, with wings sprouting from her waist, and a lion resting its paws on each of her shoulders. A few rude images of cows, oxen, horses, and pigs dug up on the site may perhaps indicate that Diana was here worshipped as a patroness of domestic animals as well as the wild creatures of the wood. Diana as a patroness of cattle. In like manner, her Greek counterpart Artemis was a goddess not only of game but of herds. Thus the sanctuary in the highlands of northwest Arcadia between Clotor and Cyanthe owned sacred cattle which were driven off by Italian freebooters on one of their forays. When Xenophon returned from the wars and settled on his estate among the wooded hills and green meadows of the rich valley through which the Alpheus flows past Olympia, he dedicated to Artemis a little temple on the model of her great temple at Ephesus, surrounded it with a grove of all kinds of fruit trees, and endowed it not only with a chase but also with a sacred pasture. The chase abounded in fish and game of all sorts, and the pasture sufficed to rear swine, goats, oxen, and horses. And on her yearly festival, the pious soldiers sacrificed to the goddess a tithe boat of the cattle from the sacred pasture and of the game from the sacred chase. Again, the people of Hippolytus in Phocis worshipped Artemis and thought that no cattle throve like those which they dedicated to her. Perhaps the images of cattle found in Diana's prison at Nemi were offered to her by herdsmen to ensure her blessing on their herds. Analogy of St. Leonard in Germany. In Catholic Germany, at the present time, the great patron of cattle, horses, and pigs is St. Leonard, and models of cattle, horses, and pigs are dedicated to him, sometimes in order to ensure the health and increase of the flocks and herds through the coming year, sometimes in order to obtain the recovery of sick animals. And curiously enough, like Diana of Arica, St. Leonard is also expected to help women in travel and to bless barren wives of offspring. Nor do these points exhaust the analogy between St. Leonard and Diana of Arica, for like the goddess, the saint heals the sick. He is the patron of prisoners, as she was of runaway slaves, and his shrines, like hers, enjoyed the right of asylum. Nemi, an image of Italy in the olden time. So to the last, in spite of a few villas peeping out here and there from among the trees, Nemi seems to have remained in some sense an image of what Italy had been in the far-off days when the land was still sparsely peopled and tribes of savage hunters or wandering herdsmen, when the beechwoods and oakwoods, with their deciduous foliage, reddening in the autumn and bare in winter, had not yet begun, under the hand of man, to yield to the evergreens of the south, the laurel, the olive, the cypress, and the oleander. Still less to those intruders of a later age, which nowadays we are apt to think of as characteristically Italian, the lemon and the orange. Rule of succession to the priesthood at Nemi. However, it was not merely in its natural surroundings that this ancient shrine of the sylvan goddess continued to be a type or a miniature of the past. Down to the decline of Rome, a custom was observed there which seems to transport us at once from civilization to savagery. In the sacred grove there grew a certain tree round which, at any time of the day, and probably far into the night, a grim figure might be seen to prowl. In his hand he carried a drawn sword, and he kept peering warily about him, as if at every instant he expected to be set upon by an enemy. He was a priest and a murderer, and the man for whom he looked was sooner or later to murder him and hold the priesthood in his stead. Such was the rule of the sanctuary. A candidate for the priesthood could only succeed to office by slaying the priest, and having slain him, he retained office till he was himself slain by a stronger or a craftier. The priest who slew the slayer. The post which he held by his precarious tenure carried with it the title of king, but surely no crowned head ever lay uneasier, or was visited by more evil dreams than his. For year in, year out, in summer and winter, in fair weather and in foul, he had to keep his lonely watch, and whenever he snatched a troubled slumber, it was at the peril of his life. The least relaxation of his vigilance The smallest abatement of his strength of limb or skill of fence put him in jeopardy. Grey hairs might seal his death warrant. His eyes probably acquired that restless, watchful look, which among the Eskimos of Bering Strait is still to betray infallibility, the shedder of blood, for with that people revenge is a sacred duty, and the manslayer carries his life in his hand. To gentle and pious pilgrims at the shrine, the sight of him might well seem to darken the fair landscape, as when a cloud suddenly blots the sun on a bright day. The dreamy blue of Italian skies, the dappled shade of summer woods, and the sparkle of waves in the sun, can have accorded but ill with the stern and sinister figure. Rather we picture to ourselves a scene as it may have been witnessed by a belated wayfarer on one of those wild autumn nights, when the dead leaves are falling thick, and the winds seem to sing the dirge of the dying year. It is a sombre picture, set to melancholy music, the background of forest showing black and jagged against the lowering and stormy sky, the sight of the wind in the branches, the rustle of the withered leaves underfoot, the lapping of the cold water on the shore, and the foreground pacing to and fro, now in twilight, now in gloom, a dark figure with a glitter of steel at the shoulder whenever the pale moon, riding clear of the cloud rack, peers down at him through the matted boughs. Possibility of explaining the rule of succession by the comparative method. The strange rule of this priesthood has no parallel in classical antiquity and cannot be explained from it. To find an explanation we must go farther afield. No one will probably deny that such a custom savours of a barbarous age, and surviving into imperial times stands out in striking isolation from the polished Italian society of the day, like a primeval rock rising from a smooth-shaven lawn. It is the very rudeness and barbarity of the custom which allows us a hope of explaining it. For recent researches into the early history of man have revealed the essential similarity with which, under many superficial differences, the human mind has elaborated its first crude philosophy of life. Accordingly, if we can show that a barbarous custom like that of the priesthood of Nemi has existed elsewhere, if we can detect the motives which led to its institution, if we can prove that these motives have operated widely, perhaps universally, in human society, producing in varied circumstances a variety of institutions, specifically different but generally alike, if we can show lastly that these very motives, with some of their derivative institutions, were actually at work in classical antiquity, then we may fairly infer that at a remoter age the same motives gave birth to the priesthood of Nemi. Such an inference in default to direct evidence as to how the priesthood did actually arise can never amount to demonstration, but it will be more or less probable according to the degree of completeness with which it fulfills the conditions I have indicated. The object of this book is, by meeting these conditions, to offer a fairly probable explanation of the priesthood of Nemi. Legend of the origin of the Nemi worship, Orestes and the Tauric Diana. I begin by setting forth the few facts and legends which have come down to us on the subject. According to one story, the worship of Diana and Nemi was instituted by Orestes, who after killing Theos, king of the Tauric Chersonese, the Crimea, fled with his sister to Italy, bringing with him the image of the Tauric Diana hidden in a faggot of sticks. After his death, his bones were transported from Arica to Rome and buried in front of the temple of Saturn on the Capitoline slope beside the temple of Concord. The bloody ritual, which a legend ascribed to the Tauric Diana, is familiar to classical readers. It is said that every stranger who landed on the shore was sacrificed on her altar, but transported to Italy, the rite assumed a milder form. The King of the Wood. Within the sanctuary at Nemi grew a certain tree of which no branch might be broken. Only a runaway slave was allowed to break off, if he could, one of the boughs. Success in the attempt entitled him to fight the priest in single combat, and if he slew him, he reigned in his stead with the title of King of the Wood, Rex Nemborensis. According to the public opinion of the ancients, the faithful branch was the golden bough, which at the Sable's bidding Aeneas plucked before he essayed the perilous journey to the world of the dead. The flight of the slave represented, it was said, the flight of Orestes. His combat with the priest was a reminiscence of the human sacrifices once offered to the Tauric Diana. This rule of succession by the sword was observed down on imperial times, for amongst his other freaks, Caligula, thinking that the priest of Nemi had held office too long, hired a more stalwart ruffian to slay him, and a Greek traveller who visited Italy in the age of the Antonines remarks that down to his time the priesthood was still the prize of victory in a single combat. Chief features of the worship of Diana at Nemi. Of the worship of Diana at Nemi, some standing features can still be made out. From the votive offerings which have been found on the site, it appears that she was conceived of especially as a huntress, and further as blessing men and women with offspring, and granting expectant mothers an easy delivery. Importance of fire in her ritual. Again, fire seems to have played a foremost part in her ritual, for during her annual festival held on the 13th of August, at the hottest time of the year, her grove shone with a multitude of torches, whose ruddy glare was reflected by the lake. And throughout the length and breadth of Italy the day was kept with holy rites at every domestic hearth. Bronze statues found in her precinct represent the goddess herself holding a torch in her raised right hand, and women whose prayers had been heard by her came crowned with wreaths and bearing lighted torches to the sanctuary in fulfillment of their vows. Some one unknown dedicated a perpetually burning lamp in a little shrine at Nemi for the safety of the Emperor Claudius and his family. The terracotta lamps which have been discovered in the grove may perhaps have served like a purpose for humbler persons. If so, the analogy of the custom to the Catholic practice of dedicating holy candles in churches would be obvious. Diana as Vesta. Further, the title of Vesta borne by Diana at Nemi points clearly to the maintenance of a perpetual holy fire in her sanctuary. A large circular basement at the northeast corner of the temple, raised on 3 steps and bearing traces of a mosaic pavement, probably supported a round temple of Diana in her character of Vesta, like the round temple of Vesta in the Roman Forum. Here the sacred fire would seem to have been tended by Vestal virgins, for the head of a Vestal in terracotta was found on the spot, and the worship of a perpetual fire cared for by holy maidens appears to have been common in Latinum from the earliest to the latest times. Thus we know that among the ruins of Alba, the Vesta fire was kept burning by Vestal virgins bound to strict chastity until the end of the 4th century of our era. There were Vestals at Tibur, and doubtless also at Lavinium, for the Roman consuls, praetors, and dictators had to sacrifice to Vesta at the ancient city when they entered on or laid down their office. Diana's festival on August 13, converted by the Christian Church into the festival of the Assumption of the Virgin on August 15. At her annual festival, which, as we have just seen, was celebrated all over Italy on the 13th of August, hunting dogs were crowned and wild beasts were not molested. Young people went through a purificatory ceremony in her honour. Wine was brought forth, and the feast consisted of a kid cake served piping hot on plates of leaves and apples still hanging in clusters on the boughs. The Christian Church appears to have sanctified this great festival of the Virgin Goddess by adroitly converting it to the festival of the Assumption of the Blessed Virgin on the 15th of August. The discrepancy of 2 days between the dates of the festivals is not a fatal argument against their identity, for a similar displacement of 2 days occurs in the case of St. George's festival on the 23rd of April, which is probably identical in the ancient Roman festival of the Parilla on April 21st. On the reasons which prompted this conversion of the festival of the Virgin Diana into the festival of the Virgin Mary, some light is thrown by a passage in the Syriac text of the departure of my Lady Mary from this world, which runs thus: "And the apostles also ordered that there should be a commemoration of the Blessed One on the 13th of Ab," that is August. Another MS reads the 15th of Ab, "on account of the vines bearing bunches of grapes, and on account of the trees bearing fruit, and clouds of hail bearing stones of wrath. Why not come, and the trees be broken, and their fruits, and the vines with their clusters?" The Virgin Mary seems to have succeeded Artemis and Diana as a patroness of the ripening fruits. Here the festival of the Assumption of the Virgin is definitely said to have been fixed on the 13th or 15th of August for the sake of protecting the ripening grapes and other fruits. Similarly, in the Arabic text of the apocryphal work on the passing of the Blessed Virgin Mary, which is attributed to the Apostle John, there occurs the following passage: "Also a festival in her honour was instituted on the 15th day of the month of Ab, that is August, which is the day of her passing from this world, the day on which the miracles were performed, and the time when the fruits of trees are ripening." Further, in the calendars of the Syrian Church, the 15th of August is repeatedly designated as a festival of the Mother of God for the vines, and to this day in Greece the ripening grapes and other fruits are brought to the churches to be blessed by the priests on the 15th of August. Now we hear of vineyards and plantations dedicated to Artemis, fruits offered to her, and her temple standing in the orchard. Hence, we may conjecture that her Italian sister Diana was also revered as a patroness of vines and fruit trees, and that on the 13th of August, the owners of the vineyards and orchards paid their respects to her at Nemi, along with other classes of the community. We have just seen that wine and apples, still hanging on the boughs, formed part of the festal cheer on that day. In an ancient fresco found at Ostia, a statue of Diana is depicted in company with a procession of children, some of whom bear clusters of grapes, and in a series of gems the goddess is represented with a branch of fruit in one hand and a cup which is sometimes full of fruit on the other. Catullus too tells us that Diana filled the husbandman's barns with a bounteous harvest. Survival of Diana's festival in Italy, Sicily, and Scandinavia. In some parts of Italy and Sicily, the day of the Assumption of the Virgin is still celebrated, like Diana's day of old, with illuminations and bonfires. In many Sicilian parishes, the corn is then brought in sacks to the churches to be blessed, and many persons who have a favour to ask of the Virgin vow to abstain from one or more kinds of fruit during the first 15 days of August. Even in Scandinavia, a relic of the worship of Diana survived in the custom of blessing the fruits of the earth of every sort, which in Catholic times was annually observed on the festival of the Assumption of the Virgin. The Virgin Mary and the goddess Anatis. There is no intrinsic improbability in the view that for the sake of edification the Church may have converted a real heathen festival into a nominal Christian one. Similarly, in the Armenian Church, according to the express evidence of the Armenian Fathers of the year 700 and later, the Day of the Virgin was placed on September the 15th, because that was the day of Anahite, the magnificence of whose feast the Christian doctors hoped thereby to transfer to Mary. This Anahite, or Anatis, as the Greeks called her, the Armenian predecessor of the Virgin Mary, was a great oriental goddess, whose worship was exceedingly popular not only in Armenia, but in the adjoining countries. The loose character of her rites is plainly indicated by Strabo, himself a native of these regions. The 13th of August, a harvest festival among the Celts of Gaul. Among the ancient Celts of Gaul, who, to judge by their speech, were near kinsmen of the ancient Latins, the 13th of August appears to have been the day when the harvest was dedicated to the harvest god Rivus. If that was so, we may conjecture that the choice of a day in mid-August for the solemn celebration of the harvest home dates from the remote time when the ancestors of the Celtic and Italian peoples, having renounced the wandering life of the huntsman and herdsman, had settled down together in some land of fertile soil and temperate climate, where harvest fell neither so late as after the cool rainy summers of the north, nor so early as before the torrid and rainless summers of southern Europe. Egeria, water nymph, and wife of Numa. But Diana did not reign alone in her grove in Nemi. Two lesser divinities shared her forest sanctuary. One was Egeria, the nymph of the clear water, which, bubbling from the basaltic rocks, used to fall in graceful cascades into the lake at the place called Le Mole, because here were established the mills of the modern village of Nemi. The purling of the stream as it ran over the pebbles is mentioned by Ovid, who tells us that he had often drunk of its water. Women and child used to sacrifice to Egeria, because she was believed, like Diana, to be able to grant them an easy delivery. Tradition ran that the nymph had been the wife or mistress of the wise king Numa, that he had consorted with her in the sanctuary of the sacred grove, and that the laws which he gave the Romans had been inspired by communion with her divinity. Plutarch compares the legend with other tales of the loves of goddesses for mortal men, such as the love of Cybele and the moon for the fair youths Attis and Endymion. According to some, the trysting place of the lovers was not in the woods of Nemi, but in a grove outside the dripping Porta Capena at Rome, where another sacred spring of Egeria gushed from a dark cavern. Every day the Roman Vestals fetched water from this spring to wash the temple of Vesta, carrying it in earthenware pitchers on their heads. In Juvenal's time the natural rock had been encased in marble, and the hollow spot was profaned by gangs of poor Jews who were suffered to squat like gypsies, in the grove. We may suppose that the spring which fell into the lake of Nemi was the true original Egeria, and that when the first settlers moved down from the Alban hills to the banks of the Tiber, they brought the nymph with them and found a new home for her in a grove outside the gates. The remains of baths which have been discovered within the sacred precinct, together with many terracotta models of various parts of the human body, suggest that the waters of Egeria were used to heal the sick, who may have signified their hopes or testified their gratitude by dedicating likenesses of the diseased members to the goddess in accordance with a custom which is still observed in many parts of Europe. To this day, it would seem that the spring retains medicinal virtues. Virbius, the male companion of Diana. The other of the minor deities at Nemi was Virbius. Legend had it that Virbius was a young Greek hero, Hippolytus, chaste and fair, who learned the art of venery from the centaur Chiron, and spent all his days in the greenwood chasing wild beasts with the virgin huntress Artemis, the Greek counterpart of Diana. For his only comrade, proud of her divine society, he spurned the love of women, and this proved his bane. For Aphrodite, stung by his scorn, inspired his stepmother, Phaedra, with love of him, and when he disdained her wicked advances, she falsely accused him to his father Theseus. The slander was believed, and Theseus prayed to his sire Poseidon to avenge the imagined wrong. So while Hippolytus drove in a chariot by the shore of the Saronic Gulf, the sea god sent a fierce bull force from the waves. The terrified horses bolted, threw Hippolytus from the chariot, and dragged him at their hoofs to death. But Diana, for the love she bore Hippolytus, persuaded the leech Asclepius to bring her fair young hunter back to life by his simples. Jupiter, indignant that a mortal man should return from the gates of death, thrust down the manly leech himself to Hades, but Diana did her favourite from the angry god in a thick cloud, disguised his features by adding years to his life, and then bore him far away to the dells of Nemi, where she entrusted him to the nymph Egeria to live there, unknown and solitary, under the name of Virbius, in the depth of the Italian forest. There he reigned a king, and there he dedicated a precinct to Diana. He had a comely son, Virbius, who, undaunted by his father's fate, drove a team of fiery steeds to join the Latins in the war against Aeneas and the Trojans. Virbius was worshipped as a god, not only in Nemi but elsewhere, for in Campania we hear of a special priest devoted to his service. Horses were excluded from the Artesian grove and sanctuary because horses had killed Hippolytus. It was unlawful to touch his image. Some thought he was the sun, but the truth is, says Servius, that he is a deity associated with Diana, as Attis is associated with the mother of the gods, and Eryxthonius with Minerva, and Adonis with Venus. What the nature of that association was, we shall inquire presently. Here it is worth observing that in his long and checkered career, this mythical personage has displayed a remarkable tendency of life, for we can hardly doubt that the Saint Hippolytus of the Roman calendar, who was dragged by horses to death on the 13th of August, Diana's own day, is no other than the Greek hero of the same name, who after dying twice over as a heathen sinner, has been happily resuscitated as a Christian saint. The legends of Nemi invented to explain the ritual. It needs no elaborate demonstration to convince us that the stories told to account for Diana's worship in Nemi are unhistorical. Clearly they belong to that large class of myths which are made up to explain the origin of a religious ritual and have no other foundation than the resemblance, real or imaginary, which may be traced between it and some foreign ritual. The incongruity of these Nemi myths is indeed transparent, since the foundation of the worship is traced now to Orestes and now to Hippolytus, according as this or that feature of the ritual has to be accounted for. The real value of such tales is that they serve to illustrate the nature of the worship by providing a standard with which to compare it, and further, that they bear witness indirectly to its venerable age by showing that the true origin was lost in the myths of a fabulous antiquity. Tradition that the grove of Nemi was dedicated by a Latin dictator. In the latter respect, these Nemi legends are probably more to be entrusted than the apparently historical tradition vouched for by Cato the Elder, that the sacred grove was dedicated to Diana by a certain Egerius Babius or Leavius of Tusculum, a Latin dictator, on behalf of the peoples of Tusculum, Arica, Lanuvium, Laurentium, Cora, Tiber, Pomentia, and Ardea. This tradition indeed sparks for the great age of the sanctuary, since it seems to date its foundation sometime before 495 BC, the year in which Pomentia was sacked by the Romans and disappears from history. But we cannot suppose that so barbarous a rule as that of the Arician priesthood was deliberately instituted by a league of civilized communities, such as the Latin cities undoubtedly were. It must have been handed down from a time beyond the memory of man, when Italy was still in a far ruder state than any known to us in the historical period. The credit of the tradition is rather shaken than confirmed by another story, which ascribes the foundation of the sanctuary to a certain Manius Egerius, who gave rise to the saying, "There are many Mani in Aricia." This proverb some explain by alleging that Manius Egerius was the ancestor of a long and distinguished line, whereas others thought it meant that there were many ugly and deformed people at Aricia, and they derived the name Manius from Mania, a bogey or bugbear to frighten children. A Roman satirist uses the name Manius as typical of the beggars who lay in wait for pilgrims on the Arician slopes. These differences of opinion, together with the discrepancy between Manius Egerius of Aricia and Egerius Laevius of Tusculum, as well as the resemblance of both names to the mythical Egeria, excite our suspicion. Yet the tradition recorded by Cato seems too circumstantial, and sponsor too respectful to allow us to dismiss it as an idle fiction. Rather, we may suppose that it refers to some ancient restoration or reconstruction of the sanctuary, which was actually carried out by the Confederate States. At any rate, it testifies to a belief that the grove had been from early times a common place of worship for many of the oldest cities of the country, if not for the whole Latin Confederacy. Evidence of the antiquity of the grove. Another argument of antiquity may be drawn from some of the votive offerings found on the spot, such as a sacrificial ladle of bronze bearing Diana's name in archaic Greek letters, and pieces of the oldest kind of Italian money, being merely shapeless bits of copper, unstamped and valued by weight. But as the use of such old-fashioned money survived in offerings to the gods long after it vanished from daily life, no great stress can be laid on its occurrence at Nemi as evidence of the age of the shrine. Origin of the Arcadian myths of Orestes and Hippolytus. Part 2. Artemis and Hippolytus. I have said that the Arician legends of Orestes and Hippolytus, though worthless as history, have a certain value in so far as they may help us to understand the worship at Nemi better than comparing it with the ritual and myths of other sanctuaries. We must ask ourselves, why did the authors of these legends pitch upon Orestes and Hippolytus in order to explain Virbius and the King of the Wood? In regard to Orestes, the answer is obvious. He and the image of the tauric Diana, which could only be appeased with human blood, were dragged in to render intelligible the murderous rule of succession to the Arician priesthood. In regard to Hippolytus, the case is not so plain. The manner of his death suggests readily enough a reason for the exclusion of horses from the grove. This by itself seems hardly enough to account for the identification. We must try to probe deeper by examining the worship as well as the legend or myth of Hippolytus. Worship of Hippolytus at Troezen. He had a famous sanctuary at his ancestral home of Troezen, situated on the beautiful, almost landlocked bay, with groves of oranges and lemons, with tall cypresses soaring like dark spires above the garden of the Hesperides, now clothed the strip of fertile shore at the foot of the rugged mountains. Across the blue water of the tranquil bay, which it shelters from the open sea, rises Poseidon's sacred island, its peaks veiled in the sombre green of the pines. On this fair coast Hippolytus was worshipped. Within his sanctuary stood a temple with an ancient image. His service was performed by a priest who held office for life. Every year a sacrificial festival was held in his honour, and this untimely fate was yearly mourned with weeping and doleful chants by unwedded maids who also dedicated locks of their hair in his temple before marriage. Hippolytus, a mythical being of the Adonis type. His grave existed at Troezen, though the people would not show it. It has been suggested with great plausibility that in the handsome Hippolytus, beloved of Artemis, cut off in his youthful prime, They are usually mourned by damsels. We have one of those mortal lovers of a goddess who appears so often in ancient religion, and of whom Adonis is the most familiar type. The rivalry of Artemis and Phaedra for the affection of Hippolytus reproduces, it is said, under different names, the rivalry of Aphrodite and Proserpine for the love of Adonis, for Phaedra is merely a double of Aphrodite. Certainly in the Hippolytus of Euripides, the tragedy of the hero's death is traced directly to the anger of Aphrodite and his contempt for her power, and Phaedra is nothing but a tool of the goddess. Moreover, within the precinct of Hippolytus and Troezen there stood a temple of Peeping Aphrodite, which was so named, we are told, because from this spot the amorous Phaedra used to watch Hippolytus at his manly sports. Clearly the name would be still more appropriate if it was Aphrodite herself who peeped, and beside this temple of Aphrodite grew a myrtle tree with pierced leaves, which the hapless Phaedra, in the pangs of love, had pricked with her bodkin. Now the myrtle, with its glossy evergreen leaves, its red and white blossom, and its fragrant perfume, was Aphrodite's own tree, the legend associated with the birth of Adonis. At Athens also Hippolytus was intimately associated with Aphrodite, for on the south side of the Acropolis, looking towards Troezen, a barrow of sepulchral mound in his memory was shown, and beside it stood a temple of Aphrodite, said to be founded by Phaedra, which bore the name of the temple of Aphrodite at Hippolytus. The conjunction, both in Troezen and Athens, of his grave with the temple of the goddess of love is significant. Later on we shall meet with mounds in which the lovers of the great Asiatic goddess were said to lie buried. The divine mistresses of Hippolytus associated with oaks. In this view of the relation of Hippolytus to Artemis, and Aphrodite is right, it is somewhat remarkable that both his divine mistresses appear to have been associated at Troezen with oaks, for Aphrodite was here worshipped under the title of Egeria, that is, she of the fruitless oak, and Hippolytus was said to have met his death not far from the sanctuary of Saronian Artemis, that is, Artemis of the hollow oak, for here the wild olive tree was shown in which the reins of his chariot became entangled, and so brought him to the ground. Orestes at Troezen. It may not be without significance that Orestes, the other mythical hero of Nemi, also appears in the legendary history of Troezen. For at Troezen there was a temple of wolfish Artemis, said to have been dedicated by Hippolytus, and in front of the temple stood a sacred stone upon which 9 men, according to the legend, had cleansed Orestes from the guilt of his mother's murder. In the solemn rite they made use of water drawn from the horse's fount, and as late as the 2nd century of our era their descendants dined together on certain set days in a building called the Booth of Orestes. Before the building there grew a laurel tree, which was said to have sprung on the spot where the things used for purifying the matricide were buried. The old traveller Pausanias, to whom we owe so much of our knowledge of ancient Greece, could not learn why Hippolytus dedicated a temple to wolfish Artemis, but he conjectured that it might have been because he extirpated the packs of wolves that used to scour the country. Hippolytus in relation to horses and wolves. Another point in the myth of Hippolytus which deserves attention is the frequent recurrence of horses in it. His name signifies either horse loosed or horse looser. He consecrated 20 horses to Asclepius at Epidaurus. He was killed by horses. The horse's font probably flowed not far from the temple which he built for wolfish Artemis, and the horses were sacred to his grandsire Poseidon, who had an ancient sanctuary in the wooded island across the bay, where the ruins of it may still be seen in the pine forest. Lastly, Hippolytus' sanctuary at Troezen was said to have been founded by Diomed, whose mythical connection both with horses and wolves is attested. For the Veneti, at the head of the Adriatic, were famed for their breed of horses, and they had a sacred grove of Diomed at the spot where many springs burst forth from the foot of a lofty cliff, forming at once the broad and deep river Timavus, the modern Timeo, which flows with a still and tranquil current into the neighbouring sea. Here the Veneti sacrificed a white horse to Diomed, and associated with his grove were 2 others, sacred to Argive Hera and Aetolian Artemis. In these groves wild beasts were reported to lose their ferocity, and deer to herd with wolves. Moreover, the horses of the district famed for their speed, were said to have been branded with the mark of a wolf. Thus Hippolytus was associated with the horse in many ways, and this association may have been used to explain more features of the Erusian ritual than the mere exclusion of the animal from the sacred grove. To this point we shall return later on. Whether his relation to wolves was also invoked to account for any other aspect of the worship of Nemi, we cannot say, since the wolf plays no part in the scanty notices of that worship which have come down to us, but doubtless, as one of the wild creatures of the wood, the beast would be under the special care of Diana. Hair offered before marriage to Hippolytus and others. The custom observed by Troezenian girls of offering tresses of their hair to Hippolytus before their wedding brings him into a relation with marriage, which at first sight seems out of keeping with his reputation as a confirmed bachelor. According to Lucian, youths as well as maidens at Troezen were forbidden to wed till they had shorn their hair in honour of Hippolytus, and we gather from the context that it was their first beard which the young men thus pulled. However we may explain it, a custom of this sort appears to have prevailed widely both in Greece and the East. Plutarch tells us that formerly it was the wont of boys at puberty to go to Delphi and offer of their hair to Apollo. Theseus, the father of Hippolytus, complied with the custom, which lasted down into historical times. Argive maidens, grown to womanhood, dedicated their tresses to Athena before marriage. On the same occasion, Megarian girls poured libations and laid clippings of their hair on the tomb of the maiden Iphino. At the entrance of the temple of Artemis in Delos, the grave of two maidens was shown under an olive tree. It was said that long ago they had come as pilgrims from a far northern land with offerings to Apollo, and dying in the sacred isle were buried there. The Delian virgins, before marriage, used to cut off a lock of their hair, wind it on a spindle, and lay it on the maiden's grave. The young men did the same, except that they twisted it down of their first beard round a wisp of grass or a green shoot. In some places it was Artemis who received the offering of a maiden's hair before marriage. At Panamara, in Caria, men dedicated locks of their hair in the temple of Zeus. The locks were enclosed in little stone boxes, some of them fitted with a marble little shutter, and the name of the dedicator was engraved on a square sinking in the stone, together with the name of the priest for the time being. Many of these inscribed boxes have been found of late years on the spot. None of them bear the names of women. Some of them are inscribed with the names of a father and his sons. All the dedications are to Zeus alone, though Hera was also worshipped with him at Panamara. At Hierapolis, on the Euphrates, youths offered of their beards and girls of their tresses to the great Syrian goddess, and left the shorn hair in caskets of gold or silver, inscribed with their names, and nailed to the walls of the temple. The custom of dedicating the first beard seems to have been common at Rome under the Empire. Thus Nero consecrated his first beard in a golden box, studded with costly pearls on the capital. Such offerings intended to communicate strength and fertility. Egyptian practice. Some light is perhaps thrown on the meaning of these practices by two ancient Oriental customs, the one Egyptian, the other Phoenician. When Egyptian boys and girls had received from sickness, their parents used to shave the children's heads, weigh the hair against gold or silver, and give the precious metal to the keepers of the sacred beasts, who brought food with it for the animals according to their tastes. These tastes varied with the nature of the beast, and the beast varied with the district. Where hawks were worshipped, the keepers chopped up flesh, and calling the birds in a loud voice, flung the goblets up into the air, till the hawks stooped and caught them. Where cats, or ichneumons, or fish were the local deities, the keepers crumbled bread in milk and set it before them, or threw it into the Nile. And similarly were the rest of the divine menagerie. Thus, in Egypt, the offerings of hair went to feed the worshipful animals. Syrian practice. Sacrifice of chastity regarded as a substitute for the sacrifice of hair. In the sanctuary of the great Phoenician goddess Astarte at Byblos, the practice was different. Here at the annual mourning for the dead Adonis, the women had to shave their heads, and such of them as refused to do so were bound to prostitute themselves to strangers and to sacrifice to the goddess of the wages of their shame. Though Lucian, who mentions the custom, does not say so, there are some grounds for thinking that the women in question were generally maidens, of whom this act of devotion was required as a preliminary to marriage. In any case, it is clear that the goddess accepted the sacrifice of chastity as a substitute for the sacrifice of hair. Why? By many people, as we shall afterwards see, the hair is regarded as, in a special sense, the seat of strength, and at puberty it might well be thought to contain a double portion of vital energy, since at the season it is the outward sign and manifestation of the newly acquired power of reproducing the species. For that reason, we do suppose, the beard rather than the hair of the head is offered by males on this occasion. Thus the substitution permitted at Byblos becomes intelligible. The women gave their fecundity to the goddess, whether they offered their hair or their chastity. But why, it may be asked, should they make such an offering to Astarte, who was herself the great goddess of love and fertility? What need had she to receive fecundity from her worshippers? Was it not for her to bestow it on them? Thus put, the question overlooks an important side of polytheism, perhaps we may say of ancient religion in general. The gods stood as much in need of their worshippers as the worshippers in need of them. The benefits conferred were mutual. If the gods made the earth to bring forth abundantly, the flocks and herds to teem, and the human race to multiply, they expected that a portion of their bounty should be returned to them in the shape of tithe or tribute. On this tithe, indeed, they subsisted, and without it they would starve. Their divine bellies had to be filled, and their divine reproductive energies to be recruited. Hence men had to give of their meat and drink to them, and to sacrifice for their benefit what is most manly in man and womanly in woman. Sacrifices of the latter kind have too often been overlooked or misunderstood by the historians of religion. Other examples of them will meet us in the course of our inquiry. At the same time, it may well be that the women who offered their hair to Astarte hoped to benefit through the sympathetic connection which they thus established between themselves and the goddess. They may in fact have expected to fecundate themselves by contact with the divine source of fecundity, and it is probable that a similar motive underlay the sacrifice of chastity as well as the sacrifice of hair. Hair offered to rivers as sources of fertility. If the sacrifice of hair, especially of hair at puberty, is sometimes intended to strengthen the divine beings to whom it is offered by feeding or fertilizing them, we can the better understood not only the common practice of offering hair to the shadowy dead, but also the Greek usage of shearing it for rivers, as the Arcadian boys of Vigalia did for the stream that runs in the depths of the tremendous woody glen below the city. For next perhaps the rain and sunshine, nothing in nature so obviously contributes to fertilize the country as its rivers. Again, this view may set in a clearer light the custom of the Delian youths and maidens, who offered their hair on the maiden's tomb under the olive tree. Delos and Delphi as centers of fertilization and of fire. For at Delos, as at Delphi, one of Apollo's many functions was to make the crops grow and to fill the husbandman's barns. At the time of harvest, tithe offerings poured in to him from every side in the form of ripe sheaves, or, what was perhaps still more acceptable, golden models of them, which went by the name of the Golden Summer, the festival at which these first fruits were dedicated, and 7th of the harvest month, Thargelion, corresponding to the 24th and 25th of May, for these were the birthdays of Artemis and Apollo respectively. In Hesiod's day, the corn reaping began at the morning rising of the Pleiades, which then answered to our 9th of May, and in Greece the wheat is still ripe about that time. In return for these offerings, the gods sent about a sacred new fire from both his great sanctuaries at Delos and Delphi, thus radiating from them, as from central suns, the divine blessings of heat and light. A ship brought the new fire every year from Delos to Lemnos, the sacred island of the fire god Hephaestus, where all fires were put out before its arrival, to be afterwards rekindled at the pure flame. The fetching of the new fire from Delphi to Athens appears to have been a ceremony of great solemnity and pomp. All the chief Athenian magistrates repaired to Delphi for the purpose. The holy fire blazed was smoldered in a sacred tripod borne on a chariot and tended by a woman who was called the fire-bearer. Soldiers, both horse and foot, escorted it. Magistrates, priests, and heralds accompanied it, and the procession moved to the music of trumpet and fife. We do not know on what occasion the fire was thus solemnly sent from Delphi to Athens, but we may conjecture that it was when the Pytheists at Athens, watching from the hearth of lightning Zeus, saw lightning flash over Harma on Mount Parnes, for then they sent a sacrifice to Delphi and may have received the fire in return. After the great defeat to the Persians at Plataea, the people of that city extinguished all the fires in the country, deeming them defiled by the presence of the barbarians. Having done so, they relit them at a pure new fire fetched by a runner from the altar of the common hearth at Delphi. The graves of Apollo and Artemis at Delos. Now the maidens on whose grave the Delian youths and damsels laid their shorn locks before marriage were said to have died in the island after bringing the harvest offering, wrapped in wheaten straw, from the land of the Hyperboreans in the far north. Thus they were in popular opinion the mythical representatives of those bands of worshippers who bore, year by year, the yellow sheaves with dance and song to Delos. But in fact they had once been much more than this. For an examination of their names, which are commonly given as Egeria and Opus, has led modern scholars to conclude with every appearance of probability that these maidens were originally mere duplicates of Artemis herself. Perhaps indeed we may go a step farther, for sometimes one of this pair of Hyperboreans appears as a male, not a female, under the name of fire-shooter, Egeria, which was a common epithet of Apollo. This suggests that the two were originally the heavenly twins themselves, Apollo and Artemis, and that the two graves which were shown at Delos, one before and the other behind the sanctuary of Artemis, may have been at first the tombs of these great deities, who were thus laid to their rest on the spot where they had been born. As the one grave received offerings of hair, so the other received the ashes of the victims which were burned on the altar. Both sacrifices, if I am right, were designed to strengthen and fertilize the divine powers who made the earth to wave with the golden harvest, and whose mortal remains, like the miracle-working bones of saints in the Middle Ages, brought wealth to their fortunate possessors. Ancient piety was not shocked by the sight of the tomb of a dead god. The grave of Apollo himself was shown at his other great sanctuary of Delphi, and this perhaps explains his disappearance at Delos. The priests of the rival shrines may have calculated that one tomb sufficed even for a god, and that two might prove a stumbling block to any but the most robust faith. Acting on this prudent conviction, they may have adjusted their respective claims to the possession of the Holy Sepulchre by leaving Apollo to sleep undisturbed at Delphi, while his grave at Delos was dexterously converted into a tomb of a Blessed Virgin by the easy grammatical change of Egeria to Egeria. Hippolytus and Artemis. But how, it may be asked, does all this apply to Hippolytus? Why attempt to fertilize the grave of a bachelor who paid all his devotions to a barren virgin? What seed could take root and spring up in so stony a soil? The question implies the popular modern notion of Diana or Artemis as a pattern of a straight-laced maiden lady with a taste for hunting. Artemis, a goddess of the wild life of nature. No notion could well be further from the truth. To the ancients, on the contrary, she was the ideal and embodiment of the wild life of nature, the life of plants, of animals, and of men, in all its exuberant fertility and profusion. As a recent German writer has admirably put it, from of old a great goddess of nature was everywhere worshipped in Greece. She was revered on the mountain heights, as in the swampy lowlands, in the rustling woods, and by the murmuring spring. To the Greek her hand was everywhere apparent. He saw her gracious blessing in the sprouting meadow, in the ripening corn, in the healthful vigour of all living things on earth, whether the wild creatures of the wood and the fell, or the cattle which man has tamed to his service, or man's own offspring from the cradle upward. Her destroying anger he perceived in the blight of vegetation, in the inroads of wild beasts on his fields and orchards, as well as in the last mysterious end of life, in death. No empty personification like the earth conceived as a goddess was this deity, for such abstractions are foreign to every primitive religion. She was an all-embracing power of nature, everywhere the object of a similar faith. However, her names differed with the place in which she was believed to abide, with the emphasis laid on her gloomy or kindly spirit, or with the particular side of her energy, which was specially revered. And as the Greek divided everything in animated nature into male and female, he could not imagine this female power of nature without her male counterpart. Artemis not originally regarded as a virgin. Hence in a number of her older worshippers we find Artemis associated with a nature god of similar character to whom tradition assigned different names in different places. In Laconia, for instance, she was mated with the old Peloponnesian god Carneosis. In Arcadia, more than once with Poseidon, elsewhere with Zeus, Apollo, Dionysus, and so on. The truth is that the word Parthenos applied to Artemis, which we commonly translate virgin, means no more than an unmarried woman, and in early days the two things were by no means the same. With the growth of a purer morality among men, a stricter code of ethics is imposed by them upon their gods. The stories of the cruelty, deceit, and lust for these divine beings are glossed slightly over, or flatly rejected as blasphemies, and the old ruffians are set to guard the laws which before they broke. In regard to Artemis, even the ambiguous Parthenos seems to have been merely a popular epithet, not an official title. Artemis, a goddess of childbirth. As Dr. Farnell has well pointed out, there was no public worship of Artemis the chaste. So far as her sacred titles bear on the relation of the sexes, they show that, on the contrary, she was, like Diana, in Italy, specially concerned with the loss of virginity and with childbearing, and that she was not only assisted, but encouraged women to be fruitful and multiply. Indeed, if we may take Euripides' word for it, in her capacity of midwife, she would not even speak to childless women. Further, it is highly significant that while her titles and the allusions to her functions mark out her clearly as the patroness of childbirth, we find none that recognize her distinctly as the deity of marriage. Nothing, however, sets the true character of Artemis as a goddess of fecundity, though not of wedlock, in a clearer light than her constant identification with the unmarried but not the chaste. Asiatic goddesses of love and fertility, who were worshipped with rites of notorious profligacy at their popular sanctuaries. The Ephesian Artemis. At Ephesus, the most celebrated of all the seats of her worship, her universal motherhood was set forth unmistakably in her sacred image. Copies of it have come down to us which agree in their main features, though they differ from each other in some details. They represent the goddess with a multitude of protruding breasts. The heads of animals of many kinds, both wild and tame, spring from the front of her body in a series of bands that extend from the breasts to the feet. Bees, roses, and sometimes butterflies decorate her sides from the hips downward. The animals that thus appear to issue from her person vary in the different copies of the statue. They include lions, bulls, stags, horses, goats, and rams. Moreover, lions rest on her upper arms. In at least one copy, serpents twine round her lower arms. Her bosom is festooned with a wreath of blossoms, and she wears a necklace of acorns. In one of the statues, the breast of her robe is decorated with two winged male figures, who hold sheaves in both hands. It would be hard to devise a more expressive symbol of exuberant fertility or profligate maternity than these remarkable images. No doubt the Ephesian Artemis, with her eunuch priests and virgin priestesses, was an Oriental, whose worship the Greek colonists took over from the Aborigines. But that they should have adopted it and identified the goddess with their own Artemis is proof enough that the Greek divinity, like her Asiatic sister, was at bottom a personification of the teeming life of nature. Hippolytus, the male consort of Artemis. To return now to Troezen, we shall probably be doing no injustice either to Hippolytus or to Artemis if we suppose that the relation between them was once of a tender nature than appears in classical literature. We may conjecture that if he spurned the love of women, it was because he enjoyed the love of goddesses. On the principles of early religion, she who fertilizes nature must herself be fertile, and to be that she must necessarily have a male consort. If I am right, Hippolytus was the consort of Artemis at Troezen, and the shorn tresses offered to him by the Troezenian youths and maidens before marriage were designed to strengthen his union with the goddess, and so to promote the fruitfulness of the earth, of cattle, and of mankind. It is some confirmation of this view that with the precinct of Hippolytus at Troezen, there were worshipped two female powers named Damia and Oxysia, whose connection with the fertility of the ground is unquestionable. When Epidaurus suffered from a dearth, the people, in obedience to an oracle, carved images of Damia and Oxysia out of sacred olive wood, and no sooner had they done so and set them up, the earth bore fruit again. Moreover, at Troezen itself, and apparently within the precinct of Hippolytus, a curious festival of stone throwing was held in honour of these maidens, as the Troezenians called them, and it is easy to show that similar customs have been practised in many lands for the express purpose of ensuring good crops. In the story of the tragic death of the youthful Hippolytus, we may discern an analogy with similar tales of other fair but mortal youths who paid with their lives for the brief rapture of the love of a mortal goddess. The hapless lovers were probably not always mere youths, and the legends which trace their spilt blood on the purple bloom of the violet, the scarlet stain of the anemone, or the crimson flush of the rose, were no idle poetic emblems of youth and beauty, fleeting as the summer flowers. Such fables contain a deeper philosophy of the relation of the life of man to the life of nature, a sad philosophy which gave birth to a tragic practice. What that philosophy and that practice were, we shall learn later on. 3. Recapitulation. Virbius, the male consort of Diana. We can now perhaps understand why the ancients identified Hippolytus, the consort of Artemis, with Virbius, who according to Servius stood to Diana as Adonis to Venus, or Attis to the mother of the gods. For Diana, like Artemis, was a goddess of fertility in general, and of childbirth in particular. As such, she, like her Greek counterpart, needed a male partner. That partner, if Servius is right, was Virbius. In his character of the founder of the sacred grove and first king of Nemi, Virbius is clearly the mythical predecessor or archetype of the line of priests who served Diana under the title of Kings of the Wood, and who came, like him, one after the other to a violent end. It is natural, therefore, to conjecture that they stood to the goddess of the grove in the same relation in which Virbius stood to her. In short, that the mortal king of the wood had for his queen the woodland Diana herself. If the sacred tree which he guarded with his life was supposed, as seems probable, to be her special embodiment, her priest may not only have worshipped it as his goddess, but embraced it as his wife. There is at least nothing absurd in the supposition, since even in the time of Pliny, a noble Roman used thus to treat a beautiful beech tree in another sacred grove of Diana on the Alban hills. He embraced it, he kissed it as he lay under its shadow, he poured wine on its trunk. Apparently he took the tree for the goddess. The custom of physically marrying men and women to trees is still practiced in India and other parts of the East. Why should it not have obtained in ancient Latium? Summary of results. Reviewing the evidence as a whole, we may conclude that the worship of Diana in her sacred grove in Nemi was of great importance and immemorial antiquity. That she was revered as the goddess of woodlands and of wild creatures, probably also of domestic cattle and of the fruits of the earth, that she was believed to bless men and women of offspring and to aid mothers in childbirth. That her holy fire, tended by chaste virgins, burned perpetually in a round temple within the prison. That associated with her was a water nymph, Egeria, who discharged one of Diana's own functions by succouring women in travail, and who was popularly supposed to have mated with an old Roman king in the sacred grove. Further, that Diana of the wood herself had a male companion, Virbius by name, who was to her what Adonis was to Venus, or Attis to Cybele, and lastly, that this mythical Virbius was represented in historical times by a line of priests known as Kings of the Wood, who regularly perished by the swords of their successors, and whose lives were in a manner bound up with a certain tree in the grove, because so long as that tree was uninjured, they were safe from attack. The double-headed bust at Nemi, probably a portrait of the King of the Wood and his successor. A curious monument of the ill-fated dynasty appears to have come down to us in a double-headed bust, which was found in the sanctuary at Nemi. It represents two men of heavy and somewhat coarse features and a grim expression. The type of face is similar in both heads, but there are marked differences between them, for while the one is young and beardless, with shut lips and a steadfast gaze, the other is a man of middle life with a tossed and matted beard, wrinkled brows, a wild anxious look in the eyes, and an open and grinning mouth. But perhaps the most singular thing about the two heads are the leaves with scalloped edges which are plastered, so to say, on the necks of both busts, and apparently also under the eyes of the younger figure. The leaves have been interpreted as oak leaves, and this interpretation, which is not free from doubt, is confirmed by the resemblance of an oak leaf, which the moustache of the older figure clearly presents when viewed in profile. Various explanations of this remarkable monument have been proposed, but the most probable theory appears to be that the older figure represents the priest of Nemi, the King of the Wood, in possession, while the other face is that of his youthful adversary and possible successor. This theory would explain the coarse heavy type of both faces, which is neither Greek nor Roman, but apparently barbarian. For as the priest of Nemi had always to be a runaway slave, he would commonly be a member of an alien and barbarous race. Further, it would explain the striking contrast between the set, determined gaze of the younger man and the haggard, scarred look of the other. On the one face we seem to read the resolution to kill, on the other, the fear to die. Lastly, it would explain very simply the leaves that cling like cerements to the necks and breasts of both, for we shall see later on that the priest was probably regarded as an embodiment of the tree which he guarded. Human representatives of tree spirits are most naturally draped in the foliage of the tree which they personate. Hence, if the leaves on the two heads are indeed oak leaves, as they have been thought to be, we should have to conclude that the tree which the king of the wood guarded and personated was an oak. There are indebted reasons for holding that this was so, but the consideration of them must be deferred for the present. A wide survey required to solve the problem of Nemi. Clearly, these conclusions do not of themselves suffice to explain the peculiar rule of succession to the priesthood, but perhaps the survey of a wider field may lead us to think that they contain, in germ, the solution of the problem. To that wider survey we must now address ourselves. It will be long and laborious, but may possess something of the interest and charm of a voyage of discovery, in which we shall visit many strange foreign lands, with strange foreign peoples, and still stranger customs. The wind is in the shrouds. We shake our sails to it, and leave the coasts of Italy behind us for a time. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Golden Bough, Volume 1, The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 2, Priestly Kings. The two questions to be answered. The questions which we have set ourselves to answer are mainly two. First, why had Diana's priestess Nemi, the king of the wood, to slay his predecessor? Second, why before doing so had he to pluck the branch of a certain tree which the public opinion of the ancients identified with Virgil's golden bough? The two questions are to some extent distinct, and it will be convenient to consider them separately. We begin with the first, which, with the preliminary inquiries, will occupy this and several following volumes. In the last part of the book, I shall suggest an answer to the second question. The first point on which we fasten is the priest's title. Why was he called the King of the Wood? Why was his office spoken of as a kingdom? Priestly kings in ancient Italy and Greece. The union of a royal title with priestly duties was common in ancient Italy and Greece. At Rome and in other cities of Latium, there was a priest called the Sacrificial King, or King of the Sacred Rites, and his wife bore the title of Queen of the Sacred Rites. In Republican Athens, the second annual magistrate of the state was called the king and his wife the queen. The functions of both were religious. For example, the king superintended the celebration of the Eleusinian Mysteries, the Lenaean festival of Dionysus, and the torch races which were held at several of the great Athenian festivals. Moreover, he presided at the curious trials of animals and inanimate objects which had caused the death of a human being. To him, in short, were assigned, in the words of Plato, the most solemn and most truly ancestral rites of the ancestral sacrifices. Many other Greek democracies had titular kings whose duties, so far as they are known, seem to have been priestly, and to have centered round the common hearth of the state. For example, in Kos, the king sacrificed to Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, the equivalent of the Italian Vesta, and he received the hide and one leg of the victim as his prerequisite. In Mytilene, the kings, of whom there were several, invited to banquets at the common hearth those guests whom the state delighted to honour. In Chios, if any herdsman or shepherd drove his cows, his sheep, or his swine to pasture in a sacred grove, the first person who witnessed the transgression was bound to denounce the transgressor to the kings, under pain of incurring the wrath of the god, and what was perhaps even worse, of having to pay a fine to the offended deity. In the same island, the king was charged with the duty of pronouncing the public curses, a spiritual weapon of which much use was made by the ancients. Every 8th year the king at Delphi took part in a quaint ceremony. He sat in public distributing barley meal and pulse to all who chose to apply for the bounty, whether citizens or strangers. Then an image of a girl was brought to him, and he slapped it with his shoe. After that, the president of the Thyiades, a college of women devoted to the orgiastic worship of Bacchus, carried away the image to a ravine, and there buried it with a rope round its neck. The ceremony was said to be an expiation for the death of a girl who, in a time of famine, had been publicly buffeted by the king, and smarting under the insult, had hanged herself. In some cities, such as Megara, Agostina, and Pegae, the kingship was an annual office, and the 3 years were dated by the king's names. The people of Priene appointed a young man king for the purpose of sacrificing a bull to Poseidon at the Pannonian festival. Some Greek states had several of these titular kings who held office simultaneously. Traditional origin of these priestly kings. At Rome, the tradition was that the sacrificial king had been appointed after the abolition of the monarchy in order to offer the sacrifices which before had been offered by the kings. A similar view as to the origin of the priestly kings appears to have prevailed in Greece. In itself the opinion is not improbable, as it is borne out by the example of Sparta, almost the only purely Greek state which retained the kingly form of government in historical times. For in Sparta, all state sacrifices were offered by the kings as descendants of the god. One of the 2 Spartan kings held the priesthood of Zeus, Lacedaemon, the other the priesthood of heavenly Zeus. Sometimes the descendants of the old kings were allowed to retain this shadowy royalty after the real power had departed from them. Thus at Ephesus, the descendants of the Ionian kings who traced their pedigree to Codus of Athens kept the title of king, and certain privileges such as the right to occupy a seat of honour at the games, to wear a purple robe and carry a staff instead of a sceptre, and to preside at the rites of Eleusinian Demeter. So at Cyrene, when the monarchy was abolished, the deposed King Betis was assigned certain domains and allowed to retain some priestly functions. Thus the classical evidence points to the conclusion that the prehistoric ages, before the rise of the republican form of government, the various tribes or cities were ruled by kings who discharged priestly duties and probably enjoyed a sacred character as reputed descendants of deities. Priestly kings in various parts of the world. This combination of priestly functions with royal authority is familiar to everyone. Asia Minor, for example, was the seat of various great religious capitals peopled by thousands of sacred slaves and ruled by pontiffs who wielded at once temporal and spiritual authority over the popes of medieval Rome. Such priest-ridden cities were Zela and Pessinus. Teutonic kings again in the old heathen days seem to have stood in the position and to have exercised the powers of high priests. The emperors of China offer public sacrifices, the details of which are regulated by the ritual books. The king of Madagascar was high priest of the realm. At the great festival of the new year, when a bullock was sacrificed for the good of the kingdom, the king stood over the sacrifice to offer prayer and thanksgiving, while his attendants slaughtered the animal. In the monarchical states which still maintain their independence among the Gallas of eastern Africa, the king sacrifices on the mountain tops and regulates the immolation of human victims, and the dim light of tradition reveals a similar union of temporal and spiritual power of royal and priestly duties. In the kings of that delightful region of Central America, whose ancient capital, now buried under the rank growth of the tropical forest, is marked by the stately and mysterious ruins of Palenque. Among the Matabales, the king is high priest. Every year he offers sacrifices at the great and the little dance, and also at the festival of the new fruits, which ends the dances. On these occasions he prays to the spirits of his forefathers, and likewise to his own spirit, for it is from these higher powers that he expects every blessing. Divinity of kings. This last example is instructive because it shows that the king is something more than a priest. He prays not only to the spirits of his fathers, but to his own spirit. He is clearly raised above the standard of mere humanity. There is something divine about him. The Spartan king, supposed to be attended by Castor and Pollux, who were thought to manifest themselves in certain electric lights. Similarly, we may suppose that the Spartan kings were thought not only to be descended from the great god Zeus, but also to partake of his Holy Spirit. This is indeed indicated by a curious Spartan belief which has been recorded by Herodotus. The old historian tells us that formerly both of the Spartan kings went forth with the army to battle, and that, in later times, a rule was made that when one king marched out to fight, the other should stay at home, and accordingly, says Herodotus, one of the kings remaining at home, one of the Tindarids is left there too, for hitherto both of them were invoked and followed the kings. The Tindarids are of course the heavenly twins Castor and Pollux, the sons of Zeus, and it should be remembered that the two Spartan kings themselves were believed to be descended from twins, and hence may have been credited with the wondrous powers which superstition often associates with twins. The belief described by Herodotus plainly implies that one of the heavenly twins was supposed to be in constant attendance on each of their human kinsmen, the two Spartan kings, staying with them where they stayed and going with them wherever they went. Hence they were probably thought to aid the kings with their advice in time of need. Now Castor and Pollux are commonly represented as spearmen, and they were constantly associated or identified not only with stars, but also with those lurid lights which in an atmosphere charged with electricity are sometimes seen to play around the masts of ships under a murky sky. Moreover, similar lights were observed by the ancients to glitter in the darkness on the points of spears. Pliny tells us that he had seen such lambent flames on the spears of Roman sentinels as they paced their rounds by night in front of the camp. It is said that Cossacks riding across the steppes on stormy nights perceived flickering of the same sort of their lance heads. Since, therefore, the divine brothers Castor and Pollux were believed to attend the Spartan kings, it seems not impossible that they may have been thought to accompany the march of a Spartan army in a visible form, appearing to the awe-stricken soldiers in the twilight or the darkness either as stars in the sky or as the sheen of spears on earth. Perhaps the stories of the appearance of the heavenly twins in battle, charging on their milk-white steeds at the head of the earthly cavalry, may have originated in similar lights seen to glitter in the gloaming on a point here and there in the long hedge of levelled or ported spears. For any two riders on white horses, whose spearheads happened to be touched by the mystic light, might easily be taken for Castor and Pollux in person. If there is any truth in this conjecture, we shall conclude that the divine brothers were never seen in broad day, but only at dusk or in the darkness of night. Now the most famous appearance was at the battle of Lake Regillus, as to which we are expressly told that it was late in the evening of a summer day before the fighting was over. Such statements should not be lightly dismissed as late inventions of a rhetorical historian. The memories of great battles linger on among the peasantry of the neighbourhood. The divinity of kings in early society. But when we have said that the ancient kings were commonly priests too, we are far from having exhausted the religious aspect of their office. In those days, the divinity that hedges a king was no empty form of speech, but the expression of a sober belief. Kings were revered, in many cases not merely as priests, that is, as intercessors between man and God, but as gods themselves, able to bestow upon their subjects and worshippers those blessings which are commonly supposed to be beyond the reach of mortals, and are sought, if at all, only by prayer and sacrifice offered to superhuman and invisible beings. Thus kings are often expected to give rain and sunshine in due season, to make the crops grow, and so on. Strange as this expectation appears to us, it is quite of a piece with early modes of thought. A savage hardly conceives the distinction commonly drawn by more advanced peoples between the natural and the supernatural. To him the world is to a great extent worked by supernatural agents, that is, by personal beings acting on impulses and motives like his own, liable, like him, to be moved by appeals to their pity, their hopes, and their fears. In a world so conceived, he sees no limit to his power of influencing the course of nature to his own advantage. Prayers, promises, or threats may secure him fine weather and an abundant crop from the gods, and if a god should happen, as he sometimes believes, to become incarnate in his own person, then he need appeal to no higher being. He, the savage, possesses in himself all the powers necessary to further his own well-being and that of his fellow men. Sympathetic Magic. This is one way in which the idea of a man-god is reached. But there is another. Along with the view of the world as pervaded by spiritual forces, savage man has a different, and probably still older conception, in which we may detect a germ of the modern notion of natural law, or the view of nature as a series of events occurring in an invariable order without the intervention of personal agency. The germ of which I speak is involved in that sympathetic magic, as it may be called, which plays a large part in most systems of superstition. In early society, the king is frequently a magician as well as a priest. Indeed, he appears to have often attained to power by virtue of his supposed proficiency in the black and white art. Hence, in order to understand the evolution of the kingship and the sacred character with which the office has commonly been invested in the eyes of savages or barbarous peoples, it is essential to have some acquaintance with the principles of magic and to form some conception of the extraordinary hold which that ancient system of superstition has had on the human mind in all ages and all countries. Accordingly, I propose to consider this subject in some detail. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Golden Bough, Volume 1. Part 1, The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Volume 1. By James Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 3, Sympathetic Magic. Part 1. 1. The Principles of Magic. The two principles of sympathetic magic are the law of similarity and the law of contact or contagion. If we analyze the principles of thought on which magic is based, they will probably be found to resolve themselves into two. First, that like produces like, or that an effect resembles its cause. And second, that things which have once been in contact with each other continue to act on each other at a distance after the physical contact has been severed. The former principle may be called the law of similarity, the latter the law of contact or contagion. From the first of these principles, namely the law of similarity, the magician infers that he can produce any effect he desires merely by imitating it. From the second he infers that whatever he does to a material object will affect equally the person with whom the object was once in contact, whether it formed part of his body or not. Charms based on the law of similarity may be called homeopathic or imitative magic. Charms based on the law of contact or contagion may be called contagious magic. To denote the first of these branches of magic, the term homeopathic is perhaps preferable, while the alternative term, imitative or mimetic, suggests that does not imply a conscious agent who imitates, thereby limiting the scope of magic too narrowly. For the same principles which the magician applies in the practice of his art are implicitly believed by him to regulate the operations of inanimate nature. In other words, it tacitly assumes that the laws of similarity and contact are of universal application and are not limited to human actions. In short, magic is a spurious system of natural law as well as a fallacious guide of conduct. It is a false science as well as an abortive art. Regarded as a system of natural law, that is, as a statement of the rules which determine the sequence of events throughout the world, it may be called theoretical magic. Regarded as a set of precepts which human beings observe in order to compass their ends, it may be called practical magic. At the same time, it is said to be borne in mind that the primitive magician knows magic only on its practical side. He never analyzes the mental processes on which his practice is based, never reflects on the abstract principles involved in his actions. With him, as with the vast majority of men, logic is implicit, not explicit. He reasons, just as he digests his food, in complete ignorance of the intellectual and physiological processes which are essential to the one operation and to the other. In short, to him magic is always an art, never a science. The very idea of science is lacking in his undeveloped mind. It is for the philosophic student to trace the train of thought which underlies the magician's practice, to draw out the few simple threads of which the tangled skein is composed, to disengage the abstract principles from their concrete applications, in short, to discern the spurious science behind the bastard art. The two principles and misapplications of the association of ideas. If my analysis of the magician's logic is correct, its two great principles turn out to be merely two different misapplications of the association of ideas. Homeopathic magic is founded on the association of ideas by similarity. Contagious magic is founded on the association of ideas by contiguity. Homeopathic magic commits the mistake of assuming that things which resemble each other are the same. Contagious magic commits the mistake of assuming that things which have once been in contact with each other are always in contact. but in practice the two branches are often combined, or to be more exact, while homeopathic or imitative magic may be practiced by itself, contagious magic will generally be found to involve an application of the homeopathic or imitative principle. Thus, generally stated, the two things may be a little difficult to grasp, but they will readily become intelligible when they are illustrated by particular examples. Both trains of thought are in fact extremely simple and elementary. It could hardly be otherwise, since they are familiar in the concrete, though certainly not in the abstract, to the crude intelligence not only of the savage, but of ignorant and dull-witted people everywhere. Both branches of magic, the homeopathic and the contagious, may conveniently be comprehended under the general name of sympathetic magic, since both assume that things act on each other at a distance through a secret sympathy, the impulse being transmitted from one to the other by means of what we may conceive as a kind of invisible ether, not unlike that which is postulated by modern science for a precisely similar purpose, namely to explain how things can physically affect each other through a space which appears to be empty. It may be convenient to tabulate as follows the branches of magic according to the laws of thought which underlie them. A small table is displayed on the page, with 3 branches: sympathetic magic, law of symmetry; homeopathic magic, law of similarity; contagious magic, law of contact. I will now illustrate these 2 great branches of sympathetic magic by examples, beginning with homeopathic magic. Part 2. Homeopathic or imitative magic. Magical images among the American Indians. Perhaps the most familiar application of the principle that like produces like is the attempt which has been made by many peoples in many ages to injure or destroy an enemy by injuring or destroying an image of him, in the belief that, just as the image suffers, so does a man, and that when it perishes he must die. A few instances out of many may be given to prove at once the wide diffusion of the practice over the world and its remarkable persistence throughout the ages. For thousands of years ago it was known to the sorcerers of ancient India, Babylon and Egypt, as well as of Greece and Rome, and at this day it is still resorted to by cunning and malignant savages in Australia, Africa, and Scotland. Thus the North American Indians, we are told, believe that by drawing the figure of a person in sand, ashes, or clay, or by considering any object as his body, and then pricking it with a sharp stick, or doing it any other injury, they inflict a corresponding injury on the person represented. For example, when the Ojibwe Indian desires to work evil on anyone, he makes a little wooden image of his enemy and runs a needle into its head or heart, or he shoots an arrow into it, believing that wherever the needle pierces or the arrow strikes the image, his foe will the same instant be seized with a sharp pain in the corresponding part of his body. But if he intends to kill the person outright, he burns or buries the puppet, uttering certain magic words as he does so. So when a Cora Indian of Mexico wishes to kill a man, he makes a figure of him out of burnt clay, strips of cloth, and so forth, and then, muttering incantations, runs thorns through the head or stomach of the figure to make his victim suffer correspondingly. Sometimes the Cora Indian makes a more beneficial use of this sort of homeopathic magic. When he wishes to multiply his flocks or herds, he models a figure of the animal he wants in wax or clay, or carves it from tuff, and deposits it in a cave of the mountains, for these Indians believe that the mountains are masters of all riches, including cattle and sheep. For every cow, deer, dog, or hen he wants, the Indian has to sacrifice a corresponding image of the creature. This may help us to understand the meaning of the figures of cattle, deer, horses, and pigs, which were dedicated to Diana and Nemi. There may have been offerings of farmers or huntsmen, who hoped therefore to multiply the cattle or the game. Similarly, when the Todas of southern India desire to obtain more buffaloes, they offer silver images of these animals in the temples. The Peruvian Indians moulded images of fat mixed with grain to imitate the persons whom they disliked or feared, and then burned the effigy on the road where the intended victim was to pass. This they call burning his soul, but they drew a delicate distinction between the kinds of materials to be used in the manufacture of these images, according as the victim was an Indian or a Viracocha, that is, a Spaniard. To kill an Indian they employed maize and the fat of a llama. To kill a Spaniard they used wheat and the fat of a pig, because Viracochas did not eat llamas and preferred wheat to maize. Magical images among the Malays. A Malay charm of the same sort is as follows. Take pairings of nails, hair, eyebrows, spittle, and so forth of your intended victim, enough to represent every part of his person, and then make them up into his likeness with wax from a deserted bee's comb. Scorch the figure slowly by holding it over a lamp every night for 7 nights and say, "It is not wax that I am scorching. It is the liver, heart, and spleen of so-and-so that I scorch." After the 7th time, burn the figure and your victim will die. This charm obviously combines the principles of homeopathic and contagious magic, since the image which is made in the likeness of an enemy contains things which once were in contact with him, namely his nails, hair, and spittle. Another form of the Malay charm, which resembles the Ojibwe practice still more closely, is to make a corpse of wax from an empty bee's comb and of the length of a footstep, then pierce the eye of the image, and your enemy is blind. Pierce the stomach and he is sick. Pierce the head and his head aches. Pierce the breast and his breast will suffer. If you would kill him outright, transfix the image from the head downwards, and shroud it as you would a corpse. Pray over it as you were praying over the dead, then bury it in the middle of a path where your victim will be sure to step over it. In order that his blood may not be on your head, you should say, "It is not I who am burying him, it is Gabriel who is burying him." Thus the guilt of the murder will be laid on the shoulders of the Archangel Gabriel, who is a great deal better able to bear it than you are. In eastern Java, an enemy may be killed by means of a likeness of him drawn on a piece of paper, which is then incensed or buried in the ground. Among the Minangkabuers of Sumatra, a man who is tormented by the passion of hate or by unrequited love will call in the help of a wizard in order to cause the object of his hate or love to suffer from a dangerous ulcer known as tingam. After giving the wizard the necessary instructions as to the name, bodily form, dwelling, and family of the person in question, he makes a puppet which is supposed to resemble his intended victim, and repairs with it to a wood where he hangs the image on a tree that stands quite by itself. Muttering a spell, he then drives an instrument through the navel of the puppet into the tree, till the sap of the tree oozes through the hole thus made. The instrument which inflicts the wound bears the same name, tingam, as the ulcer which is to be raised on the body of the victim, and the oozing sap is believed to be his or her life spirit. Soon afterwards, the person against whom the charm is directed begins to suffer from an ulcer, which grows worse and worse till he dies, unless a friend can procure a piece of the wood of the tree to which the image is attached. Magical images in Torres Straits and Borneo. The sorcerers of Morbaig, or Jervis Island in Torres Straits, keep an assortment of effigies in stock ready to be operated on at the requirement of a customer. Some of the figures were of stone. These were employed when short work was to be made of a man or woman. Others were wooden. These gave the unhappy victim a little more rope, only however to terminate his prolonged sufferings by a painful death. The mode of operation in the latter case was to put poison, by means of a magical implement, into a wooden image, to which the name of the intended victim had been given. Next day the person aimed at would feel chilly, then waste away and die, unless the same wizard who had wrought the charm would consent to undo it. If the sorcerer pulled off an arm or leg of the image, the human victim felt pain in the corresponding limb of his body, but if the sorcerer restored the severed arm or leg to the figure, the man recovered. Another mode of compassing a man's death in Torres Straits was to prick a wax effigy of him or her with the spine of a stingray. So when the man whose name had been given to the waxen image next went a-fishing on the reef, a stingray would sting him in the exact part of his body where the waxen image had been pierced. Or the sorcerer might hang the effigy on the bough of a tree, and as it swayed to and fro in the wind, the person represented by it would fall sick. However, he would get well again if a friend of his could induce the magician to steady the figure by sticking it firmly in the sandy bottom of the sea. When the Lerons of Borneo wish to be revenged on an enemy, they make a wooden image of him and leave it in the jungle. As it decays, he dies. More elaborate is the proceeding adopted by the Kenyes of Borneo in similar circumstances. The operator retires with the image to a quiet spot on the river bank, and when a hawk appears in a certain part of the sky, he kills a fowl, smears its blood on the image, and puts a bit of fat in the mouth of the figure, saying, "Put fat in his mouth." By that he means, may his head be cut off, hung up in an enemy's house, and fed with fat in the usual way. He then strikes at the breast of the image with a small wooden spear, throws it into a pool of water reddened with red earth, and afterwards takes it out and buries it in the ground. Magical images in Japan and China. If an Aino of Japan desires to compass the destruction of an enemy, he will make a likeness of him out of mugwort or the goulet de rose, and bury it in the hole upside down under the trunk of a rotten tree, with a prayer to a demon to carry off the man's soul or to make his body rot away with the tree. Sometimes an Aino woman will attempt to get rid of her husband in this fashion by wrapping up his headdress in the shape of a corpse and burying it deep in the ground, while she breathes a prayer that her husband may rot and die with the headdress. The Japanese themselves are familiar with similar modes of enchantment. In one of their ancient books, we read of a rebellious minister who made figures of the heir to the throne with intent, no doubt, to do him grievous bodily harm thereby, and sometimes a woman who had been deserted by her lover will make a straw effigy of the faithless gallant and nail it to a sacred tree, adjourning the gods to spare the tree and to visit the sacrilege on the traitor. At a shrine in Compure there stood a pine tree studded with nails which had been thus driven in for the purpose of doing people to death. The Chinese are perfectly aware that you can harm a man by maltreating or cursing an image of him, especially if you have taken care to write on it his name and horoscope. This mode of venting spite on an enemy is said to be commonly practiced in China. In Amoy, such images, roughly made of bamboo splinters and paper, are called substitutes of persons and may be bought very cheap for a cash or so apiece at any shop which sells paper articles for the use of the dead or the gods. For the frugal Chinese are in the habit of palming off paper imitations of all kinds of valuables on the simple-minded ghosts and gods, who take them in all good faith for the genuine articles. As usual, the victim suffers a hurt corresponding to the hurt done to his image. Thus, if you ran a nail or a needle into the eyes of the puppet, your man will go more or less blind. If you stick a pin in its stomach, he will double up of colic. A stab in the heart of the effigy may kill him outright, and in general the more you prick it, and the louder you speak the spell, the more certain is the effect. To make assurance doubly sure, it is desirable to impregnate the effigy, so to say, with the personal influence of the man by passing it clandestinely beforehand over him or hiding it, unbeknown to him, in his clothes or under his bed. If you do that, he is quite sure to die sooner or later. Naturally, these nefarious practices are no new thing in the Chinese Empire. There is a passage in the Chinese Book of Rewards and Penalties which illustrates their prevalence in days gone by. There, under the rubric, to hide an effigy of a man for the purpose of giving him the nightmare, we read as follows. This means hiding the carved wood effigy of a man somewhere with the intent to give him the nightmare. Kong Tung Cho, having died suddenly, some time after he had succeeded to the post of treasurer, he appeared in a dream to the governor of his district and said to him, I have been the victim of an odious crime, and I am come, my lord, to pray you to avenge me. My time to die had not yet come, but my servants gave me the nightmare, and I was choked in my sleep. If you will send secretly some dauntless soldiers, not one of the varlets will escape you. Under the 7th tile of the roof of my house will be found my image carved of wood. Fetch it and punish the criminals. Next day the governor of the district had all the servants arrested, and sure enough, after some search, they found under the aforesaid tile the figure of a man in wood, a foot high, and bristling all over with nails. Bit by bit the wood changed into flesh, and uttered inarticulate cries when it was struck. The governor of the district immediately reported to the prefect of the departure, who condemned several of the servants to suffer the extreme rigour of the law. Magical images in Australia. When some of the Aborigines of Victoria desired to destroy an enemy, they would occasionally retire to a lonely spot, and draw on the ground a rude likeness of the victim, would sit around it, and devote him to destruction with cabalistic ceremonies. So dreaded was this incantation that men and women who learned that it had been directed against them have been known to pine away and die of fright. On the Bloomfield River in Queensland, the natives think they can doom a man by making a rough wooden effigy of him and burying it in the ground, or by painting his likeness on a bull roarer, and they believe that persons whose portraits are carved on a tree at Cape Bedford will waste away. When the wife of a Central Australian native has eloped from him and he cannot recover her, the disconsolate husband repairs with some sympathizing friends to a secluded spot, where a man skilled in magic draws on the ground a rough fire supposed to represent the woman lying on her back. Beside the figure is laid a piece of green bark, which stands for her spirit or soul, and at it the men throw miniature spears which have been made for the purpose and charmed by singing over them. This bark and effigy of the woman's spirit with a little spear sticking in it is then thrown as far as possible in the direction which she is supposed to have taken. During the whole of the operation, the men chant in a low voice, the burden of their song being an invitation to the magic influence to go out and enter her body and dry up all her fat. Sooner or later, often a good deal later, her fat does dry up, she dies, and her spirit is seen in the sky in the form of a shooting star. Magical images in Burma and Africa. In Burma, a rejected lover sometimes resorts to a sorcerer and engages him to make a small image of the scornful fair one, containing a piece of her clothes, or of something which she has been in the habit of wearing. Certain charms or medicines also enter into the composition of the doll, which is then hung up or thrown into the water. As a consequence, the girl is supposed to go mad. In this last example, as in the first of the Malay charms noticed above, homeopathic or imitative magic is blent with contagious magic in the strict sense of the word, since the likeness of the victim contains something which has been in contact with her person. A Matabele who wishes to avenge herself on an enemy makes a clay figure of him and pierces it with a needle. Next time the man thus represented happens to engage in a fight, he will be speared, just as his effigy was stabbed. The Ovambo of southwestern Africa believe that some people have the power of bewitching an absent person by gazing into a vessel full of water till his image appears to them in the water, and they spit at the image and curse the man, and that seals his fate. Magical images in ancient India. The ancient books of the Hindus testify to the use of similar enchantments among their remote ancestors. To destroy his foe, a man would fashion a figure of him in clay and transfix it with an arrow which had been barbed with a thorn and winged with an owl's feathers, or he would mould the figure of wax and melt it in a fire. Sometimes effigies of the soldiers, horses, elephants, and chariots of a hostile army were modelled in dough and then pulled in pieces. Again, to destroy an enemy, the magician would kill a red-headed lizard with the words, "I am killing so-and-so," smear it with blood, wrap it in a black cloth, and having pronounced an incantation, burn it. Another way was to grind up mustard into meal, with which a figure was made of the person who was to be overcome or destroyed. Then, having muttered certain spells to give efficiency to the rite, the enchanter chopped up the image, anointed it with melted butter, curds, or some such thing, and finally burnt it in a sacred pot. The so-called sanguinary chapter of the Kalika Puran, there occurs the following passage. On the autumnal Mahanavani, or when the month is in a lunar mission, Skanda, or Bishaka, let a figure be made, either of barley meal or earth, representing the person with whom the sacrificer is at variance, and the head of the figure be struck off. After the usual texts have been used, the following text is to be used in invoking acts on the occasion. Effuse blood. Be terrific, seize, destroy, for the love of Ambika, the head of his enemy. Magical images in modern India. In modern India, the practices described in these old books are still carried on with mere variations of detail. The magician compounds the fatal image of earth taken from 64 filthy places and mixed up with clippings of hair, parings of nails, bits of leather, and so on. Upon the breast of the image he writes the name of his enemy. Then he pierces it through and through with an awl, or maims it in various ways, hoping thus to maim or kill the object of his vengeance. Among the Nambutiris of Malabar, a figure representing the enemy to be destroyed is drawn on a small sheet of metal, gold by preference, on which some mystic diagrams are also inscribed. The sorcerer then declares that the bodily injury or death of the person shall take place at a certain time. After that he wraps up a little sheet in another sheet or leaf of metal, gold if possible, and buries it in a place where the victim is expected to pass. Sometimes, instead of a small sheet of metal, he buries a live frog or lizard enclosed in a coconut shell, after sticking nails into its eyes and stomach. At the same moment that the animal dies, the person expires also. Among the Mohammedans of North India, the proceeding is as follows. A doll is made of earth, taken from a grave or from a place where bodies are cremated, and some sentences of the Koran are read backwards over 21 small wooden pegs. These pegs the operator next strikes into various parts of the body of the image, which is afterwards shrouded like a corpse, carried to a graveyard, and buried in the name of the enemy whom it is intended to injure. The man, it is believed, will die without fail after the ceremony. A slightly different form of the charm is observed by the Bam-Margi, a very degraded sect of Hindus in the northwest provinces. To kill an enemy, they make an image of flour or earth and stick razors into the breast, navel and throat, while pegs are thrust into the eyes, hands and feet. As if it were not enough, they next construct an image of Bhairava or Durga holding a three-pronged fork in her hand. This they place so close to the effigy of the person to whom mischief is meant that the fork penetrates its breast. To injure a person, a Singali sorcerer will procure a lock of his intended victim's hair, a paring of his nails, or a thread of his garment. Then he fashions an image of him and thrusts nails made of 5 metals into the joints. All these he buries where the unfortunate man is likely to pass. No sooner has he done so than the victim falls ill with swelling or stiffness of joints, or burning sensations in the body, or disfigurements of the mouth, legs and arms. Magical images among the Arabs of North Africa. Similar enchantments are wrought by the Muslim peoples of North Africa. Thus, an Arabic treatise on magic directs that if you wish to deprive a man of the use of his limbs, you should make a waxen image of him, and engrave his name and his mother's name on it with a knife, of which the handle must be made of the same wax. Then smite the limb of the image which answers to the particular limb of the man which you desire to disable. At the same moment the limb of flesh and blood will be paralyzed. The following is another extract of the same treatise. To injure the eyes of an enemy, take a taper, fashion it into the likeness of him whom you would harm. Write on it the 7 signs, along with the name of your enemy, and the name of his mother, and gouge out the 2 eyes of the figure with 2 points. Then put it in a pot with quicklime, on which you must throw a little charib el-haman, and bury the whole near the fire. The fire will make your victim to shriek, and will hurt his eyes, so that he will see nothing, and that the pain will cause him to utter cries of distress. But do not prolong the operation more than 7 days, for he would die, and you would have to answer for it day of the last judgment. If you wish to heal him, withdraw the figure and throw it into water. He will recover with God's leave. Magical images in ancient Egypt and Babylon. Nowhere, perhaps, were the magic arts more carefully cultivated. Nowhere did they enjoy greater esteem or exercise, a deeper influence on the national life, than in the land of the pharaohs. Little wonder, therefore, that the practice of enchantment by means of images was familiar to the wizards of Egypt. A drop of a man's blood, some clippings of his hair, or parings of his nails, a rag of the garment which he had worn, sufficed to give a sorcerer complete power over him. These relics of his person the magician kneaded into a lump of wax, which he moulded into the likeness and dressed after the fashion of his intended victim, who was then at the mercy of his tormentor. If the image was exposed to the fire, the person whom it represented straightway fell into a burning fever. If it was stabbed with a knife, he felt the pain of the wound. Thus, for instance, a certain superintendent of the king's cattle was once prosecuted in an Egyptian court of law for having made figures of men and women in wax, thereby causing paralysis of their limbs and other grievous bodily harm. He had somehow obtained a book of magic which contained the spells and directions how to act in reciting them. Armed with this powerful instrument, the rogue had shut himself up in a secret chamber, and then proceeded to cast spells over the people of his town. In ancient Babylonia, also, it was a common practice to make an image of clay, pitch, honey, fat, or other soft material in the likeness of an enemy, and to injure or kill him by burning, burying, or otherwise ill-treating it. Thus in a hymn to the fire god Nusku, we read, "Those who have made images of me reproducing my features, who have taken away my breath, torn my hairs, who have rent my clothes, have hindered my feet from treading the dust, may the fire god, the strong one, break their charm." Magical images in Babylon and Egypt for the discomfiture of demons. Both in Babylon and in Egypt, this ancient tool of superstition, so baneful in the hands of the mischievous and malignant, was also pressed into the service of religion, and turned to glorious account for the confusion and overthrow of demons. In Babylonian incantation we meet with a long list of evil spirits whose effigies were burnt by the magician in the hope that, as their images melted in the fire, so that the fiends themselves might welt away and disappear. Every night when the sun god Ra sank down to his home in the glowing west, he was assailed by hosts of demons under the leadership of the arch-fiend Pepi. All night long he fought them, and sometimes by day the powers of darkness set up clouds even into the blue Egyptian sky to obscure his light and weaken his power. To aid the sun god in this daily struggle, A ceremony was daily performed in his temple at Thebes. A figure of his foe, Epipai, represented as a crocodile with a hideous face or a serpent with many coils, was made of wax, and on it the demon's name was written in green ink. Wrapped in a papyrus case, on which another likeness of Epipai had been drawn in green ink, the figure was then tied up with black hair, spat upon, hacked with a stone knife, and cast onto the ground. There the priest trod on it with his left foot again and again, and then burned it in a fire made of a certain plant or grass. When Epipai himself had thus been effectually disposed of, waxen effigies of each of his principal demons, and of their fathers, mothers, and children, were made and burnt in the same way. The service, accompanied by the recitation of certain prescribed spells, was repeated not merely morning, noon, and night, but whenever a storm was raging, or heavy rain had set in, or black clouds were stealing across the sky to hide the sun's bright disk. The fiends of darkness, clouds, and rain felt the injuries inflicted on their images as if they had been done to themselves. They passed away, at least for a time, and the beneficent sun god shone out triumphant once more. Magical images in Scotland. From the azure sky, the stately fanes and the solemn ritual of ancient Egypt, we have to travel far in space and time to the misty mountains and the humble cottages of the Scottish Highlands of today. But at our journey's end, we shall find our ignorant countrymen seeking to attain the same end by the same means, and unhappily with the same malignity as the Egyptian of old. To kill a person whom he hates, a modern Highlander will still make a rude clay image of him, called a corp cluer or corp crurida clay body, stick it full of pins, nails, and broken bits of glass, and then place it in a running stream with its head to the current. As every pin is thrust into the figure, an incantation is uttered, and the person represented feels a pain in the corresponding parts of his body. If the intention is to make him die a lingering death, the operator is careful to stick no pins into the region of the heart, whereas he thrusts them into the region deliberately if he desires to rid himself of his enemy at once. And as the clay puppet crumbles away into the running water, so the victim's body is believed to waste away and turn to clay. In Islay, the spell spoken over the corp cray when it is ready to receive the pins is as follows. From behind you are like a ram with an old fleece, and as the pins are being thrust in, a long incantation is pronounced, beginning, as you waste away, may she waste away, as this wounds you, may it wound her. Sometimes, we are told, the effigy is set before a blazing fire on a door which has been taken off its hinges. There it is toasted and turned to make the human victim writhe in agony. The corp cray is reported to have been employed in late years in the countries of Inverness, Ross, and Sutherland. A specimen from Inverness Shire may be seen in the Pitt Rivers Museum in Oxford. It is remarkable, however, that in the Highlands this form of magic has no power over man who has lost any of his members. For example, though Ross Shire witches make a clay figure of Donald of the Ear, they could not destroy him because he had not lost an ear in battle. A similar form of witchcraft known as burying the sheaf seems still to linger in Ireland among the dwellers of the bog of Ardee. The person who works the charm goes first to a chapel and says certain prayers with his back to the altar, and then he takes a sheaf of wheat, which he fastens into the likeness of a human body, sticking pins in the joints of the stems, and according to one account, shaping a heart of plaited straw. This sheaf he buries in the devil's name near the house of his enemy, who will, it is supposed, gradually pine away as the sheaf decays, dying when it finally decomposes. If the enchanter desires his foe to perish speedily, he buries the sheaf in wet ground, where it will soon moulder away. But if, on the other hand, he wishes that his victim should linger in pain, he chooses a dry spot, where decomposition will be slow. However, in Scotland, as in Babylon and Egypt, the destruction of an image has also been employed for the discomfiture of fiends. When Shetland fishermen wish to disenchant their boat, they row it out to sea before sunrise, and as the day is dawning, they put a waxen figure in the boat, while the skipper exclaims, "Go hence, Satan." Magical images to procure offspring in America and Africa. If homeopathic or imitative magic, working by means of images, has commonly been practiced for the spiteful purpose of putting obnoxious people out of the world, it has also, though far more rarely, been employed with the benevolent intention of helping others into it. In other words, it has been used to facilitate childbirth and to procure offspring for barren women. Thus, among the Eskimos of Bering Strait, a barren woman desirous of having a son will consult a shaman, who commonly makes or causes her husband to make a small doll-like image over which he performs certain secret rites, and the woman is directed to sleep with it under her pillow. Amongst the many ceremonies which the Thompson Indian girl of British Columbia had formerly to perform at puberty was the following. She had to run 4 times in the morning, carrying 2 small stones which had been obtained from underneath the water. These were put in her bosom. As she ran, they slipped down between her body and her clothes and fell to the ground. While she ran, she prayed to the dawn that when she should be with the child, she might be delivered as easily as she had been delivered of these stones. Similarly, among the Haida Indians of the Queen Charlotte Islands, a pregnant woman would let round stones, eels, chips, or other small objects slip down over her abdomen for the sake of facilitating her delivery. Among the Nishiman Indians of California, when a woman is childless, her female friends sometimes make out of grass a rude image of a baby and tie it in a small basket after the Indian fashion. Some day, when the woman is from home, they lay this grass baby in her hut. On finding it, she holds it to her breast, pretends to nurse it, and sings it lullabies. This is done as a charm to make her conceive. The Huicol Indians in Mexico believe in a certain mother who is a goddess of conception and childbirth, and lives in a cave near Santa Catarina. A woman desirous of offspring deposits in this cave a doll made of a cotton cloth to represent the baby in which her heart is set. After a while she goes back to the cave, puts the doll under her girdle, and soon afterwards is supposed to be pregnant. With a like intent, Indian women of Peru used to wrap up stones like babies and leave them at the foot of a large stone, which they revered for this purpose. Among the Makatisses, a Kaffir tribe in South Africa, a traveller observed a woman carefully tending a doll made out of gourd, adorned with necklaces of glass beads and heavily weighted with iron ore. On inquiry, he learned that she had been directed by the medicine man to do this as a means of obtaining a child. Among the Basutos, childless wives made rude effigies of clay and give them the name of some tutelar deity. They treat these dolls as if they were real children, and beseech the divinity to whom they have been dedicated them to grant them the power of conception. In Ano, a district of West Africa, women may often be seen carrying wooden dolls strapped like babies on their backs as a cure for sterility. In Japan, when a marriage is unfruitful, the old women of the neighborhood come to the house and go through a pretense of delivering the wife of a child. The infant is represented by a doll. The Maoris had a household god whose image was in the form of an infant. The image was very carefully made, generally life-size, and adorned with the family jewels. Barren women nursed it and dressed it in the most endearing terms in order to become mothers. Magical images to procure offspring in the Eastern Archipelago. Among the Batas of Sumatra, a barren woman who would become a mother will make a wooden image of a child and hold it in her lap, believing that this will lead to the fulfillment of her wish. In the Babar Archipelago, when a woman desires to have a child, she invites a man who is himself the father of a large family to pray on her behalf to Upelero, the spirit of the sun. A doll is made of red cotton, which the woman clasps in her hands as if she would suckle it. Then the father of many children takes a fowl and holds it by the legs to the woman's head, saying, "O Upelero, make use of the fowl. Let fall, let descend a child. I beseech you, I entreat you, let a child fall and descend into my hands and on my lap." Then he asks the woman, "Has the child come?" And she answers, "Yes, it is sucking already." After that, the man holds the fowl on her husband's head and mumbles some form of words. Lastly, the bird is killed and laid, together with some betel, on the domestic place of sacrifice. When the ceremony is over, word goes about in the village that the woman has been brought to bed, and her friends come and congratulate her. Here the pretense that a child has been born is a purely magical rite designed to secure, by means of imitation or mimicry, that a child really shall be born. But an attempt is made to add to the efficiency of the rite by means of prayer and sacrifice. To put it otherwise, magic is here blent with and reinforced by religion. In Sabai, one of the islands in Torres Straits, a similar custom of purely magical character is observed, without any religious alloy. Here, when a woman is pregnant, all the other women assemble. The husband's sister makes an image of a male child and places it before the pregnant woman. Afterwards, the image is nursed until the birth of the child in order to ensure that the baby shall be a boy. To secure male offspring, a woman will also press to her abdomen a fruit resembling the male organ of generation, which she then passes to another woman who has borne none but boys. This, it is clear, is imitative magic in a slightly different form. In the 7th month of a woman's pregnancy, common people in Java observe a ceremony which is plainly designed to facilitate the real birth by mimicking it. Husband and wife repair to a well or to the bank of a neighbouring river. The upper part of the woman's body is bare, but young banana leaves are fastened under her arms, a small opening or other fold being left in the leaves in front. Through this opening or fold in the leaves on his wife's body, the husband lets fall from above a weaver's shuttle. An old woman receives this shuttle as it falls, takes it up in her arms and dandles it as if it were a baby, saying, "Oh, what a dear little child! Oh, what a beautiful little child!" Then the husband lets an egg slip through the fold, and when it lies on the ground as an emblem of the afterbirth, he takes his sword and cuts through the banana leaf at the place of the fold, obviously as if he were severing the navel-string. Persons of high rank in Java observe the ceremony after a fashion in which the real meaning of the rite is somewhat obscured. The pregnant woman is clothed in a long robe, which her husband, kneeling before her, severs with a stroke of his sword from button to top. Then he throws his sword on the ground and runs away as fast as he can. According to another account, the woman is wrapped around with white thread. Her husband cuts it with his sword, throws away an oblong white cord, dashes a fowl's egg to the ground, rolls along a young coconut on which the figures of a man and woman have been painted, and so departs in haste. Among some of the Dayaks of Borneo, when a woman is in hard labour, a wizard is called in, who essays to facilitate the delivery in a rational manner by manipulating the body of the sufferer. Meantime, another wizard outside the room exerts himself to attain the same end by a means which we should regard as wholly irrational. He in fact pretends to be the expectant mother. A large stone attached to his stomach by a cloth wrapped around his body represents the child in the womb, and following the directions shouted to him by his colleague on the real scene of operations, he moves this make-believe baby about in his body in exact imitation of the movements of the real baby till the infant is born. Simulation of birth at adoption and after supposed death. The same principle of make-believe, so due to children, has led other people to employ a simulation of birth as a form of adoption, even as a mode of restoring a supposed dead person to life. If you pretend to give birth to a boy, or even to a great bearded man who has not a drop of your blood in his veins, then in the eyes of primitive law and philosophy, the boy or man is really your son to all intents and purposes. Thus Diodorus tells us that when Zeus persuaded his jealous wife Hera to adopt Hercules, the goddess got into bed, and clasping the burly hero to her bosom, pushed him through her robes, and let him fall to the ground in imitation of a real birth. And the historian adds that in his own day the same mode of adopting children was practiced by the barbarians. At the present time it is said to be still in use in Bulgaria and among the Bosnian Turks. A woman will take a boy whom she intends to adopt and push or pull him through her clothes. Even afterwards, he is regarded as her very son, and inherits the whole property of his adoptive parents. Among the Berawans of Sarawak, when a woman desires to adopt a grown-up man or woman, a great many people assemble and have a feast. The adopting mother, seated in public on a raised and covered seat, allows the adopted person to crawl from behind between her legs. As soon as he appears in front, he is stroked with the sweet-scented blossoms of the areca palm, and tied to the woman. Then the adopting mother and the adopted son or daughter, thus bound together, waddle to the end of the house and back again in front of all the spectators. The tie established between the two by this graphic imitation of childbirth is very strict. An offence committed against an adopted child is reckoned more heinous than one committed against a real child. In Central Africa, the Bahima practiced adoption. The male relatives always take charge of a brother's children. When a man dies, his brother takes any children of the deceased and places them, one by one, in his wife's lap. Then he binds around her waist a thong used for tying the legs of restive cows during milking, just as is done after childbirth. The children are then brought up with his own family. In ancient Greece, any man who has been supposed erroneously to be dead, and for whom, in his absence, funeral rites had been performed, was treated as dead to society till he had gone through the form of being born again. He was passed through a woman's lap, then washed, dressed in swaddling clothes, and put out to nurse. Not until this ceremony had been punctually performed might he mix freely with living folk. In ancient India, under similar circumstances, a supposed dead man had to pass the first night after his return in a tub filled with a mixture of fat and water. There he sat with doubled-up fists, and without uttering a syllable, like a child in the womb, while over him were performed all the sacraments that were wont to be celebrated over a pregnant woman. Next morning he got out of the tub, and went through once more all the other sacraments he had formerly partaken of from his youth up. In particular, he married a wife, or espoused his old one over again with due solemnity. Simulation of birth among the Akikuyu. Amongst the Akikuyu of the British East Africa, every member of the tribe, whether male or female, has to go through a pretense of being born again. The age at which the ceremony is performed varies with the ability of the father to provide the goat or sheep which is required for the due observance of the rite, but it seems that the new birth generally takes place when a child is about 10 years old or younger. If a child's father or mother is dead, a man or woman acts as proxy on the occasion, and in such a case the woman is therefore regarded by the child as its own mother. A goat or sheep is killed in the afternoon, and the stomach and intestines are reserved. The ceremony takes place that evening in a hut. None but women are allowed to be present. A circular piece of the goat skin or sheepskin is passed over one shoulder and under the other arm of the child who is to be born again, and the animal's stomach is similarly passed over the child's other shoulder and under its other arm. The mother or the woman who acts as mother sits on a hide on the floor with the child between her knees. The sheep's or goat's gut is passed round her and brought in front of the child. She groans as if in labour. Another woman cuts the gut as if it were the navel-string, and the child imitates the cry of a newborn infant. Until a lad has thus been born again in mimicry, he may not assist at the disposal of his father's body after death, nor help to carry him out into the wilds to breathe his last. Formerly, the ceremony of the new birth was combined with the ceremony of circumcision, but the two are now kept separate. In origin, we may suppose that this curious pretense of being born again regularly formed part of the initiatory rites through which every Kikuyu lad and every Kikuyu girl had to pass before he or she was recognized as a full-grown member of the tribe. For in many parts of the world, a simulation of death and resurrection has been enacted by candidates on such occasions, as well as on admission to the membership of certain secret societies. The intention of the mock birth or mock resurrection is not clear, but we may conjecture that it is designed on the principles of homeopathic or imitative magic, either to impart to the candidate the powers of a ghost, or to enable him to be reborn again into the world whenever he shall have died in good earnest. Magical images to procure love. Magical images have often been employed for the amiable purpose of winning love. Thus, to shoot an arrow into the heart of a clay image was an ancient Hindu mode of securing a woman's affection. Only the bowstring must be of hemp, the shaft of the arrow must be of black ala wood, its plume an owl's feather, and its barb a thorn. No doubt the wound inflicted on the heart of the clay image was supposed to make a corresponding impression on the woman's heart. Among the Chippewa Indians there used to be a few young men or women who had not little images of the persons whose love they wished to win. They pricked the hearts of the images and inserted magical powders into the punctures, while they addressed the effigies by the names of the persons whom they represented, bidding them requite their affection. Ancient witches and wizards melted wax in the fire in order to make the hearts of their sweethearts to melt of love, and as the wound of love may be inflicted by an image, so by an image it may be healed. How that can be done is told by Heine in a poem based on the experience of one of his own schoolfellows. It is called The Pilgrimage to Kevlar, and describes how sick people offer waxen models of their ailing members to the Virgin Mary at Kevlar in order that she may heal them of their infirmities. In the poem, a lover, wasting away for love of sorrow at the death of his sweetheart, offers to the Virgin the waxen model of a heart with a prayer that she would heal his heartache. Such customs, still commonly observed in some parts of Catholic Europe, are interesting because they show how in later times magic comes to be incorporated with religion. The moulding of wax images of ailing members is in its origin purely magical. The prayer to the Virgin or to a saint is purely religious. The combination of the two is a crude, yet pathetic attempt to turn both magic and religion to account for the benefit of the sufferer. Magical images to maintain domestic harmony. The natives of New Caledonia make use of effigies to maintain or restore harmony between husband and wife. Two spindle-shaped bundles, one representing the man and the other the woman, are tied firmly together to symbolize and ensure the amity of the couple. They are made up of various plants, together with some threads from the woman's girdle and a piece of the man's apron. A bone needle forms the axis of each. The talisman is meant to render the union of the spouses indissoluble, and is carefully treasured by them both. If, nevertheless, a domestic jar should unfortunately take place, the husband repairs to the family burying ground with the precious packet. There he lights a fire with a wood of a particular kind, fumigates the talisman, sprinkles it with water from a prescribed source, waves it round his head, and stirring the needle with the bundle which represents himself, he says, "I change the heart of this woman, that she may love me." If the wife still remains obdurate, he ties a sugar cane to the bundle, and presents it to her through a third person. If she eats the sugar cane, she feels her love for her husband revive. On the other side, she has the right to operate in like manner on the bundle which represents herself, always provided that she does not go into the burying ground, which is strictly forbidden to women. Homeopathic magic in medicine. Another benefit use of homeopathic magic is to heal or prevent sickness. In ancient Greece, when a man died of dropsy, his children were made to sit with their feet in water until the body was burned. This was supposed to prevent the disease from attacking them. Similarly, on the principle of water to water, among the natives of the hills near Rajamahal in India, the body of a person who has died of dropsy is thrown into a river. They think that if the corpse were buried, the disorder would return and carry off other people. Homeopathic treatment of jaundice. The ancient Hindus performed an elaborate ceremony based on homeopathic magic for the cure of jaundice. Its main drift was to banish the yellow colour to yellow creatures and yellow things, such as the sun, to which it properly belongs, and to procure for the patient a healthy red colour from a living, vigorous source, namely a red bull. With the attention, a priest recited the following spell: "Up to the sun shall go thy heartache and thy jaundice. In the colour of the red bull do we envelope thee. We envelope thee in red tints unto long life. May this person go unscathed and be free of yellow colour." The cows whose divinity is Rohini, they who, moreover, are themselves red, Rohine, in their every form and every strength, we do envelope thee. Into the parrots, into the thrush, do we put thy jaundice, and furthermore, into the yellow wagtail do we put thy jaundice. While he uttered these words, the priest, in order to infuse the rosy hue of health into the sallow patient, gave him water to sip, which was mixed with the hair of a red bull. He poured water over the animal's back, and made the sick man drink it. He seated him on the skin of a red bull, and tied a piece of the skin to him. Then, in order to improve his colour by thoroughly eradicating the yellow taint, he proceeded thus. He first daubed him from head to foot in a yellow porridge made of turmeric or curcuma, a yellow plant. Set him on a bed, tied 3 yellow birds, to wit a parrot, a thrush, and a yellow wagtail, by means of a yellow string to the foot of the bed. Then, pouring water over the patient, he washed off the yellow porridge, and with it no doubt the jaundice from him to the birds. After that, by way of giving a final bloom to his complexion, he took some hairs of a red bull, wrapped them in gold leaf, and glued them to the patient's skin. The ancients held that if a person suffering from jaundice looked sharply at a stone curlew, and the bird looked steadily at him, he was cured of the disease. Such is the nature, says Plutarch, and such the temperament of the creature, that it draws out and receives a malady which issues, like a stream, through the eyesight. So well recognized among bird fanciers was this valuable property of the stone curlew, that when they had one of these birds for sale, they kept it carefully covered, lest a jaundiced person should look at it and be cured for nothing. The virtue of the bird lay not in its colour, but in its large golden eye, which, if it do not pass for a tuft of yellow lichen, is the first thing that strikes the searcher as the bird cowers to escape observation, on the sandy flintstone surface of the ground which it loves to haunt, and with which its drab plumage blends so well that only a practised eye can easily detect it. Thus the yellow eye of the bird drew out the yellow jaundice. Pliny tells of another, or perhaps the same bird, to which the Greeks gave their name of jaundice, because if a jaundiced man saw it, the disease left him and slew the bird. He mentions also a stone which is supposed to cure jaundice because its hue resembled that of a jaundiced skin. In modern Greece, jaundice goes by the name of the golden disease, and very naturally it can be healed by gold. To effect a perfect cure, all that you have to do is this. Take a piece of gold, best of all an English sovereign, since English gold is the purest, and put it in a measure of wine. Expose the wine with the gold to the stars for 3 nights, then drink 3 glasses of it daily till it is used up. By that time, the jaundice will be quite washed out of your system. The cure is, in the strictest sense of the word, a sovereign one. A wind cure for jaundice, like the modern Greek one, is to drink a glass of water in which a gold coin has been left overnight. A remedy based on the principle of contraries is to look steadily at pitch or other black substances. In South Russia, a Jewish remedy for jaundice is to wear golden bracelets. Here the great homeopathic principle is clearly the same as in the preceding cases, though its application is different.
Homeopathic treatment of St. Anthony's fire.
In Germany, yellow turnips, gold coins, gold rings, saffron and other yellow things are still esteemed remedies for jaundice, just as a stick of red sealing wax carried on the person cures a red eruption popularly known as St. Anthony's fire, or the bloodstone, with its blood-red spots, allays bleeding. Another popular remedy in Germany for the red St. Anthony's fire, and also for bleeding, is supplied by the common crossbills. In this bird, after the first molt, the difference between the sexes is shown by the hens inclining to yellowish-green, while the cocks becoming diversified by orange, yellow, and red, their plumage finally deepening into a rich crimson red, varied in places by a flame colour. The smallest reflection may convince us that these gorgeous hues must be endowed with very valuable medical properties. Accordingly, in some parts of Bavaria, Saxony, and Bohemia, people keep crossbills in cages in order that the red bills may draw the red St. Anthony's fire and the inflammation of fever to themselves, and so relieve the human patient.
Homeopathic virtue of crossbills.
Often in a peasant's cottage, you may see the red bird in its cage hanging beside a sick bed and drawing to itself the hectic flush from the cheeks of the hot and restless patient, who lies tossing under the blankets. After the dried body of a crossbill has only to be placed on a wound to stop the bleeding at once, it is not the colour only of the feathers which produce this sanctuary effect. The peculiar shape of the bill, which gives the bird its English and German name, is a contributory cause, for the horny sheaths of the bill cross each other obliquely, and this formation undoubtedly enables a bird to draw diseases to itself more readily than a beak of the common shape could possibly do. Curious observers have even remarked that when the upper bill crosses the lower to the right, the bird will attract the diseases of men, whereas if the upper bill crosses the lower to the left, it will attract the diseases of women. But I cannot vouch for the accuracy of this particular observation. However that may be, certain it is that no fire will break out in a house where a crossbill is kept in a cage, neither will lightning strike the dwelling, and this immunity can only be ascribed to the protective colouring of the bird, the red hue of its plumage serving to ward off the red lightning and to nip a red conflagration in the bud. However, the poor bird seldom lives to old age, nor could this reasonably be expected of a creature which has to endure so much vicarious suffering. It generally falls a victim to one rather of the maladies of which it has relieved our ailing humanity. The causes which have given the crossbill its remarkable colour and the peculiar shape of its bill have escaped many naturalists, but they are familiar to children in Germany. The truth is that when Jesus Christ hung on the cross, a flight of crossbills fluttered around him and tugged with their bills at the nails in his hands and feet to draw them out, till their feathers, which were grey before, were all bedabbled with blood, and their beaks, which had been straight, were twisted awry. So red have been their feathers, and twisted their beaks from that day to this. Another cure prescribed in Germany for St. Anthony's fire is to rub the patient with ashes from a house that has been burned down, for it is easy to see that as the fire died out in the house, so St. Anthony's fire will die out in that man.
The shrew mouse and the shrew ash.
A curious application of homeopathic magic to the cure of disease is founded on the old English superstition that if a shrew mouse runs over a beast, be it a horse, cow, or sheep, the animal suffers cruelly and may lose the use of its limb. Against this accident, the farmer used to keep a shrew ash at hand as a remedy. A shrew ash was prepared thus: a deep hole was bored into the tree, and a shrew mouse was thrust in alive and plugged in, probably with some incantations which have been forgotten.
Homeopathic prescriptions to make the hair grow.
An ancient Indian cure for a scanty crop of hair was to pour a solution of certain plants over the head of the patient. This has to be done by a doctor who is dressed in black and had eaten black food, and the ceremony must be performed in the early morning, while the stars were fading in the sky, and before the black cows had risen cawing from their nests. The exact virtue of these plants has escaped our knowledge, but we can hardly doubt that they were dark and hairy, while the black clothes of the doctor, his black food, and the swarthy hue of the crows unquestionably combined to produce a crop of black hair on the patient's head. A more disagreeable means of attracting the same end is adopted by some of the tribes of Central Australia. To promote the growth of a boy's hair, a man with flowing locks bites the youth's scalp as hard as he can, being urged thereto by his friends, who sit round watching him at his task, while the sufferer howls aloud in pain. Clearly on the principle of capillary attraction, if I may say so, he thus imparts of his own mature abundance to the scarcity of his youthful friend.
Various homeopathic remedies.
One of the great merits of homeopathic magic is that it enables the cure to be performed on the person of the doctor instead of that of his victim, who is thus relieved of all trouble and inconvenience, while he sees his medical man writhe in anguish before him.
Homeopathic cures.
For example, the peasants of Perche in France labour under the impression that a prolonged fit of vomiting is brought about by the patient's stomach becoming unhooked, as they call it, and so falling down. Accordingly, a practitioner is called in to restore the organ to its proper place. After hearing the symptoms, he at once throws himself into the most horrible contortions for the purpose of unhooking his own stomach. Having succeeded in the effort, he next hooks it up again in another series of contortions and grimaces, while the patient experiences a corresponding relief. Fee 5 francs. In like manner, a Dyak medicine man who has been fetched in a case of illness will lie down and pretend to be dead. He is accordingly treated like a corpse, is bound up in mats, taken out of the house, and deposited on the ground. After about an hour or other, medicine men lose the pretended dead man and bring him to life. And as he recovers, the sick person is supposed to recover too. A cure for a tumour based on the principle of homeopathic magic is prescribed by Marcellus of Bordeaux, court physician in Theodosius I, in his curious work on medicine. It is as follows: take a root of vervain, cut it across, and hang one end of it round the patient's neck, and the other in the smoke of the fire. As the vervain dries up in the smoke, so the tumour will also dry up and disappear. If the patient should afterwards prove ungrateful to the good physician, the man of skill can avenge himself very easily by throwing the vervain in water, for as the root absorbs the moisture once more, the tumour will return. The same sapient writer recommends you, if you are troubled with pimples, to watch for a falling star, and then instantly, while the star is still shooting from the sky, to wipe the pimples with a cloth or anything that comes to hand. Just as the star falls from the sky, so the pimples will fall from your body, only you must be very careful not to wipe them with your bare hand, or the pimples will be transferred to it. End of section 3. The Golden Bough, Volume 1, The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Volume 1, by James Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Section 4, Chapter 3, Sympathetic Magic, Subchapter 2, Homeopathic or Imitative Magic, Part 2.
Sympathetic magic to ensure food supply.
Further, homeopathic and in general sympathetic magic plays a great part in the measures taken by the rude hunter or fisherman to secure an abundant supply of food. On the principle that like produces like, many things are done by him and his friends in deliberate imitation of the result which he seeks to attain, and, on the other hand, many things are scrupulously avoided because they bear some more or less fanciful resemblance to others which would really be disastrous.
Sympathetic use of sympathetic magic in Central Australia.
Nowhere is the theory of sympathetic magic more systematically carried into practice for the maintenance of the food supply than in the barren regions of Central Australia. Here the tribes are divided into a number of totem clans, each of which is charged with the duty of propagating and multiplying their totem for the good of the community by means of magical ceremonies and incantations.
Intechuma, or magical ceremonies for the increase of the totemic animals and plants in Central Australia.
The great majority of the totems are edible animals and plants, and the general result supposed to be accomplished by these magical totemic ceremonies, or Intechuma, as the Arunta call them, is that of supplying the tribe with food and other necessaries. Often the rites consist of an imitation of the effect which the people desire to produce. In other words, their magic is of the homeopathic or imitative sort.
Witchetty Grub Ceremony.
Thus among the Arunta, the men of the Witchetty Grub totem perform a series of elaborate ceremonies for multiplying the grub, which the other members of the tribe use as food. One of the ceremonies is a pantomime representing the fully developed insect in an act of emerging from the chrysalis. A long narrow structure of branches is set up to imitate the chrysalis case of the grub. In this structure, a number of men, who have the grub for their totem, sit and sing of the creature in its various stages. Then they shuffle out of it in a squatting posture, and as they do, they sing of the insect emerging from the chrysalis. This is supposed to multiply the numbers of the grubs.
Emu Ceremony.
Again, in order to multiply emus, which are an important article of food, the men of the emu totem in the Arunta tribe proceed as follows. They clear a small spot of level ground, and opening veins in their arms, they let the blood stream out until the surface of the ground, for a space of about 3 square yards, is soaked with it. When the blood is dried and caked, it forms a hard and fairly impermeable surface, on which they paint the sacred design of the emu totem, especially the parts of the bird which they like best to eat, namely the fat and the eggs. Round this painting the men sit and sing. Afterwards, performers, wearing headdresses to represent the long neck and small head of the emu, mimic the appearance of the bird as it stands aimlessly peering about in all directions.
Hakea Flower Ceremony.
Again, men of the Hakea flower totem in the Arunta tribe perform a ceremony to make the Hakea tree burst into blossom. The scene of the ceremony is a little hollow, by the side of which grows the ancient Hakea tree. In the middle of the hollow is a small worn block of stone, supposed to represent a mass of Hakea flowers. Before the ceremony begins, an old man of the totem carefully sweeps the ground clean, then stokes the stone all over with his hands. After that the men sit round the stone and chant invitations to the tree to flower much and to the blossoms to be filled with honey. Finally, at the request of the old leader, one of the young men opens a vein in his arm and lets the blood flow freely over the stone, while the rest continue to sing. The flow of blood is supposed to represent the preparation of the favourite drink of the natives, which is made by steeping the Hakea flower in water. As soon as the stone is covered with blood, the ceremony is complete.
Kangaroo Ceremony.
Again, the men of the kangaroo totem in the Arunta tribe perform ceremonies for the multiplication of kangaroos at a certain rocky ledge, which, in the opinion of the natives, is full of the spirits of kangaroos ready to go forth and inhabit kangaroo bodies. A little higher up on the hillside are 2 blocks of stone which represent a male and female kangaroo respectively. At the ceremony, these 2 blocks are rubbed with a stone by 2 men. Then the rocky ledge below is decorated with alternate vertical stripes of red and white, to indicate the red fur and white bones of the kangaroo. After that, a number of young men sit on the ledge, open veins in their arms, and allow the blood to spurtle over the edge of the rock on which they are seated. This pouring out of the blood of the kangaroo, men on the rock, is thought to drive out the spirits of the kangaroo in all directions, and so to increase the number of the animals. While it is taking place, the other men sit below watching the performers and singing songs which refer to the expected increase of kangaroos.
Grass Seed Ceremony.
In the Kaitish tribe, when the headman of the grass seed totem wishes to make the grass grow, he takes 2 sacred sticks or stones, charinga, of the well-known Bora pattern, smears them with red ochre, and decorates them with lines and dots of down to represent grass seed. He then rubs the sticks or stones together so that the down flies off in all directions. The down is supposed to carry with it some virtue from the sacred stick or stone whereby the grass seed is made to grow. For days afterwards, the headman walks about by himself in the bush, singing the grass seed and carrying one of the sacred bull roarers, Charinga, with him. At night he hides the implement in the bush and returns to camp, where he may have no intercourse with his wife. But during all this time he is believed to be so full of magic power derived from the bull roarer that if he had intercourse with her, the grass seed would not grow properly and his body would swell up when he tasted of it. When the seed begins to grow, he still goes on singing to make it grow more, but when it is fully grown, he brings back the sacred implement to his camp, hidden in bark, and having gathered a store of the seed, he leaves it with the men of the other half of the tribe, saying, "You eat the grass seed in plenty. It is very good and grows in my country."
Mana ceremony.
A somewhat similar ceremony is performed by men of the Mana totem in the Arunta tribe for the increase of their totem. This mana is a product of the mulga tree, Acacia annua, and resembles a better-known sugar mana of gum trees. When the men of the totem wish to multiply the mana, they resort to a great boulder of grey rock, curiously streaked with black and white seams, which is thought to represent a mass of mana, deposited there long ago by a man of the totem. The same significance is attributed to other smaller stones which rest on the top of the boulder. The headman of the totem begins the ceremony by digging up a sacred bull roarer, Charinga, which is buried in the earth at the foot of the boulder. It is supposed to represent a lump of mana, and to have lain there ever since the remote Alcaringa, or dream time, the farthest part of which these savages have any conception. Next, the headman climbs to the top of the boulder and rubs it with the bull roarer, and after that he takes the smaller stones, and with them rubs the same spot on the boulder. Meantime the other men, sitting round about, chant loudly an invitation to the dust produced by the rubbing of the stones to go out and generate a plentiful supply of mana on the mulga trees. Finally, the twigs of the mulga of the leader sweeps away the dust which is gathered on the surface of the stone. His intention is to cause the dust to settle on the mulga trees and so produce mana.
Euro ceremony.
Again, in a rocky gorge at the Murchison Range, there are numbers of little heaps of rounded, water-worn stones carefully arranged on beds of leaves and hidden away under piles of rougher quartzite blocks. In the opinion of the Warramunga tribe, these rounded stones represent Euros, that is, a species of kangaroo. According to their size, they stand for young or old, male or female Euros. Any old man of the Euro totem who happens to pass the spot may take the stones out, smear them with red ochre, and rub them well. This is supposed to cause the spirits of Euros to pass out from the stones and to be born as animals, thus increasing the food supply.
Cockatoo ceremony.
Again, in the Warramunga tribe, Messrs. Spencer and Gillen saw and heard a ceremony which is believed to multiply white cockatoos to a wonderful extent. From 10 o'clock one evening until after sunrise next morning, the headman of the white cockatoo totem held in his hand a rude effigy of the cockatoo and imitated the harsh cry of the bird with exasperating monotony all night long. When his voice failed him, his son took up the call and relieved the old man until such time as his father was rested enough to begin again.
Homeopathic or imitative character of these rites.
In this last ceremony, the homeopathic or imitative character of the rite is particularly plain. The shape of the bird which is to be multiplied is mimicked by an effigy. Its cry is imitated by the human voice. In others of the ceremonies just described, the homeopathic principle works by means of stones, which resemble in shape the edible animals or plants that the natives desire to increase. We shall see presently that the Melanesians similarly attribute fertilizing virtues to stones of certain shapes.
Use of human blood in these ceremonies.
Meantime, it deserves to be noticed that in some of these Australian rites for the multiplication of the totemic animals, the blood of the men of the totem plays an important part. Similarly, in a ceremony performed by men of the Dieri tribe for the multiplication of carpet snakes and iguanas, the performers wound themselves, and the blood that drips from their wounds is poured on a sandhill in which the mythical ancestor is believed to be buried, and from which carpet snakes and iguanas are confidently expected to swarm forth. Again, when the headman of the fish totem in the Wonkgongaru tribe desires to make fish plentiful, he paints himself all over with red ochre, and taking little pointed bones, goes into a pool. There he pierces his scrotum and the skin around the navel with the bones, and sits down in the water. The blood from the wounds, as it mingles with the water, is supposed to give rise to fish. In all these cases, clearly, a fertilizing virtue is ascribed to human blood. The description is interesting, and may possibly go some way to explain the widely spread custom of voluntary wounds and mutilations in religious or magical rites. It may therefore be worth, even at the cost of a digression, to ensure a little more closely into the custom as it practiced by the rude savages of Australia.
Blood poured into graves.
In the first place, then, the daily custom of pouring blood over the supposed remains of the ancestor in his sandhill closely resembles the custom observed by some of the Australian Aborigines at the graves of their relatives. Thus, among the tribes on the River Darling, several men used to stand by the open grave and cut each other's heads with a boomerang, then hold their bleeding heads over the grave so that the blood dripped on the corpse at the bottom of it. If the deceased was highly esteemed, the bleeding was repeated after some earth had been thrown on the corpse. Among the Arunta, it is customary for the women and kingsfolk to cut themselves at the grave so that blood flows upon it. Again, at the Vees River in Western Australia, before the body was lowered into the graves, the natives used to gash their thighs, and at the flowing of the blood they all said, "I have brought blood," and they stamped the foot forcibly on the ground, sprinkling the blood around them, then wiping the wounds with a wisp of leaves. They threw it, all bloody, on the dead man. After that, they let the body down into the grave.
Blood given to the sick and aged.
Further, it is a common practice with the Central Australians to give human blood to the sick and aged for the purpose of strengthening them. And in order that the blood may have this effect, it need not always be drunk by the infirm person. It is enough to sprinkle it on his body. For example, a young man will often open a vein in his arm and let the blood trickle over the body of an older man in order to strengthen his aged friend, and sometimes the old man will drink a little of the blood. So in illness the blood is sometimes applied outwardly as well as inwardly, the patient both drinking it and having it rubbed over his body. Sometimes, apparently, he only drinks it. The blood is drawn from a man or woman who is related to the sufferer either by blood or marriage, and the notion always is to convey to the sick person some of the strength of the blood giver. In the Wimbayo tribe, if a man had nearly killed his wife in a paroxysm of rage, the woman was laid on the ground, and the husband's arms being tightly bound above the elbows. The medicine man opens his veins in them and allows the blood to flow on the prostrate body of the victim till the man grew faint. The intention of thus bleeding the man over the woman was apparently to restore her to life by means of the blood drawn from her assailant.
Blood used by an avenging party.
Again, before an avenging party starts to take the life of a distant enemy, all the men stand up, open their veins in their genital organs with sharp flints or pointed sticks, and allow the blood to spurt all over each other's thighs. The ceremony is supposed to strengthen the men mutually, and also to knit them so closely together that treachery henceforth becomes impossible. Sometimes for the same purpose, blood is drawn from the arm and drunk by the men of the avenging party, and if one of them refuses thus to pledge himself, the others will force his mouth open and pour the blood into it. After that, even if he wishes to play the traitor and to give the doomed man warning, he cannot do so. He is bound by a physical necessity to side with the avengers whose blood he has swallowed.
Blood of circumcision and circumcision, uses made of it.
Further, it is worthwhile to notice some uses made of human blood in connection with the ceremonies of circumcision and circumcision, which all lads of the Central Australian tribes have to undergo before they are recognised as full-grown men. For example, the blood drawn from them at these operations is caught in a hollow shield and taken to certain kinsmen or kinswomen, who drink it, or have it smeared on their breasts and foreheads. The motive of this practice is not mentioned, but on the analogy of the preceding customs, we may conjecture that it is to strengthen the relatives who partake of the blood. This interpretation is confirmed by analogos used in Queensland of the blood drawn from a woman at the operation which in the female sex corresponds to circumcision in the male. For that blood mixed with another ingredient is kept and drunk as a medicine by any sick person who may be in the camp at the time. Moreover, it is corroborated by a similar use of the foreskin which has been removed by circumcision, for among the southern Arunta this piece of skin is given to the younger brother of the circumcised lad, and he swallows it in the belief that it will make him grow strong and tall. In the tribe at Fowler's Bay, who practice both circumcision and subincision, the severed foreskin is swallowed by the operator, perhaps in order to strengthen the lad sympathetically. In some tribes in northwest Australia, it is the lad himself who swallows his own foreskin mixed with kangaroo flesh, while in other tribes of the same region, the severed portion is taken by the relations and deposited under the bark of a large tree. The possible significance of this latter treatment of the foreskin will appear presently. Among the Kolkuduns of Cloningly in northern Queensland, the foreskin is strung on twine made of human hair, and is then tied round the mother's neck to keep off the devil. In the Warramunga tribe, the old men draw blood from their own subincised urethras in presence of the lads, who a few days before have undergone the operation of subincision. The object of this custom, we are told, is to promote the healing of the young men's wounds and to strengthen them generally. It does not appear that the blood of the old men is drunk by or smeared upon the youths. Seemingly, it is supposed to benefit them sympathetically without direct contact.
Anodynes based on the principle of homeopathic magic.
A similar action of blood at a distance may partially explain a very singular custom observed by the Arunta women at the moment when a lad has been subincised. The operation is performed at a distance from, but within hearing of the women's camp. When the boy is seized in order to be operated on, the men of the party raise a loud shout of "Pierre." At that sound, the women immediately assemble in their camp, and the boy's mother cuts gashes across the stomach and shoulders of the boy's sisters, her own elder sisters, and old women who furnish the boy with the sacred fire at circumcision, and all the women whose daughters he would be allowed to marry. And while she cuts, she imitates the sound made by the men who are subincising her son. These cuts generally leave behind them a definite series of scars. They have a name of their own, Orpuna, and are often resembled by definite lines on the bull roarers. What the exact meaning of this extraordinary ceremony may be, I cannot say, but perhaps one of its supposed effects may be to relieve the boy's pain by transferring it to his womenkind. In like manner, when the Warramunga men are fighting each other with blazing torches, the women burn themselves with lighted twigs, in the belief that by doing so they prevent the men from inflicting serious injuries to each other. The theory further receives some support from certain practices formerly observed by the natives inhabiting the coast of New South Wales. Before lads had their noses bored, the medicine men threw themselves into contortions on the ground, and after pretending to suffer great pain, were delivered of bones, which were to be used at the ceremony of nose boring. The lads were told that the more the medicine men suffered, the less pain they themselves would feel. Again, among the same natives, when a woman was in labour, a female friend would tie one end of the cord round the sufferer's neck and rub her own gums with the other end till they bled, possibly in order to draw away the pain from the mother to herself. For a similar reason, perhaps, in Samoa, the blood was being drawn from a virgin bride. Her friends, young and old, beat their heads with stones till they bled.
Fertilizing virtue attributed to blood of circumcision and subincision.
Lastly, in some tribes the blood shed at the circumcision and subincision of lads is collected in paper bark and buried in the bank of a pool where water lilies grow. This is supposed to promote the growth of the lilies. Needless to say, this rude attempt at horticulture is not prompted by a simple delight in contemplating these beautiful bright blue flowers which bloom in the Australian wilderness, decking the surface of pools by countless thousands. The savages feed on the stems and roots of the lilies. That is why they desire to cultivate them.
Fertilizing virtue attributed to foreskin.
And the last practice of fertilizing virtue is clearly attributed to the blood of circumcision and subincision. The Anula tribe, who among others observe the custom, obviously ascribe the same virtue to the severed foreskin, for they bury it also by the side of the pool. The Warramunga entertain the same opinion of this part of the person, for they place the foreskin in a hole made by a witchetty grub in a tree, believing that it will cause a plentiful supply of these edible grubs. Among the Unmatjara, the custom is somewhat different, but taken in connection with their traditions, it is even more significant. The boy puts his severed foreskin on a shield, covers it up with a broad spear thrower, then carries it in the darkness of night, lest anyone should see what he is doing, to a hollow tree in which he deposits it. He tells no one where he has hidden it, except a man who stands to him in the relation of father, sister, son. Nowadays, there is no special relation between the boy and the tree, but formerly the case seems to have been different. For according to tradition, the early mythical ancestors of the tribe placed their foreskins in their nanja trees, that is, in their local totem trees, the trees from which their spirits came forth at birth, and to which they would return after death.
Belief of the Central Australian tribes in the reincarnation of the dead.
If it seems highly probable such a custom as that recorded by the tradition ever prevailed, its intention could hardly be any other than that of securing the future birth and reincarnation of the owner of the foreskin where he should have died and his spirit returned to its abode in the tree. For among all these central tribes, the belief is firmly rooted that the human soul undergoes an endless series of reincarnations, the living men and women of one generation being nothing but the spirits of their ancestors come to life again, and destined to be themselves reborn in the persons of their descendants. During the interval between two incantations, the souls live in their nanja spots or local totem centers, which are always natural objects such as trees or rocks. Each totem clan has a number of such totem centers scattered over the country. There the souls of the dead men and women of the totem, but of no other, congregate during their disembodied state, and thence they issue and are born again in human form where a favourable opportunity presents itself. It might well be thought that a man's new birth would be facilitated if, in his lifetime, he could lay upon a stock of vital energy for the use of his disembodied spirit after death. That he did, apparently by detaching a portion of himself, namely the foreskin, and depositing it in the nanja tree, or rock, or whatever it might be.
Circumcision perhaps intended to ensure a reincarnation.
Is it possible that in this belief and this practice we have the long-lost key to the meaning of circumcision? In other words, can it be that circumcision was originally intended to ensure the rebirth at some future time of the circumcised man by disposing of the severed portion of his body in such a way as to provide him with a stock of energy on which his disembodied spirit could draw when the critical moment of reincarnation came round? The conjecture is confirmed by the observation that among the Akikyu of British East India, the ceremony of circumcision used to be regularly combined with the graphic pretense of rebirth enacted by the novice. If this should prove to be intended, the clue to the meaning of circumcision, it would be natural to look for an explanation of subincision along the same lines.
Subincision possibly also designed to secure rebirth.
Now we have seen that the blood of subincision is used both to strengthen relatives and to make water lilies grow. Hence we may conjecture that the strengthening and fertilizing virtue of the blood was applied, like the foreskin of circumcision, to lay up a store of energy in the nanja spot against the time when the man's feeble ghost would need it. The intention of both ceremonies would thus be to ensure the future reincarnation of the individual by quickening the little totem center, the home of his disembodied spirit, with a vital portion of himself. That portion, whether the foreskin or the blood, was in a manner seed sown to grow up and provide his immortal spirit with a new body when his old body should have mouldered in the dust.
Knocking out of teeth in Australia perhaps practiced for the same purpose.
Perhaps the same theory may serve to explain another initiatory rite practiced by some of the Australian Aborigines, namely, knocking out of teeth. This is the principal ceremony of initiation amongst the tribes of eastern and southern Australia, and it is often practiced, though not as an initiatory rite, by the central tribes with whom the essential rites of initiation are circumcision and subincision. On the hypothesis here suggested, we should expect to find the tooth regarded as a vital part of the man which was sacrificed to ensure another life for him after death. The durability of the teeth, compared to the corruptible nature of the greater part of the body, might be a sufficient reason with a savage philosopher for choosing this portion of the corporeal frame on which to pin his hope of immortality. The evidence at our disposal certainly does not suffice to establish this explanation of the rite. There are some facts which seem to point at this direction. In the first place, the extracted tooth is supposed to remain in sympathetic connection with the man from whom it has been removed, and if proper care is not taken of it, he may fall ill. With some Victorian tribes, the practice was for the mother of the lad to choose a young gum tree and to insert her son's teeth in the bark, at the fork of two of the topmost boughs. Even afterwards, the tree was held in a sense sacred. it was made known only to certain persons of the tribe, and the youth himself was never allowed to learn where his teeth had been deposited. When he died, the tree was killed by fire. Thus in a fashion the tree might be said to be bound up with the life of the man whose teeth it contained, since when he died it was destroyed. Further, among some of the central tribes, the extracted tooth is thrown away as far as possible in the direction of the spot where the man's mother is supposed to have had her camp in the far-off legendary time which is known as the Alcaringa. May not this be done to secure the rebirth of the man's spirit in that place? In the Gnanji tribe, the extracted tooth is buried by the man's or woman's mother beside a pool, for the purpose of stopping the rain and increasing the number of water lilies that grow in the pool.
Extraction of teeth associated with the rain.
Thus the same fertilizing virtue is ascribed to the tooth which is attributed to the foreskin severed at circumcision and to the blood drawn at circumcision. Why the drawing of teeth should be supposed to stop rain I cannot guess. Curiously enough, among the central tribes generally, the extraction of teeth has a special association with rain and water. Thus among the Arunta, it is practiced chiefly by the members of the rain or water totem, and it is nearly, if not quite obligatory, on all the men and women of that totem, whereas it is merely optional with the members of the other clans. Further, the ceremony is always performed among the Arunta immediately after the magical ceremony for the making of rain. In the Warramunga tribe, the knocking out of the teeth generally takes place towards the end of the wet season, when the waterholes are full and the natives do not wish any more rain to fall. Moreover, it is always performed on the banks of a waterhole. The persons to be operated on entering the pool fill their mouths with water, spit it out in all directions, and splash the water over themselves, taking care to wet thoroughly the crown of the head. Immediately afterwards, the tooth is knocked out. The Chingili also knock out teeth towards the close of the wet season, when they think they have had enough of rain. The extracted tooth is thrown into the waterhole, in the belief that it will drive rain and clouds away. I merely note, without attempting to account for, this association between the extraction of teeth and the stopping of rain.
Extraction of tooth used to determine a man's country and totem.
The natives of the Cape York Peninsula in Queensland use the extraction of the tooth to determine both the man's totem and the country to which he belongs. While the tooth is being knocked out, they mention the various districts owned or frequented by the lad's mother, her father, or other of her relatives. The one which happens to be mentioned at the moment when the tooth breaks away is a country to which the lad belongs in the future, that is, the country where he will have the right to hunt and to gather roots and fruits. Further, the bloody spittle which he ejects after the extraction of the tooth is examined by the old men, who trace some likeness between it and a natural object, such as an animal, a plant, or a stone. Henceforth that object will be the young man's Ari or totem. Some light is thrown on this ceremony by a parallel custom which the natives of the Pennefather River in Queensland observe at the birth of the child. They believe that every person's spirit undergoes a series of reincarnations, and that during the interval between two successive reincarnations, the spirit stays in one or other of the haunts of Unjia, the being who causes conception in women by putting mud babies into their wombs.
Belief in reincarnation among the natives of the Pennefather River in Queensland.
Hence, in order to determine where the new baby spirit resided, since it was last in the flesh, they mention Unjia's haunts, one after the other, while the grandmother is cutting the child's navel-string, and the place which happens to be mentioned when the navel-string breaks is a spot where the spirit lodged since its last incarnation, that is, the country to which the child belongs. There he will have the right of hunting when he grows up. Hence, according to the home from which the spirit came to dwell among men, a child may be known as a baby obtained from a tree, a rock, or a pool of fresh water. Unjia, with whom the souls of the dead live till their time comes to be born again, is never seen, but you may hear him laughing in the depths of the woods, among the rocks, down in the lagoons, and among the mangrove swamps. Hence we may fairly infer that the country assigned to a man of the Cape York Peninsula at the extraction of his tooth is one where his spirit tarried during the interval which elapsed since his last incarnation. His totem, which is determined at the same time, may possibly be the animal, plant, or other natural object in which his spirit resided since its last embodiment in human form, or perhaps rather in which a part of his spirit may be supposed to lodge outside his body during life. The latter view is favoured by the belief of the tribe of the Painfather River, whose practice at childbirth so closely resembles that of the Cape York natives at puberty. For the Painfather people hold that during a man's life, a portion of his spirit lodges outside of his body in his afterbirth. However that may be, it seems probable that among the Cape York natives, the custom of knocking out the tooth is closely associated with a theory of reincarnation. Perhaps the same theory explains a privilege enjoyed by the Kamilaroi tribe of New South Wales. They claimed a superiority over the surrounding tribes, and enforced their claim by extracting from them the teeth knocked out at puberty. The extraction of this tribute might have passed for a mere assertion of suzerainty, were it not that the Kamilaroi knocked out their own teeth also. Perhaps the extracted teeth were believed secure to their present possessors a magical control over their former owners, not only during life but after death, so that armed with them the Kamilaroi could help or hinder the rebirth of their departed friends or enemies.
Australian initiatory rites meant to secure rebirth.
Thus, if I am right, the essential feature in all three great initiatory rites of the Australians is the removal of a vital part of the person which shall serve as a link between two successive incarnations by preparing for the novice a new body to house his spirit when its present tabernacle shall have been worn out.
Certain funeral rites also intended to ensure reincarnation.
Now, if there is any trouble in this suggestion, we should expect to find that measures to ensure reincarnation are also taken at death and burial. This seems in fact to be done, for in the first place the practice of pouring the blood of kinsmen and kinswomen into the grave is obviously susceptible of this explanation, since in accordance with the Australian usages, which I have cited, the blood might well be thought to strengthen the feeble ghost for a new birth.
Australian funeral ceremonies intended to ensure the reincarnation of the dead.
The same may be said of the Australian custom of depositing hair with the dead, for it is a common notion that the hair is the seat of strength. Again, it has been a rule with some Australian tribes to bury their dead on the spot where they were born. This was very natural if they desired the dead man to be born again. Further, the common Australian practice of depositing the dead in trees may, in some cases at least, have been designed to facilitate rebirth, for trees are often the places in which the souls of the dead reside, and for which they come forth to be born again in human shape. Thus the Unmatjara and Katish tribes bury very aged women and decrepit old men in the ground, but the bodies of children, young women and men in the prime of life are laid on platforms among the boughs of trees. In regard to children, we are definitely told that this is done in the hope that before very long its spirit may come back again into the body of a woman, in all probability that of its former mother. Further, the Arunta, who bury their dead, are careful to leave a low depression on one side of the mound, in order that the spirit may pass out and in, and this depression always faces towards the dead man's or woman's camping ground in the Alkaringa, or remote past, that is, the spot which he or she inhabited in spirit form. Is not this done to let the spirit rid itself of its decaying tabernacle and repair to the place where in due time it will find a new and better body? In this connection, the final burial rites in the Binbinga, Aluna, and Maro tribes are worthy of remark. Among these people, the bones of the dead are, after a series of ceremonies, deposited in a hollow log, on which the dead man's totem is painted. This log is then placed, with the bones, in the boughs of a tree beside a pool, so that if possible it overhangs the water. For about 3 wet seasons, the father and son of the deceased, who placed the log there, are alone allowed to eat water lilies out of that pool, and no woman is permitted to go near the spot. There the bones of the dead man remain till the log rots and they fall into the water or are carried away by a flood. When the burial rites are all over, the spirit of the deceased returns to its Mungai spot, that is, to the place where it dwells in the interval between 2 successive incarnations. Sooner or later it will be born again. These rites seem, therefore, clearly to be a preparation for the new rebirth.
Belief in reincarnation and measures taken to secure it among other peoples.
As the belief in reincarnation is shared by many peoples besides the Australians, it is natural to suppose that funeral rites intended to facilitate the rebirth of the deceased may be found in other parts of the world. Elsewhere I have cited examples of these rites. Here I will add a few more. It is especially the bodies of dead infants which are the object of such ceremonies, for since their lives have been cut prematurely short, it seems reasonable to give their souls a chance of beginning again and lengthening out their existence on earth to its natural close.
Reincarnation among the back issue of Mount Aegon.
But it is not always dead babies only whom the living seek thus to bring back to life. For example, we read that round about Mount Elgon in East Africa, the custom of throwing out the dead is universal among all the clans of Bagishu, except in the case of the youngest child or the old grandfather or grandmother, for whom, like the child, a prolonged life on earth is desired. When it is desired to perpetuate on the earth the life of some old man or woman, or that of some young baby, the corpse is buried inside the house or just under the eaves until another child is born to the nearest relation of the corpse. This child, male or female, takes the name of the corpse, and the Bagishu firmly believe that the spirit of the dead has passed into this new child and lives again on earth. The remains are then dug up and thrown out into the open.
Reincarnation among the tribes of the Lower Congo.
Similarly, among the tribes of the Lower Congo, a baby is always buried near the house of its mother, never in the bush. They think that if the child is not buried near its mother's house, she will be unlucky and never have any more children. It's believed that the only new thing about the child is its body. The spirit is old and formerly belonged to some deceased person, or it may have the spirit of some living person. They have two reasons for believing this. The child speaks early of strange things the mother has never taught. It's so that they believe the old spirit is talking to the child. Again, if the child is like its mother, father or uncle, they think it has the spirit of the person it resembles, and that that person will soon die. Hence a parent will resent it if you say that the baby is like him or her. Thus it appears that the argument for the pre-existence of the human soul, which Plato and Wordsworth drew from reminiscence, is fully accepted by some Negro tribes of West Africa.
Reincarnation in India.
In the Bilaspur district of India, a stillborn child, or one who has passed away before the Chatti, the sixth day, the day of purification, is not taken out of the house for burial, but is placed in an earthen vessel, a gara, and is buried in the doorway or in the yard of the house. Some say that this is done in order that the mother may bear another child. It is said that among the Khons of India, on the day after a death, some boiled rice and a small fowl are taken to the place where the body was burned. There the fowl is split down the breast and placed on the spot, after which it is eaten, and the soul that departed is invited to enter a newborn child. On the 5th day after the death, the Khons perform the ceremony of bringing back the soul. They go to the riverside and call aloud the name of the deceased. Then they enter the river, catch a fish or an insect, and take it home, place it among the sainted dead of the family, believing that the spirit of their lost one has thus been brought back to the house. Sometimes the fish or insect is eaten in order that the spirit which it contains may be born again as a child.
Reincarnation among the Hurons.
When a baby died within a month or two of birth, the Hurons did not dispose of its little body like those of grown people by depositing it on a scaffold. They buried it beside the road in order, so they said, that the child might enter secretly into the womb of some woman passing by and be born again into the world.
Reincarnation among the ancient Greeks.
Some of the ancient rules observed with regard to funerals in the Greek island of Chios have been ingeniously explained by Mr. F. B. Jevons as designed to secure the rebirth of the departed in one of the women of the family. The widespread custom of burying the dead in the house was perhaps instituted for the same purpose, and the ancient Greek practice of sacrificing to the dead man at the grave on his birthday may possibly have originated in the same train of thought. For example, sacrifices were annually offered on their birthdays to Hippocrates by the Coans, to Aratus by the Sicyonians, and to Epicurus by his disciples.
Rites to procure the rebirth of edible animals and plants.
Now, too, we can fully understand the meaning of the bloody ritual in the ceremonies for the multiplication of the totem animals and plants. We have seen that a strengthening and fertilizing virtue is attributed to human blood. What more natural than it should be poured out by the men of the totem on the spot in which the disembodied spirit of the totem animals or plants are waiting for reincarnation? Clearly, the rite seems intended to enable these spirits to take bodily shape and be born again, in order that they may again serve as food, if not to the men of the totem clan, at least to all the other members of the tribe. Later on, we shall find that the attempt to reincarnate the souls of dead animals, in order that their bodies may be eaten over again, is not peculiar to the Australian savages, but is practiced with many curious rites by peoples in other parts of the world.
General theory of Intechuma and initiated rites in Australia.
To sum up briefly the general theory to which the foregoing facts have thus far led us, I would say that just as the Intechuma tribes of the Australians are, for the most part, magical ceremonies intended to secure the re-embodiment of the spirits of edible animals and plants, so their initiatory rites may perhaps be regarded as magical ceremonies designed mainly to ensure the reincarnation of human souls. Now, the motive for procuring the rebirth of animals and plants is simply the desire to eat them.
Cannibalism in Australia.
May not this have been one of the motives for attempting to resuscitate the human dead? It would seem so, for all the tribes of the Gulf of Carpentaria who have been examined by Spencer and Gillen eat their dead, and the ceremonies and traditions of the Arunta indicate that their ancestors also ate the bodies of their fellow tribesmen. In this respect, the practice of the Binbinga tribe is particularly instructive, for among them the bodies of the dead are cut up and eaten, not by men of the same tribal subclass as the deceased, but by men belonging to the subclasses which compose the other intermarrying half of the tribe. This is exactly analogous to the practice which at present prevails as to the eating of the totem animal or plant among all these central and northern tribes. Among them, each clan that has an edible animal or plant for its totem is supposed to provide the animal or plant for all the other clans to eat. And similarly, among the Bimbinga, the men of any particular subclass do actually provide their own bodies for the members of the other intermarrying half of their tribe to devour. And just as in the far past the members of a totem clan appear to have subsisted regularly, although not exclusively, and perhaps not even mainly, on their totem animal or plant, so at a remote time they seem regularly to have eaten each other. Thus the wild dog clan of the Arunta has many traditions that their ancestors killed and ate wild dog men and women. Such traditions probably preserve a true reminiscence of a state of things still more savage than the present practice of the Binbinga. At that more or less remote time, if we may trust the scattered hints of custom and legend which are the only evidence we have to go upon, the men and women of a totem clan, in defiance of their customs at a later age, regularly cohabitate with each other, ate their totems, and devoured each other's dead bodies. In such a state of things, there was no sharp line of distinction drawn, either in theory or in practice, between a man and his totem. And this confusion is again confirmed by the legends, from which it is often difficult to make out whether the totemic ancestor spoken of is a man or an animal. And if measures were taken to resuscitate both, it may well have been primarily in order that both might be eaten again.
Australian totemism not a religion.
The system was thoroughly practiced in its aim, only the means it took to compass its ends were mistaken. It was in no sense a religion, unless we are prepared to bestow the name of religion on the business of the grazier at the market gardener, for these savages certainly bred animals and plants, and perhaps bred men, for much the same reasons that a grazier and a market gardener breed cattle and vegetables. But whereas the methods of the grazier and market gardener rest upon the laws of nature, and therefore do really produce the effects they aim at, the methods of these savages are based on a mistaken conception of natural law, and therefore totally fail to bring about the intended result. Only they do not perceive their failure. Kindly nature, if we may personify here for a moment, draws a veil before their eyes, and herself works behind the veil whose wonders of reproduction, which the poor savage vainly fancies that he has wrought by his magical ceremonies and incantations.
Present function of totemism in Central Australia.
In short, totemism, as it exists at present among these tribes, appears to be mainly a crude, almost childlike attempt to satisfy the primary wants of man, especially under the harder conditions to which he is subject to the deserts of Central Australia, by magically creating everything that a savage stands in need of, and food first of all. But to say so is not to affirm that this has been the purpose, and the only purpose of Australian totemism from the beginning. That beginning lies far behind us in the past, and is therefore necessarily much more obscure and uncertain than the function of totemism as a fully developed system to which alone the preceding remarks are applicable. Our examination of the magical rites performed by the Australians for the maintenance of the food supply has led us into this digression. It is time to pass to ceremonies practiced for the same purpose and on the same principles by our peoples in other parts of the world. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Golden Bough, Volume 1, The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, by James Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. The Golden Bough, Volume 1, Chapter 3, Subchapter 2, Homeopathic or Imitative Magic, Part 4.
Homeopathic magic or imitative magic in fishing and hunting.
The Indians of British Columbia live largely upon the fish which abound in their seas and rivers. If the fish do not come in due season and the Indians are hungry, a Nukta wizard will make an image of a swimming fish and put it into the water in the direction from which the fish generally appear. This ceremony, accompanied by a prayer to the fish to come, will cause them to arrive at once. The islanders of Torres Straits use models of dugong and turtles to charm dugong and turtle to their destruction. The Toradjas of Central Celebes believe that things of the same sort attract each other by means of their indwelling spirits or vital ether. Hence they hang up the jawbones of deer and wild pigs in their houses, in order that the spirits which animate these bones may draw the living creatures of the same kind into the path of the hunter. In the island of Nias, where a wild pig has fallen into the pit prepared for it, the animal is taken out and its back is rubbed with 9 fallen leaves, in the belief that this will make 9 more wild pigs fall into the pit, just as the 9 leaves fell from the tree. In the East Indian islands of Saparoa, Harokoa, and Noisa Lot, when a fisherman is about to set a trap for fish in the sea, he looks out for a tree of which the fruit has been much pecked at by birds. From such a tree he cuts a stout branch and makes of it the principal post in his fish trap, for he believes that just as the tree lured many birds to its fruit, so the branch cut from that tree will lure many fish into the trap. The western tribes of British New Guinea employ a charm to aid the hunter in spearing dugong or turtle. A small bale which haunts coconut trees is placed in the hole of the spear haft, into which the spearhead fits. This is supposed to make the spearhead stick fast in the dugong or turtle, just as the beetle sticks fast to a man's skin when it bites him. When a Cambodian hunter has set his nets and taken nothing, he strips himself naked, goes some way off, then strolls up to the net as if he did not see it, lets himself be caught in it, and cries, "Hello, what's this? I'm afraid I'm caught." After that the net is sure to catch game. A pantomime of the same sort has been acted within living memory in our Scottish Highlands. The Reverend James MacDonald, now of Ray in Caithness, tells us that in his boyhood, when he was fishing with companions about Loch Arleen, and they had had no bites for a long time, they used to make a pretence of throwing one of their fellows overboard and hauling him out of the water, as if he were a fish. After that, trout or silk would begin to nibble, according as the boat was on fresh or salt water. Before a carrier Indian goes out to snare martens, he sleeps by himself for about 10 nights beside the fire, with a little stick pressed down on his neck. This naturally causes the fall stick of his trap to drop down on the neck of the marten. Among the Galleries, who inhabit a district in the northern part of Halmahia, a large island to the west of New Guinea, it is a maxim that when you are loading your gun to go out shooting, you should always put the bullet in your mouth before you insert it in the gun, for by so doing you practically eat the game that is to be hit by the bullet, which therefore cannot possibly miss the mark. A Malay who has baited a trap for crocodiles and is awaiting results is careful in eating his curry always to begin by swallowing 3 lumps of rice successively, for this helps the bait to slide more easily down the crocodile's throat. He is equally scrupulous not to take any bones out of his curry, for if he did, it seems clear that the sharp-pointed stick on which the bait is skewered would similarly work itself loose, and the crocodile would get off with the bait. Hence, in these circumstances, it is prudent for the hunter, before he begins his meal, to get somebody else to take the bones out of his curry, otherwise he may at any moment have to choose between swallowing a bone or losing the crocodile. Negative magic or taboo. This last rule is an instance of the things which the hunter abstains from doing, lest, on the principle that like produces like, they should spoil his luck. For it is to be observed that the system of sympathetic magic is not merely composed of positive precepts, and comprises a very large number of negative precepts, that is, prohibitions. It tells you not merely what to do, but also what to leave undone. The positive precepts are charms, the negative precepts are taboos. In fact, the whole doctrine of taboo, or at all events a large part of it, would seem to be only a special application of sympathetic magic, which is two great laws of similarity and contact. Though these laws are certainly not formulated in so many words or even conceived in the abstract by the savage, they are nevertheless implicitly believed by him to regulate the course of nature quite independently of human will. He thinks that if he acts in a certain way, certain consequences will inevitably follow in virtue of one or other of these laws, and if the consequences of a particular act appear to him likely to prove disagreeable or dangerous, he is naturally careful not to act in that way, lest he should incur them. In other words, he abstains from doing that which, in accordance with his mistaken notions of cause and effect, he falsely believes would injure him. In short, he subjects himself to a taboo. Thus, taboo is so far a negative application of practical magic. Positive magic or sorcery says, do this in order that so and so may happen. Negative magic or taboo says, do not do this, lest so and so should happen. The aim of positive magic or sorcery is to produce a desired event. The aim of negative magic or taboo is to avoid an undesirable one. But both consequences, the desirable and the undesirable, are supposed to be brought about in accordance with the laws of similarity and contact. And just as the desired consequence is not really affected by the observance of a magical ceremony, so the dreaded consequence does not really result from the violation of a taboo. If the supposed evil necessarily followed a breach of taboo, the taboo would not be a taboo, but a precept of morality or common sense. It is not a taboo to say, do not put your hand in the fire. It is a rule of common sense, because the forbidden act entails a real, not an imaginary evil. In short, those negative precepts which we call taboo are just as vain and futile as those positive precepts which we call sorcery. The two things are merely opposite sides or poles of one great disastrous fallacy, a mistaken conception of the association of ideas. Of that fallacy, sorcery is the positive and taboo the negative. If we give the general name of magic to the whole erroneous system, both theoretical and practical, then taboo may be defined as the negative side of practical magic. To put this in tabular form, our table is displayed on the page, we have a tree diagram of magic, leading on to theoretical magic as a pseudo-science and practical magic as pseudo-art, with practical leading on to positive magic or sorcery and negative magic or taboo.
Taboos to be observed in fishing and hunting on the principle of sympathetic magic.
I have made these remarks on taboo and its relations to magic because I am about to give some instances of taboos observed by hunters, fishermen, and others, and I wish to show that they fall under the head of sympathetic magic, being only particular applications of that general theory. Thus, it is a rule with the Galleries that when you have caught fish and strung them on a line, you may not cut the line through, or next time you go a-fishing, your fishing line will be sure to break. Among the Eskimos of Baffin Land, boys are forbidden to play cat's cradle, because if they did so, their fingers might, in later life, become entangled in the harpoon line. Here the taboo is obviously an application of the law of similarity, which is the basis of homeopathic magic. As the child's fingers are entangled by the string in playing cat's cradle, so they will be entangled by the harpoon line when he is a man and hunts whales.
Spinning tabooed in certain cases on the principle of homeopathic magic.
Again, among the Huzuls, who inhabit the wooded northeastern slopes of the Carpathian Mountains, the wife of a hunter may not spin while her husband is eating, or the game will turn and wind like the spindle, and the hunter will be unable to hit it. Here again the taboo is clearly derived from the law of similarity. So too in most parts of ancient Italy, women were forbidden by law to spin on the high roads as they walked. to carry their spindles openly because any such action was believed to injure the crops. Probably the notion was that the twirling of the spindle would twirl the cornstalks and prevent them from growing straight. So too, among the Ainos of Saghalien, a pregnant woman may not spin nor twist ropes for 2 months before her delivery, because they think that if she did so the child's guts might be entangled like the thread. For a like reason, in Bilaspur, a district of India, when the chief men of a village meet in council, no one should twirl a spindle, or they think that if such a thing were to happen, the discussion, like the spindle, would move in a circle and never be wound up. In the East Indian islands of Saparoia, Heroke, and Noessa Laut, anyone who comes to the house of a hunter must walk straight in. He may not loiter at the door, for were he to do so, the game would in like manner stop in front of the hunter's snares and then turn back, instead of being caught in the trap. For a similar reason, it is a rule with the Torajas of Central Celebes that no one may stand or loiter on the ladder of a house where there is a pregnant woman, for such delay would retard the birth of the child, and in various parts of Sumatra, the woman herself in these circumstances is forbidden to stand at the door or on the top rung of the house ladder under pain of suffering hard labour for her imprudence in neglecting so elementary a precaution. Taboos observed in the search for camphor on the principle of homeopathic magic. Malays engaged in the search for camphor eat their food dry and take care not to pound their salt fine. The reason is that the camphor occurs in the form of small grains, deposited in the cracks of the trunk of the camphor tree. Accordingly, it seems plain to the Malay that, if, while seeking for camphor, he were to eat his salt finely ground, the camphor would be found also in fine grains, whereas by eating his salt coarse, he ensures that the grains of the camphor will also be large. Camphor hunters in Borneo use the leathery sheath of the leaf stalk of the Penang palm as a plate for food, and during the whole of the expedition they will never wash the plate, for fear that the camphor might dissolve and disappear from the crevice of the tree. Apparently they think that to wash that plate would be to wash out the camphor crystals from the trees in which they are embedded. Taboos observed by hunters on the principle of homeopathic magic. In Laos, a province of Siam, a rhinoceros hunter will not wash himself for fear that as a consequence the wounds inflicted on the rhinoceros might not be mortal, and that the animal might disappear in one of the caves full of water in the mountains. The chief product of some parts of Laos is lac. This is a resinous gum exuded by a red insect on the young branches of trees, to which the little creatures have to be attached by hand. All who engage in the business of gathering the gum abstain from washing themselves, and especially from cleansing their heads, lest by removing the parasites from their hair they should detach the other insects from the boughs. Some of the Brazilian Indians would never bring a slaughtered deer into their hut without first hamstringing it, believing that if they failed to do so, they and their children would never be able to run down their enemies. Apparently they thought that by hamstringing the animal, they at the same stroke deprived their foemen of the use of their legs. No Arikara Indian would break a marrow bone in a hut, for they think that were he to do so, their horses would break their legs in the prairie. Again, a Blackfoot Indian who has set a trap for eagles and is watching it would not eat rosebuds on any account, for he argues that if he did so and an eagle alighted near the trap, the rosebuds in his own stomach would make the bird itch, and the result that instead of swallowing the bait the eagle would merely sit and scratch himself. Following this train of thought, the eagle hunter also refrains from using an owl when he is looking after his snares, for surely, if he were to scratch with an owl, the eagle would scratch him. The same disastrous consequence would follow if his wives and children at home used an awl while he is out after eagles, and accordingly they are forbidden to handle the tool in his absence for fear of putting him in bodily danger. Homeopathic taboos and contagious taboos. All the foregoing taboos, being based on the law of similarity, may be called homeopathic taboos. The Colons, an Indian tribe of eastern Peru, make use of poisoned arrows in the chase, but there are some animals, such as armadillos, certain kinds of falcons, and a species of vulture, which they would on no account shoot at with these weapons, for they believe that between the poisoned arrows which they use and the supply of poison at home there exists a sympathetic relation of such a sort that if they shot at any of these creatures with poison shafts, or the poison at home would be spoilt, which would be a great loss to them. Here the exact train of thought is not clear, but we may suppose that the animals in question are believed to possess a power of counteracting and annulling the effect of the poison, and by consequently, if they are touched by it, or the poison, including the store of it at home, would be robbed of its virtue. However that may be, it is plain that the superstition rests on the law of contact, on the notion, namely, that things which have once been in contact remain sympathetically in contact with each other always. The poison in which the hunter wounds an animal has once been in contact with the store of poison at home. Hence, if the poison in the wound loses its venom, so necessarily will all the poison at home. These may be called contagious taboos. Foods tabooed on the principle of homeopathic magic. Among the taboos observed by savages, none perhaps are more numerous or important than the prohibitions to eat certain foods, and of such prohibitions many are demonstrably derived from the law of similarity, and are accordingly examples of negative magic. Just as a savage eats many animals or plants in order to acquire certain desirable qualities with which he believes them to be endowed, so he avoids eating many other animals and plants lest he should acquire certain undesirable qualities with which he believes them to be infected. In eating the former, he practices positive magic. In abstaining from the latter, he practices negative magic. Many examples of such positive magic will meet us later on. Here I will give a few instances of such negative magic or taboo. Malagasy taboos on food based on the principle of homeopathic magic. For example, in Madagascar, soldiers are forbidden to eat a number of foods lest on the principle of homeopathic magic they should be tainted by certain dangerous or undesirable properties which are supposed to inhere in these particular viands. Thus they may not taste hedgehog, as it is feared that this animal, from its propensity of coiling up into a ball when alarmed, will impart a timid, shrinking disposition to those who partake of it. Again, no soldier should eat an ox's knee, lest, like an ox, he should become weak in the knees and unable to march. Further, the warrior should be careful to avoid partaking of a cock that has died fighting or anything that has been speared to death, and no male animal may be on any account be killed in his house while he is away at the wars, for it seems obvious that if he were to eat the cock that had died fighting, he would himself be slain on the field of battle. If he were to partake of an animal that had been speared, he would be speared himself. If a male animal were killed in his house during his absence, he would himself be killed in like manner, and perhaps at the same instant. Further, the Malagasy soldier must destroy kidneys because, in the Malagasy language, the word for kidney is the same as that for shot. So shot it would certainly be if he ate out a kidney. Kafra and Zulu taboos on food based on the principle of homeopathic magic. Again, a Kafra has been known to refuse to eat 2 mice caught at the same time in one trap, alleging that were he to do so his wife would give birth to twins. Yet the same man would eat freely of mice if they were caught singly. Clearly he imagined that if he ate the 2 mice, he would be infected with the virus of doublets and would communicate the infection to his wife. Amongst the Zulus, there are many foods which are similarly forbidden on homeopathic principles. It may be well to give some specimens of these prohibitions as they have been described by the Zulus themselves. There is among the black men, they say, the custom of abstaining from certain foods. If a cow has the calf taken from her dead, and the mother too dies before the calf is taken away, young people who have never had a child abstain from the flesh of that cow. I do not mean to speak of girls. There is not even a thought of whether they can eat it, for it is said that the cow will produce a similar evil among the women, so that one of them will be like the cow when she is in childbirth, be unable to give birth like the cow, and die together with her child. On this account, therefore, the flesh of such a cow is abstained from. Further, pig's flesh is not eaten by girls on any account, for it is an ugly animal, its mouth is ugly, its snout is long. Therefore girls do not eat it, thinking, if they eat it, a resemblance to the pig will appear among their children. They abstain from it on that account. There are many things which are abstained from among black people through fear of bad resemblance. For it is said, there was a person who once gave birth to an elephant and a horse, but we do not know if that is true. But they are now abstained from on that account through thinking that they will produce an evil resemblance if eaten, and the elephant is said to produce an evil resemblance. For when it is killed, many parts of its body resemble those of a female. Its breasts, for instance, are just like those of a woman. Young people, therefore, fear to eat it. It is only eaten on account of famine when there is no food. And each of the young women say, "It is no matter if I do give birth to an elephant and live. That is better than not to give birth to it and die of famine." So it is eaten from mere necessity. Another thing which is abstained from is the entrails of cattle. Men do not eat them, because they are afraid if they eat them the enemy will stab them in the bowels. Young men do not eat them. They are eaten by old people. Another thing which is not eaten is the underlip of a bullock, for it is said, "A young person must not eat it, for it will produce an evil resemblance in the child. The lip of the child will tremble continually, for the lower lip of the bullock moves constantly." They do not therefore eat it, for if a child of a young person is seen with its mouth trembling, it is said, "It was injured by its father who ate the lower lip of a bullock." Also another thing which is abstained from is that portion of the pouch of a bullock which is called umtala, for the umtala has no villi, it has no pile, it is merely smooth and hard. It is therefore said, if it is eaten by young people, their children will be born without hair, and their heads will be bare like a man's knee. It is therefore abstained from. Magical telepathy. The reader may have observed that in some of the foregoing examples of taboos, the magical influence is supposed to operate at considerable distances. Thus, among the Blackfeet Indians, the wives and children of an eagle hunter are forbidden to use an awl during his absence, lest the eagles should scratch the distant husband and father. And again, no male animal may be killed in the house of a Malagasy soldier while he is away at the wars, lest the killing of the animal should entail the killing of the man. This belief in the sympathetic influence exerted on each other by persons or things at a distance is of the essence of magic. Whatever doubt science may entertain as to the possibility of action at a distance, magic has none. Faith in telepathy is one of its first principles. A modern advocate of the influence of mind upon mind at a distance would have no difficulty in convincing a savage. A savage believed in it long ago, and what is more, he acted on his belief with a logical consistency such as his civilized brother in the faith has not yet, so far as I am aware, exhibited in his conduct. For the savage is convinced, not only that magical ceremonies affect persons and things afar off, but that the simplest acts of daily life may do so too. Hence, on important occasions, the behaviour of friends and relations at a distance is often regulated by a more or less elaborate code of rules, the neglect of which may be the one set of persons would, it is supposed, entail misfortune or even death on the absent ones. In particular, when a party of men are out hunting or fighting, their kinsfolk at home are often expected to do certain things or to abstain from doing certain others, for the sake of ensuring the safety and success of the distant hunters or warriors. I will now give some instances of this magic telepathy, both in its positive and in its negative aspect. Telepathy in hunting among the Dyaks, Shams, Hottentots, etc. In Laos, when an elephant hunter is starting for the chase, he warns his wife not to cut her hair or oil her body in his absence, for if she cut her hair, the elephant would burst the toils. If she oiled herself, it would slip through them. When a Dyak village has turned out to hunt wild pigs in the jungle, the people who stay at home may not touch oil or water with their hands during the absence of their friends, for if they did so, the hunters would all be butter-fingered, and the prey would slip through their hands. In setting out to look for the rare and precious eagle wood on the mountains, Cham peasants enjoin their wives, whom they leave at home, not to scold or quarrel in their absence, for such domestic brawls would lead to their husbands being rent in pieces by bears and tigers. A Hottentot woman whose husband is out hunting must do one of two things all the time he is away. Either she must light a fire and keep it burning till he comes back, or if she does not choose to do that, she must go to the water and continue to splash it above on the ground. When she is tired with throwing the water about, her place may be taken by her servant, but the exercise must in any case be kept up without cessation. To cease splashing the water or to let the fire out would be equally fatal to the husband's prospect of a successful bag. In Yule Island, Torres Straits, when the men are gone to fetch sago, a fire is lit and carefully kept burning the whole time of their absence, for the people believe that if it went out the voyagers would fare ill. At the other end of the world, the Lapps similarly object to extinguish a brand in water while any members of the family are out fishing, since to do so would spoil their luck. Telepathy in hunting among the Konegs, Eskimos, and Californian Indians. Among the Konegs of Alaska, a traveller once observed a young woman lying wrapped in a bearskin in the corner of a hut. On asking whether she were ill, he learned that her husband was out whale fishing, and that until his return she had to lie fasting in order to ensure a good catch. Among the Eskimos of Alaska, similar notions prevail. The women during the whaling season remain in comparative idleness, as it is considered not good for them to sew while the men are out in the boats. If during this period any garments should need to be repaired, the women must take them far back out of sight of the sea and mend them there in little tents in which just one person can sit. And while the crews are at sea, no work should be done at home which would necessitate pounding or hewing or any kind of noise, and in the huts of men who are away in the boats, no work of any kind whatever should be carried on. When the Eskimos of Avalik and Igloolik are away hunting on the ice, the bedding may not be raised up, because they think that to do so would cause the ice to crack and drift off, and so the men might be lost. And among these people in the winter, when the new moon appears, boys must run out of the snow house, take a handful of snow, and put it into the kettle. It is believed that this helps the hunter to capture the seal and bring it home. When the Maidu Indians of California were engaged in driving deer into the snares which they had prepared for them, and which consisted of fences stretched from tree to tree, the women and children who were left behind in the village had to observe a variety of regulations. The women had to keep quiet and spend much of the time indoors. The children might not romp, shout, jump over things, kick, run or fall down, or throw stones. If these rules were broken, it was believed that the deer would become unmanageable and would jump the fence, so that the whole drive would be unsuccessful. Telepathy in hunting among the Gilyaks, Jukageras, etc. While a Gilyak hunter is pursuing the game in the forest, his children at home are forbidden to make drawings on wood or on sand, for they fear that if the children did so, the paths in the forest would become as perplexed as the lines in the drawings, so that the hunter might lose his way and never return. A Russian political prisoner once taught some Gilyak children to read and write, but their parents forbade them to write when any of their fathers was away from home, for it seemed to them that writing was a peculiarly complicated form of drawing, and they stood aghast at the idea of the danger to which such a drawing would expose the hunters out in the wild woods. Among the Jukagirs of northeastern Siberia, when a young man is out hunting, his unmarried sister at home may not look at his footprints nor eat certain parts of the game killed by him. If she leaves the house while he is absent at the chase, she must keep her eyes fixed on the ground, and may not speak of the chase, nor ask any questions about it. When a Nuba of northeastern Africa goes to El Obeid for the first time, he tells his wife not to wash or oil herself, and not to wear pearls round her neck during his absence, because by doing so she would draw down on him the most terrible misfortunes. When the bushmen are out hunting, any bad shots they may make are set down to such causes as that the children at home are playing on the men's beds or the like, and that the wives who allowed such things to happen are blamed for their husbands' indifferent marksmanship. Telepathy in hunting supposed disastrous in effect of wife's infidelity. Elephant hunters in East Africa believe that if their wives prove unfaithful in their absence, this gives the elephant power over the pursuer, who will accordingly be killed or severely wounded. Hence, if a hunter hears of his wife's misconduct, he abandons the chase and returns home. If a Wagogo hunter is unsuccessful or is attacked by a lion, he attributes it to his wife's misbehavior at home and returns to her in great wrath. When he is away hunting, she may not let any one pass behind her or stand in front of her as she sits, and she must lie on her face in bed. The Moxos Indians of eastern Bolivia thought that if a hunter's wife was unfaithful to him in his absence, he would be bitten by a serpent or a jaguar. Accordingly, if such an accident happened to him, it was sure to entail the punishment and often the death of the woman, whether she was innocent or guilty. An Aleutian hunter of sea otters thinks that he cannot kill a single animal if during his absence from home his wife should be unfaithful or his sister unchaste. Telepathy in the search for the sacred cactus. The Huicol Indians of Mexico treat as a demigod a species of cactus which throws the eater into a state of ecstasy. The plant does not grow in their country, and has to be fetched every year by men who make a journey of 43 days for the purpose. Meanwhile, the wives at home contribute to the safety of their absent husbands by never walking fast, much less running, while the men are on the road. They also do their best to ensure the benefits which, in the shape of rain, good crops and so forth, are expected to flow from the sacred mission. With the intention they subject themselves to severe restrictions like those imposed upon their husbands. During the whole of the time which elapses till the festival of the cactus is held, neither party washes except on certain occasions, and then only with water brought from the distant country where the holy plant grows. They also fast much, eat no salt, and are bound to strict continence. Anyone who breaks this law is punished with illness, and, moreover, jeopardizes the result which all are striving for. Health, life, and life are to be gained by gathering the cactus, the gourd of the god of fire, but inasmuch as the pure fire cannot benefit the impure, men and women must not only remain chaste for the time being, but must also purge themselves from the taint of past sin. Hence, 4 days after the men have started, the women gather and confess to Grandfather Fire, what men they have been in love with from childhood till now. They may not admit a single one, for if they did so, the men would not find a single cactus. So to refresh their memories, each one prepares a string with as many knots as she has had lovers. This she brings to the temple, and standing before the fire, she mentions aloud all the men she has scored on her string, name after name. Having ended her confessions, she throws a string into the fire, and when the god has consumed it in his pure flame, her sins are forgiven her, and she departs in peace. From now on the women are averse even to letting men pass near them. The cactus seekers themselves make, in like manner, a clean breast of all their frailties. For every peccadillo they tie a knot on a string, and, after they have talked to all the 5 winds, they deliver the rosary of their sins to the leader, who burns it in the fire. Telepathy in the search for camphor. Many of the indigenous tribes of Sarawak are firmly persuaded that were the wives to commit adultery while their husbands are searching for camphor in the jungle, the camphor obtained by the men would evaporate. Husbands can discover by certain knots in the tree when their wives are unfaithful, and it is said that in former days many women were killed by jealous husbands on no better evidence than that of these knots. Further, the wives dare not touch a comb while their husbands are away collecting the camphor, for if they did so, the interstices between the fibres of the tree, instead of being filled with the precious crystals, would be empty like the spaces between the teeth of a comb. Telepathy in hunting, fishing, and trading. While men of the Tairipi or Motu tribe of eastern New Guinea are away hunting, fishing, fighting, or on any long journey, the people who remain at home must observe strict chastity, and may not let the fire go out. Those of them who stay in the men's clubhouses must further abstain from eating certain foods and from touching anything that belongs to others. A breach of these rules might, it is believed, entail the failure of the expedition. Telepathy in New Guinea. Among the tribes of Gilvig Bay in northwestern New Guinea, where the men are gone on a long journey, as to Sharam or Tidor, the wives and sisters left at home sing to the moon, accompanying the lay with the booming music of gongs. The singing takes place in the afternoons, beginning 2 or 3 days before the new moon, and lasting for the same time after it. If the silver sickle of the moon is seen in the sky, they raise a loud cry of joy. Asked why they do so, they answer, "Now we see the moon, and so do our husbands. And now we know that they are well. If we did not sing, they would be sick, or some other misfortune would befall them." On nights when the moon is at the full, the natives of Dore, in northeastern New Guinea, go out fishing in the lagoons. The mode of proceeding is to poison the water with the pounded roots of a certain plant, which has a powerful narcotic effect. The fish are stunted by it, and are so easily caught. While the men are at work on the moonlit water, the people on the shore must keep as still as death with their eyes fixed on the fishermen. But no woman with child may be among them, for if she were there and looked at the water, the poison would be at once lose its effect, and the fish would escape. Telepathy in the Kei Islands. In the Kei Islands in the southwest of New Guinea, as soon as a vessel that is about to sail for a distant port has been launched, the part of the beach on which it lay is covered as speedily as possible with palm branches and becomes sacred. No one may thenceforth cross that spot till the ship comes home. To cross it sooner would cause the vessel to perish. Moreover, all the time that the voyage lasts, 3 or 4 young girls, specially chosen for the duty, are supposed to remain in sympathetic connection with the mariners and to contribute by their behaviour to the safety and success of the voyage. On no account except for the most necessary purpose may they quit the room that has been assigned to them. More than that, so long as the vessel is believed to be at sea, they must remain absolutely motionless, crouched on their mats with their hands clasped between their knees. They may not turn their heads to the left or the right, or make any other movement whatsoever. If they did, it would cause the boat to pitch and toss, and they may not eat any sticky stuff, such as rice boiled in coconut milk, for the stickiness of the food would clog the passage of the boat through the water. When the sailors are supposed to have reached their destination, the strictness of these rules is somewhat relaxed, but during the whole time that the voyage lasts, the girls are forbidden to eat fish which have sharp bones or strings, such as the stingray, lest their friends at sea should be involved in sharp, stinging trouble. Telepathy in war. Where beliefs like these prevail as to the sympathetic connection between friends at a distance, we need not wonder that above everything else war, with its stern yet stirring appeal to some of the deepest and tenderest of human emotions, should quicken in the anxious relations left behind a desire to turn the sympathetic bond to the utmost account for the benefit of the dear ones who may at any moment be fighting and dying far away. Hence, to secure an end so natural and laudable, friends at home are apt to resort to devices which will strike us as pathetic or ludicrous, according as we may consider their object or the means adopted to effect it. Telepathy in war among the Dyaks. Thus, in some districts of Borneo, when a Dyak is out head-hunting, his wife, or if he is unmarried, his sister, must wear a sword day and night in order that she may always be thinking of his weapons, and she may not sleep during the day, nor go to bed before 2 in the morning, lest her husband or brother should thereby be surprised in his sleep by an enemy. In other parts of Borneo, when the men are away on a warlike expedition, their mats are spread in their houses just as if they were at home, and the fires are kept till late in the evening and lighted again before dawn, in order that the men may not be cold. Further, the roofing of the house is opened before daylight to prevent the distant husbands, brothers and sons from sleeping too late, and so being surprised by the enemy. While a Malay of the peninsula is away at the wars, his pillows and sleeping mat at home must be kept rolled up. If anyone else were to use them, the absent warrior's courage would fail, and disaster would befall him. His wife and children may not have their hair cut in his absence, nor may he himself have his hair shorn. Telepathy in war among the Sea Dyaks. Among the Sea Dyaks of Banting and Sarawak, the women strictly observe an elaborate code of rules while the men are away fighting. Some of the rules are negative and some are positive, but all alike are based on the principles of magic, homeopathy, and telepathy. Amongst them are the following: the women must wake very early in the morning and open the windows as soon as it is light, otherwise their absent husbands will oversleep themselves. The women may not oil their hair, or the men will slip. Women may neither sleep nor doze by day, or the men will be drowsy on the march. The women must cook and scatter popcorn on the veranda every morning, so will the men be agile in their movements. The rooms must be kept very tidy, all boxes being placed near the walls, for if anyone were to stumble over them, the absent husbands would fall and be at the mercy of the foe. At every meal a little rice must be left in the pot and put aside, so will the men far away always have something to eat, and need never go hungry. On no account may the women sit at the loom till their legs grow cramped, otherwise their husbands will likewise be stiff in their joints and unable to rise up quickly, or to run away from the foe. So in order to keep their husbands' joints supple, the women often vary their labours at the loom by walking up and down the veranda. Further, they may not cover up their faces, or the men would not be able to find their way through the tall grass or jungle. Again, the women may not sew with a needle, or the men will tread on the sharp spikes set by the enemy in the path. Should a wife prove unfaithful while her husband is away, he will lose his life in the enemy's country. Some years ago, all these rules and more were observed by the women of Banting, while their husbands were fighting for the English against rebels. But alas, these tender precautions availed them little, for many a man whose faithful wife was keeping watch and ward for him at home found a soldier's grave. Telepathy in war among the Shans, the Timorese, and the Toradjas. Among the Shans of Burma, the wife of an absent warrior has to observe certain rules. Every 5th day she rests and does not work. She fills an earthen goblet with water to the brim and puts flowers into it every day. If the water sinks or the flowers fade, it is an omen of death. Moreover, she may not sleep on her husband's bed during his absence, but she sweeps the bedding clean and lays it out every night. In the island of Timor, while war is being waged, the high priest never quits the temple. His food is brought to him or cooked inside. Day and night he must keep the fire burning, for if he were to let it die out, disaster would befall the warriors, and would continue so long as the earth was cold. Moreover, he must drink only hot water during the time the army is absent, for every draught of cold water would damp the spirits of the people, so that they could not vanquish the enemy. Among the Torajas of central Celebes, when a party of men is out hunting for heads, the villagers who stay at home, and especially the wives of the head hunters, have to observe certain rules in order not to hinder the absent men at their task. In the first place, the entrance to the lobo or spirit house is shut, for the spirits of the fathers who live in that house are now away with the warriors, watching over and guarding them, and if anyone entered their house in their absence, they would hear the noise and return, and would be very angry at being thus called back from the campaign. Moreover, the people at home have to keep the house tidy. The sleeping mats of the absent men must be hung on beds, not rolled up as if they were to be away for a long time. Their wives and next of kin may not quit the house at night. Every night a light burns in the house, and a fire must be kept up constantly at the foot of the house ladder. Garments, turbans, and headdresses may not be laid aside at night, for if the turban or headdress were put off, the warrior's turban might drop from his head in the battle, and the wives may sew no garments. When the spirit of the head hunter returns home in his sleep, which is the Toraja expression for a soldier's dream, he must find everything there in good order, and nothing that could vex him. By the observance of these rules, say the Torajas, the souls of the head hunters are covered or protected. In order to make them strong, that they may not soon grow weary, rice is strewn morning and evening on the floor of the house. Women too go about constantly with a certain plant, of which the pods are so light and feathery that they are easily wafted by the wind, for that helps to make the men nimble-footed. Telepathy and war among the Galileese and the Key Islanders. When Galileese men are going away to war, they are accompanied down to the boats by the women. But after the leave-taking is over, the women, in returning to their houses, must be careful not to stumble or fall, and in the house they may neither be angry nor lift up weapons against each other, otherwise the men will fall and be killed in battle. Similarly, we saw that among the Chams, domestic brawls at home are supposed to cause the searcher for eagle wood to fall a prey to wild beasts in the mountains. Further, Galileese women may not lay down the chopping knives in the house while their husbands are at the wars. The knives must always be hung up on hooks. The reason for the rule is not given. We may conjecture that it is a fear lest, if the chopping knives were laid down by the women at home, the men will be apt to lay down their weapons in the battle, or at other inopportune moments. In the Key Islands, when the warriors are departed, the women return indoors and bring out certain baskets containing fruits and stones. These fruits and stones they anoint and place on a board, murmuring as they do so, O Lord, Sun, Moon, let the bullets rebound from our husbands, brothers, betrothed, and other relations, just as raindrops rebound from these objects which are smeared with oil. As soon as the first shot is heard, the baskets are put aside, and the women, seizing their fans, rush out of their houses. Then, waving their fans in the direction of the enemy, they run through the village while they sing, O golden fans, let our bullets hit, and those of the enemy miss. In this custom, the ceremony of anointing stones in order that the bullets may recoil from the men like raindrops from the stones is a piece of pure homeopathic or imitative magic, but the prayer to the sun, as he will be pleased to give effect to the charm, is a religious and perhaps later addition. The waving of the fans seems to be a charm to direct the bullets toward or away from their mark, according as they are discharged from the guns of friends or foes. Telepathy and war among the Malagasy. An old historian of Madagascar informs us that, while the men are at the wars, and until their return, the women and girls cease not day and night to dance, and neither lie down or take food in their own houses. And although they are voluptuously inclined, they would not for anything in the world have an intrigue with another man while their husband is at the war, believing firmly that if that happened, their husband would be either killed or wounded. They believe that by dancing they impart strength, courage, and good fortune to their husbands. Accordingly, during such times they give themselves no rest, and this custom they observe very religiously. Similarly, a traveller of the 17th century writes that in Madagascar, when the man is in battle or under march, the wife continuously dances and sings, and will not sleep or eat in her own house, nor admit of the use of any other man, unless she be desirous to be rid of her own. For they entertain this opinion among them, that if they suffer themselves to be overcome in an intestine war at home, their husbands must suffer for it, being engaged in a foreign expedition. But on the contrary, if they believe themselves chastely and dance justly, that their then husbands, by some certain sympathetical operation, will be able to vanquish all their combatants. We have seen that among hunters in various parts of the world, the infidelity of the wife at home is believed to have a disastrous effect on her absent husband. In the Babar Archipelago, and among the Wagogo of East Africa, when the men are at the wars, the women at home are bound to chastity, and in the Babar Archipelago they must fast besides. Under similar circumstances in the islands of Liti, Moa, and Lakor, women and children are forbidden to remain inside of the houses and to twine thread or weave.
Telepathy and war among the natives of West Africa.
Among the Chi-speaking peoples of the Gold Coast, the wives and men who are away with the army paint themselves white and adorn their persons with beads and charms. On the day when a battle is expected to take place, they run about armed with guns, or sticks carved to look like guns, and taking green pawpaws, fruit shaped somewhat like a melon, they hack them with knives, as if they were chopping off the heads of the foe. The pantomime is no doubt merely an imitative charm to enable the men to do to the enemy as the women do to the pawpaws. In the West African town of Fremen, while the Ashanti War was raging some years ago, Mr. Fitzgerald Marriott saw a dance performed by women whose husbands had gone as carriers to the war. They were painted white and wore nothing but a short petticoat. At their head was a shriveled old sorceress in a very short white petticoat, her black hair arranged in a sort of long projecting horn, and her black face, breasts, arms, and legs profusely adorned with white circles and crescents. All carried along white brushes made of buffalo or horsetails, and as they danced they sang, "Our husbands have gone to Ashantiland. May they sweep their enemies off the face of the earth."
Telepathy and war among the American Indians.
Among the Thompson Indians of British Columbia, when the men were on the warpath, the women performed dances at frequent intervals. These dances were believed to ensure the success of the expedition. The dancers flourished their knives, threw long, sharp-pointed sticks forward, or drew sticks with hooked ends, repeatedly backward and forward. Throwing the sticks forward was symbolic of piercing or warding off the enemy, and drawing them back was symbolic of drawing their own men from danger. The hook at the end of the stick was particularly well adapted to serve the purpose of a life-saving apparatus. The women always pointed their weapons towards the enemy's country. They painted their faces red and sang as they danced, and they prayed to the weapons to preserve their husbands and help them to kill many foes. Some had eagle down stuck on the points of their sticks. When the dance was over, these weapons were hidden. If a woman whose husband was at the war thought she saw hair or a piece of a scalp on the weapon when she took it out, she knew that her husband had killed an enemy. But if she saw a stain of blood on it, she knew he was wounded or dead. When the men of the Yuki tribe of Indians in California were away fighting, the women at home did not sleep. They danced continually in a circle, chanting and waving leafy wands. For they said that if they danced all the time, their husbands would not grow tired. Among the Haida Indians of the Queen Charlotte Islands, when the men had gone to war, the women at home would get up very early in the morning and pretend to make war by falling upon their children and feign to take them for slaves. This was supposed to help their husbands to go and do likewise. If a wife were unfaithful to her husband, and while he was away on the warpath, he would probably be killed. For 10 nights all the women at home lay with their heads towards the point of the compass to which the war canoes had paddled away. Then they changed about, for the warriors were supposed to be coming home across the sea. At Masset, the Haida women danced and sang war songs all the time their husbands were away at the wars, and they had to keep everything about them in a certain order. It was thought that a wife might kill her husband by not observing these customs.
Telepathy and war among the Kafirs of the Hindu Kush.
In the Kafir district of the Hindu Kush, while the men are out raiding, the women abandon their work in the fields and assemble in the villages to dance day and night. The dances are kept up most of each day and the whole of each night. Sir George Robertson, who reports the custom, more than one watched the dancers dancing at midnight and in the early morning, and could see by the fitful glow of the wood fire how haggard and tired they looked, yet how gravely and earnestly they persisted in what they regarded as a serious duty. The dances of these Kafirs are said to be performed in honour of certain of the national gods, but when we consider the custom in connection with the others which has just been passed in review, we may reasonably surmise that it has or was originally in its essence a sympathetic charm intended to keep the absent warriors wakeful, lest they should be surprised in their sleep by the enemy. When a band of Carabindians of the Orinoco had gone on the warpath, their friends left in the village used to calculate as nearly as they could the exact moment when the absent warriors would be advancing to attack the enemy. Then they took 2 lads, laid them down on a bench, and inflicted a most severe scourging on their bare backs. This thieves submitted to without a murmur, supported in their sufferings by the firm conviction in which they had been bred from childhood, that on the constancy and fortitude with which they bore the cruel ordeal depended the valour and success of their comrades in the battle.
Homeopathic magic at making drums.
Homeopathic magic at making drums. So much for the savage theory of telepathy in war and the chase. We pass now to other cases of homeopathic or imitative magic. While marriageable boys of the Makio district in British New Guinea are making their drums, they have to live alone in the forest and to observe a number of rules which are based on the principle of homeopathic magic. The drums will be used in the dances, and in order that they may give out a resonant sonorous note, great care must be taken in their construction. The boys spend from 2 days to a week at the task. Having chosen a suitable piece of wood, they scrape the outside into shape with a shell, and hollow out the inside by burning it with a hot coal till the sides are very thin. The skin of an iguana, made supple by being steeped in coconut milk, is then stretched over the hollow and tightened with string and glue. All the time a boy is at work on his drums, he must carefully avoid women, for if a woman or a girl were to see him, the drum would split and sound like an old cracked pot. If he ate fish, a bone would prick him and the skin of the drum would burst. If he ate a red banana, it would choke him, and the drum would give a dull, stifled note. If he tasted grated coconut, the white ants, like the white particles of the nut, would gnaw the body of the drum. If he cooked his food in the ordinary round-bellied pot, he would grow fat, and would not be able to dance, and the girls would despise him and say, "Your belly is big, it is a pot." Moreover, he must strictly shun water, for if he accidentally touched it with his feet, his hands, or his lips, before the drum was quite hollow out, he would throw the instrument away, saying, "I have touched water, my hot coal will be put out, and I shall never be able to hollow out my drum." Various applications of homeopathic magic. A Highland witch can sink a ship by homeopathic or imitative magic. She has only to set a small round dish floating in a milk pan full of water, and then to croon her spell. When the dish upsets in a pan, the ship will go down in the sea. They say that once 3 witches from Harris left home at night, after placing the milk pans thus on the floor, and strictly charging a serving maid to let nothing come near it. But while the girl was not looking, a duck came in and squatted about in the water on the floor. Next morning the witches returned and asked if anything had come near the pan. The girl said no, whereupon one of the witches said to the other, "What a heavy sea we had last night coming round Cabaghead." If a wolf has carried off a sheep or a pig, the Estonians have a very simple mode of making him drop it. They let fall anything that they happen to have at hand, such as a cap or a glove, or what is perhaps still better, they lift a heavy stone and then let it go. By that act, on the principle of homeopathic magic, they compel the wolf to let go his booty.
End of section 5. Section 6 of Volume 1 of The Golden Bough by James Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 1 of The Golden Bough, The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Volume 1, Chapter 3, Subchapter 2, Part 5. Homeopathic magic applied to make plants grow.
Magic at sowing and planting.
Among the beneficent uses to which a mistaken ingenuity has applied the principle of homeopathic or imitative magic is that of causing trees and plants to bear fruit in due season. In Thuringen, the man who sows flax carries his seed in a long bag which reaches from his shoulders to his knees, and he walks with long strides, so that the bag sways to and fro on his back. It is believed that this will cause the flax to wave in the wind. In the interior of Sumatra, rice is sown by women who, in sowing, let their hair hang loose down their back in order that the rice may grow luxuriantly and have long stalks. Similarly, in ancient Mexico, a festival was held in honor of the goddess of maize, or the long-haired mother, as she was called. It began at the time when the plant had attained its full growth, and fibers shooting forth from the top of the green ear indicated that the grain was fully formed. During this festival, the women wore their long hair unbound, shaking and tossing it in the dances which were the chief feature in the ceremonial, in order that the tassel of the maize might grow in the profusion, that the grain might be correspondingly large and flat, and that the people might have abundance. It is a Malay maxim to plant maize when your stomach is full, and to see it that your dibble is thick, for this will swell the ear of the maize. And they say that you should sow rice also with a full stomach, for then the ears will be full. The eminent novelist, Mr. Thomas Hardy, was once told that the reason why certain trees in front of his house near Weymouth did not thrive was that he looked at them before breakfast on an empty stomach. More elaborate still are the measures taken by an Estonian peasant woman to make her cabbages thrive. On the day when they are sown, she bakes great pancakes in order that the cabbages may have great broad leaves, and she wears a dazzling white hood in the belief this will cause the cabbages to have fine white heads. Moreover, as soon as the cabbages are transplanted, a small round stone is wrapped up tightly in a white linen rag and set at the end of the cabbage bed, because in this way the cabbage heads will grow very white and firm. Among the Huzuls of the Carpathians, when a woman is planting cabbages, she winds many cloths about her head in order that the heads of the cabbages may also be thick, and as soon as she has sown parsley, she grasps the calf of her leg with both hands, saying, "May it be as thick as that." Among the Kurds of East Prussia, who inhabit the long sandy tongue of land known as the Nerang, which parts the Baltic from a lagoon, when a farmer sows his fields in spring, he carries an axe and chops the earth with it, in order that the corn stalks may be so sturdy that an axe will be needed to hew them down. For much the same reason, a Bavarian sower in sowing wheat will sometimes wear a golden ring in order that the corn may have a fine yellow colour. The Malagasy think that only people with a good, even set of teeth should plant maize, for otherwise there will be empty spaces in the maize cob corresponding to the empty spaces in the planter's teeth.
Dancing and leaping high as a charm to make the crops grow high.
In many parts of Europe, dancing or leaping high in the air are proved homeopathic modes of making the crops grow high. Thus in Franche-Comté, they say that you should dance at the carnival in order to make the hemp grow tall. In the Vosges mountains, the sower of hemp pulls his nether garments up as far as he can, because he imagines that the hemp he is sowing will attain the precise height to which he has succeeded in hitching up his breeches. And in the same region, another way of ensuring a good crop of hemp is to dance on the roof of the house on 12th day. In Swabia, and among the Transylvanian Saxons, it is a common custom for a man who has sown hemp to leap high on the field, in the belief that this will make the hemp grow tall. All over Baden, till recently, it was a custom for the farmer's wife to give the sower a dish of eggs, or a cake baked with eggs, either before or after sowing, in order that he might leap as high as possible. This was deemed the best way of making the hemp grow high. For the same purpose, some people who had sown hemp used to dance the hemp dance, as it was called, on Shrove Tuesday, and in this dance also the dancers jumped as high as they could. In some parts of Baden, the hemp seed is thrown in the air as high as possible, and in Katztal, the urchins leap over fires in order that the hemp may grow tall. Similarly, in many parts of Germany and Austria, the peasant imagines that he makes the flax grow tall by dancing or leaping high, or by jumping backwards from a table. The higher the leap, the taller will the flax be that year. A special season for thus promoting the growth of flax is Shrove Tuesday, but in some places it is Candlemas or Walpurgis Night, Eve of May Day. The scene of the performance is the flax field, the farmhouse, or the village tavern. In some parts of eastern Prussia, the girls dance, one by one, in a large hoop at midnight on Shrove Tuesday. The hoop is adorned with leaves, flowers, and ribbons, and attached to it are a small bell and some flax. Strictly speaking, the hoop should be wrapped in white linen handkerchiefs,
but the place of these is often taken by many coloured bits of cloth, wool, and so forth. While dancing with the hoop, each girl was to wave her arms vigorously and cry, "Flax grow," or words to that effect. When she has done, she leaps out of the hoop, or is lifted out of it by her partner. In Alhalt, when the sower has sown the flax, he leaped up and flung the seed bag high in the air, saying, "Grow and turn green. You have nothing else to do." He hoped that the flax would grow as high as he flung the seed bag in the air. At Quellendorf, in Anhalt, when the first bushel of seed corn had to be heaped up high in order that the corn stalks should grow tall and bear plenty of grain. When Macedonian farmers had done digging their fields, they throw their spades up into the air and, catching them again, exclaim, "May the crop grow as high as the spade has gone."
Plants and trees influenced homeopathically by a person's act or state.
The notion that a person can influence a plant homeopathically by his act or condition comes out clearly in a remark made by a Malay woman. Being asked why she stripped the upper part of her body naked in reaping the rice, she explained that she did it to make the rice husks thinner, as she was tired of pounding thick husked rice. Clearly, she thought that the less clothing she wore, the less husk there would be on the rice.
Fertilizing influence supposed to be exercised on plants by pregnant women or by women who have borne many children.
Among the Minangkabauers of Sumatra, when a rice barn has been built, a feast is held, of which a woman far advanced in pregnancy must partake. Her condition will obviously help the rice to be fruitful and multiply. Among the Zulus, a pregnant woman sometimes grinds corn, which is afterwards burned among the half-grown crops in order to fertilize them. For a similar reason, in Syria, when a fruit tree does not bear, a gardener gets a pregnant woman to fasten a stone to one of its branches. Then the tree will be sure to bear fruit, but the woman will run a risk of miscarriage, having transferred her fertility or part of it to the tree. The practice of loading with stones a tree which casts fruit is mentioned by Maimonides, though the rabbis apparently did not understand it. The proceeding was most probably a homeopathic charm designed to load the tree with fruit. In Swabia they say if a fruit tree does not bear, you should keep it loaded with a heavy stone all summer, and next year it will be sure to bear. The custom of trying stones to fruit trees in order to ensure a crop of fruit is followed also in Sicily. The magic virtue of a pregnant woman to communicate fertility is known to Bavarian and Austrian peasants, who think that if you give the first fruit of a tree to a woman with child to eat, the tree will bring forth abundantly next year. In Bohemia, for a similar purpose, the first apple of a young tree is sometimes plucked and eaten by a woman who has borne many children, for then the tree will be sure to bear many apples. In the Zucker Oberland, Switzerland, they think that a cherry tree will bear abundantly if its first fruit is eaten by a woman who has just given birth to her first child. In Macedonia, the first fruit of a tree should not be eaten by a barren woman, but by one who has many children. The Nicobar Islanders think it lucky to get a pregnant woman and her husband to plant seeds in gardens. The Greeks and Romans sacrificed pregnant victims to the goddess of the corn and of the earth, doubtless in order that the earth might teem with the corn and swell in the year. When a Catholic priest remonstrated that the Indians of the Orinoco, on allowing their women to sow the fields in the blazing sun with infants at their breasts, the men answered, "Father, you don't understand these things, and that is why they vex you. You know that women are accustomed to bear children, and that we men are not. When the women sow, the stalk of the maize bears 2 or 3 years. The root of the yucca yields 2 or 3 basketfuls, and everything multiplies in proportion. Now why is that? Simply because women know how to bring forth, and know how to make the seed which they sow bring forth also. Let them sow then. We men don't know as much about it as they do. For the same reason, probably, the Tupinamas of Brazil thought that if it was certain earth almond were planted by the men, it would not grow. Among the Ilocans of Luzon, the men sow bananas, but the sower must have a young child on his shoulder, or the bananas will not bear fruit. When a tree bears no fruit, the Galileese think it is a male, and their remedy is simple. They put a woman's petticoat on the tree, which being thus converted into a female, will naturally prove prolific.
Barren women supposed to make the fruit trees barren.
On the other hand, the Baganda believe that a barren wife infects her husband's garden with her own sterility and prevents the trees from bearing fruit. Hence a childless woman is generally divorced. For a like reason, probably the Wajaga of East Africa throw away the corpse of a childless woman with all her belongings in the forest or in any other place where the land is never cultivated. Moreover, her body is not carried out of the door of the hut, but a special passage is broken for it through the wall, no doubt to prevent her dangerous ghost from finding its way back.
Taboos based on the belief that persons can influence vegetation homeopathically by their axial states.
Thus, on the theory of homeopathic magic, a person can influence vegetation either for good or for evil according to the good or the bad character of his axial states. For example, a fruitful woman makes plants fruitful, a barren woman makes them barren. Hence a belief in the noxious and infectious nature of certain personal qualities or accidents has given rise to a number of prohibitions or rules of avoidance. People abstain from doing certain things lest they should homeopathically infect the fruits of the earth with their own undesirable state or condition. All such customs of abstention or rules of avoidance are examples of negative magic or taboo. Thus, for example, arguing from what may be called the infectiousness of personal axial states. The Galileans say that you ought not to shoot with the bow and arrows under a fruit tree, or the tree will cast its fruit even as the arrows fall to the ground, and that when you are eating watermelon, you ought not to mix the pips which you spit out of your mouth with the pips which you have put aside to serve your seed. For if you do, though the pips you spat out may certainly spring up and blossom, yet the blossoms will keep falling off just as the pips fell from your mouth, and thus these pips will never bear fruit. Precisely the same train of thought leads the Bavarian peasant to believe that if he allows the graft of a fruit tree to fall on the ground, the tree that springs from the graft will let its fruit fall untimely. The Indians of Santiago Tepehuacan suppose that if a certain grain of the maize which they are about to sow were eaten by an animal, the birds and the wild boars would come and devour all the rest, and nothing would grow. And if any of these Indians has ever in his life buried a corpse, he will never be allowed to plant a fruit tree, for they say that the fruit would wither, and they will not let such a man go fishing with them, for the fish would flee from him. Certainly these Indians imagine that anybody who has buried a corpse is thereby tainted, so to say, with an affection of death, which might prove fatal to fruits and fish. In Nias, the day after man has made preparations for planting rice, he may not use fire, or the crop would be parched, and he may not spread his mats on the ground, or the young plants will droop towards the earth. When the Chams of Cochinchina are sowing their dry rice fields, and desire that no rain should fall, they eat their rice dry instead of moistening it, as they usually do, with the water in which vegetables and fish have been boiled. That prevents rain from spoiling the rice.
Persons influenced homeopathically by plants.
In the foregoing cases, a person is supposed to influence vegetation homeopathically. He infects trees or plants with qualities or accidents, good or bad, resembling and derived from his own. But on the principle of homeopathic magic, the influence is mutual. The plant can infect the man just as much as man can infect the plant. In magic, as I believe in physics, action and reaction are equal and opposite. The Cherokee Indians are adepts in practical botany of the homeopathic sort. Thus wiry roots of the catgut plant or devil's shoestring, Tephrosia, are so tough they can almost stop a ploughshare in the furrow. Hence Cherokee women wash their heads with a decoction of the roots to make the hair strong, and Cherokee ball players wash themselves with it to toughen their muscles. To help them to spring quickly to their feet when they are thrown to the ground, these Indian ball players also bathe their limbs with a decoction of the small rush, Juncus tennis, which they say always recovers its erect position no matter how often it is trampled down. To improve a child's memory, the Cherokees beat up burrs in water, which has been fetched from a roaring waterfall. The virtue of this portion is threefold. The voice of the long man or river god is heard in the roar of the cataract. The stream seizes and holds things cast upon its surface, and there is nothing that sticks like a burr. Hence it seems clear that with the portion the child will drink in the lessons taught by the voice of the waters will seize them like the stream, and stick fast them like a burr. For a like reason the Cherokee fisherman ties the plant called Venus flytrap, Donea, to his fish trap, and he chews the plant and spits it on the bait. That will be sure to make the trap and the bait catch fish, just as Venus flytrap catches and digests the insect which alights on it.
The Key Islanders think that certain creepers which adhere firmly to the trunks of trees prevent voyagers at sea from being wafted hither and thither at the mercy of the wind and the waves. The adhesive power of the plants enables the mariners to go straight to their destination. It is a Galilean's belief that if you eat a fruit which has fallen to the ground, you will yourself contract a disposition to stumble and fall, and that if you partake of something which has been forgotten, such as a sweet potato left in the pot or a banana in the fire, you will become forgetful. The Galileans are also of opinion that if a woman were to consume 2 bananas growing from a single head, she would give birth to twins. The Guarani Indians of South America thought that a woman would become a mother of twins if she ate a double grain of millet. In Vedic times, a curious application of this principle supplied a charm by which a banished prince might be restored to his kingdom. He had to eat food cooked on a fire, which was fed with wood which had grown out of the stump of a tree which had been cut down. The recuperative power manifested by such a tree would in due course be communicated through the fire to the food, and so to the prince, who ate the food which was cooked on the fire, which was fed with the wood which grew out of the tree. Among the Lakuntan Indians of Vancouver Island, an infallible means of making your hair grow long is to rub it with fish oil and the pulverized fruit of a particular kind of poplar, Populus trichocarpa. As the fruit grows a long way up the tree, it cannot fail to make your hair grow long too. At Lumba in Central Australia, there is a tree to which the sun, in the shape of a woman, is said to have travelled from the east. The natives believe that if the tree were destroyed, they would all be burned up, and that were any man to kill and eat an opossum from this tree, the food would burn up all his inward parts so that he would die.
People supposed to be influenced homeopathically by the nature of the timber of which their houses are built.
The Sudanese of the Indian archipelago regard certain kinds of wood as unsuitable for use of house building, especially such trees as have prickles or thorns on their trunks. They think that the life of people who lived in a house made of such timber would be thorny and full of trouble. Again, if a house is built of trees that have fallen or lost their leaves through age, the inmates would die soon, or it would be hard to put it to earn their bread. Again, wood from a house that has been burned down should never be used in building, for it would cause a fire to break out in the new house. In Java, some people would not build a house with the wood of a tree that had been uprooted by a storm, lest the house should fall down in like manner, and they take care not to construct the upright and the horizontal parts, the standing and lying parts, as they call them, of the edifice out of the same tree. The reason for this precaution is a belief that if the standing and lying woodwork was made out of the same tree, the inmates of the house would constantly suffer from ill health. No sooner had one of them got up from a bed of sickness than another would have to lie down on it, and so it would go on, one up and another down perpetually. Before Cherokee braves went forth to war, the medicine man used to give each man a small charmed root, which made him absolutely invulnerable. On the eve of battle, the warrior bathed in a running stream, chewed a portion of the root, and spat the juice in his body in order that the bullets might slide off his skin like the drops of water. Some of my readers perhaps doubt whether this really made the men bomb-proof. There is a barren and paralyzing spirit of skepticism abroad at the present day which is almost deplorable. However, the efficacy of this particular charm was proved in the Civil War, for 300 Cherokees served in the Army of the South, and they were never or hardly ever wounded in action. Near Charlotte Waters in Central Australia, there is a tree which sprang up to mark the spot where a blind man died. It is called the blind tree by the natives, who think that if it were cut down, all the people of the neighbourhood would become blind. A man who wishes to deprive his enemy of sight need only go to the tree by himself and rub it, muttering his wish and exhorting the magic virtue to go forth and do its baleful work. In this last example, the infectious quality, though it emanates directly from the tree, is derived originally from a man, namely the blind man, who is buried at the place where the tree grew. Similarly, the Central Australians believe that a certain group of stones at Undiara are the petrified boils of an old man who long ago plucked them from his body and left them there. Hence any man who wishes to infect his enemy with boils will go to these stones and throw miniature spears at them, taking care that the points of the spears strike the stones. Then the spears are picked up and thrown, one by one, in the direction of the person whom it is intended to injure. The spears carry with them the magic virtue from the stones, and the result is an eruption of painful boils on the body of the victim. Sometimes a whole group of people can be inflicted in this way by a skillful magician. These examples introduce us to a fruitful branch of homeopathic magic, namely to that departure of it which works by means of the dead. For just as the dead can neither see, nor hear, nor speak, so you may, on homeopathic principles, render people blind, deaf, and dumb by the use of a dead man's bones or anything else that is tainted by the infection of death. Thus, along the galleries, when a young man goes a-wooing at night, he takes a little earth from a grave and strews it on the roof of his sweetheart's house just by the place where her parents sleep. This, he fancies, will prevent them from waking while he converses with his beloved, since the earth from the grave will make them sleep as sound as the dead. Homeopathic magic of the dead, employed by burglars for the purpose of a concealment. Burglars, in all ages and many lands, have been patrons of this species of magic, which is very useful to them in the exercise of their profession. Thus, a South Slavonian housebreaker sometimes begins operations by throwing a dead man's bone over a house, saying, with pungent sarcasm, "As this bone may weaken, so may these people weaken." After that, not a soul in the house can keep him or her eyes open. Similarly, in Java, the burglar takes earth from a grave and sprinkles it round the house which he intends to rob. This throws the inmates into a deep sleep. With the same intention, a Hindu will strew ashes of a pyre at the door of the house. Indians of Peru scatter the dust of dead men's bones. Ruthenian burglars remove the marrow from a human shin bone, pour tallow into it, and having kindled the tallow, march thrice round the house with this candle burning, which causes the inmates to sleep a death-like sleep. Or the Ruthenian will make a flute out of a human leg bone and play upon it, whereupon all persons within hearing are overcome with drowsiness. The Indians of Mexico employed for this malfeasant purpose the left forearm of a woman who had died in giving birth to her first child, but the arm had to be stolen. With it they beat the ground before they entered the house, which they designed to plunder. This caused every one in the house to lose all power of speech and motion. They were as dead, hearing and saying everything, but perfectly powerless. Some of them, however, really slept and even snored. In Europe, similar properties were ascribed to the hand of glory, which was the dried and pickled hand of a man who had been hanged. If a candle made of the fat of a malefactor, who had also died on the gallows, was lighted and placed in the hand of glory, as in a candlestick, and rendered motionless all persons to whom it was presented, they could not stir a finger any more than if they were dead. Sometimes a dead man's hand is itself the candle, or rather bunches of candles, all its withered fingers being set on fire. But should any member of the household be awake, one of the fingers will not kindle. Such nefarious lights can only be extinguished with milk. Often it is prescribed that the thief's candle should be made of the finger of a new-born, or still better, unborn child. Sometimes it is thought needful that the thief should have one such candle for every person in the house, for if he has one candle too little, somebody in the house will wake and catch him. Once these tapers begin to burn, there is nothing but milk that will put them out. In the 17th century, robbers used to murder pregnant women in order thus to extract candles from their wombs. An ancient Greek robber or burglar thought he could silence and put to flight the fiercest watchdogs by carrying with him a brand plucked from a funeral pyre.
Homeopathic magic of the dead employed for various purposes. Again, Servian and Bulgarian women who chafe at the restraints of domestic life will take the copper coins from the eyes of a corpse, wash them in wine or water, and give the liquid to their husbands to drink. After swallowing it, the husband will be as blind to his wife's peccadilloes as the dead man was on whose eyes the coins were laid. When a Blackfoot Indian went out eagle hunting, he used to take a skull with him, because he believed that the skull would make him invisible, like the dead person to whom it had belonged, and so the eagles would not be able to see and attack him. The Tarahumaras of Mexico are great runners, and parties of them engage in races with each other. They believe that human bones induce fatigue. Hence, before a race, the friends of one side will bury dead men's bones in the track, hoping that the runners of the other side will pass over them and so be weakened. Naturally, they warn their own men to shun the spot where the bones are buried. The Balep of New Caledonia think that they can disable an enemy from flight by means of the leg bone of a dead foe. They stick certain plants into the bone, and then smash it between stones before the skulls of their ancestors. It is easy to see that this breaks the leg of the living enemy, and so hinders him from running away. Hence, in time of war, men fortify themselves with amulets of this sort. The ancient Greeks seem to have thought that to set a young male child on a tomb would be to rob him of his manhood by infecting him with the impotence of the dead. And as there is no memory in the grave, the Arabs think that earth from a grave can make a man forget his griefs and sorrows, especially the sorrow of an unhappy love. Homeopathic magic of animals. Again, animals are often conceived to possess qualities or properties which might be useful to man, and homeopathic or imitative magic seeks to communicate these properties to human beings in various ways. Thus, some Buchanas wear a ferret as a charm, because being very tenacious to life, it would make them difficult to kill. Others wear a certain insect, mutilated but living for a similar purpose. Yet other Bechuana warriors wear the hair of a hornless ox among their own hair, and the skin of a frog on their mantle, because a frog is slippery, and the ox, having no horns, is hard to catch. So the man who is provided with these charms believes that he will be as hard to hold as the ox and the frog. Again, it seems plain that a South African warrior who twists tufts of rat's hair among his own curly black locks will have just as many chances of avoiding the enemy's spear as a nimble rat has of avoiding things thrown at it. Hence, in these regions, rat's hair is in great demand when war is expected. In Morocco, a fowl or a pigeon may sometimes be seen with a little red bundle tied to its foot. The bundle contains a charm, and it is believed that, as the charm is kept in constant motion by the bird, a corresponding restlessness is kept up in the mind of him or her against whom the charm is directed. When a Gala sees a tortoise, he will take off his sandals and step on it, believing that the soles of his feet are thereby made hard and strong, like the shell of the animal. The Wajagas of eastern Africa think that if they wear a piece of the wing bone of a vulture tied round their leg, they will be able to run and not grow weary, just as a vulture flies unweary through the sky. The Eskimos of Baffinland fancy that if part of the intestines of a fox is placed under the feet of a baby boy, he will become active and skillful in walking over thin ice like a fox. One of the ancient books of India prescribes that when a sacrifice is offered for victory, the earth out of which the altar is to be made should be taken from a space where a boar has been wallowing, since the strength of the boar will be in that earth. Homeopathic Magic of Insects. When you are playing the one-string lute and your fingers are stiff, the thing to do is to catch some long-legged field spiders and roast them, and then rub your fingers with the ashes. That will make your fingers as lithe and nimble as the spider's legs, at least so think the Galaries, as a sea eagle is very expert at seizing fish in its talons. The Kei Islanders use its claws as a charm to enable them to make great gain on their trading voyages. The children of the Barunga on Delagoa Bay are much troubled by a small worm which burrows under the skin, where its meanderings are visible to the eye. To guard her little one against this insect pest, a Barunga mother will attach to its wrist the skin of the mole, which burrows just under the surface of the ground, exactly as the worm burrows under the infant's skin. To bring back a runaway slave, an Arab of North Africa will trace a magic circle on the ground, stick a nail in the middle of it, and attach a beetle by a thread to the nail, taking care that the sex of the beetle is that of the fugitive. As the beetle crawls round and round, it will coil and thread about the nail, thus shortening its tether and drawing nearer to the centre at every circuit, so by virtue of homeopathic magic, the runaway slave will be drawn back to his master. The Patagonian Indians kill a mare and put a newborn boy in its body, believing that this will make him a good horseman. The Lucundian Indians of Vancouver's Islands believe that the ashes of wasps rubbed on the faces of warriors going to battle will render the men as pugnacious as wasps, and that a decoction of wasps' nests or of flies administered internally to barren women will make them prolific like the insects. Among the western tribes of British New Guinea, a man who has killed a snake will burn it and smear his legs with the ashes when he goes into the forest, for no snake will bite him for some days afterwards. Homeopathic Magic of Snakes and Other Animals. The Barunga of Delagoa Bay carry the powdered ashes of a serpent in a little bag as a talisman which guards them from snake bites. Among the Arabs of Moab, a woman will give her infant daughter the ashes of a scorpion mixed with milk to drink in order to protect her against the stings of scorpions. The Cholons of eastern Peru think that to carry the poisoned tooth of a serpent is a protection against the bite of a serpent, and that to rub the cheek with the tooth of an ounce is an infallible remedy for toothache and faceache. In order to strengthen her teeth, some Brazilian Indians used to hang round a girl's neck at puberty the teeth of an animal which they called capigoar, that is, grass-eating. When a thoroughbred mare has drunk at a trough, an Arab woman will hasten to drink any water that remains in order that she may give birth to strong children. If a South Slavonian has a mind to pilfer and steal at market, he has nothing to do but to burn a blind cat and throw a pinch of its ashes over the person with whom he is higgling. After that he can take what he likes from the booth, and the owner will not be a bit wiser, having become as blind as the deceased cat with whose ashes he has been sprinkled. The thief may even ask boldly, "Did I pay for it?" And the deluded huckster will reply, "Why, certainly." Equally simple and effectual
is the expedient adopted by natives of Central Australia who desire to cultivate their beards. They prick the chin all over with a pointed bone and then stroke it carefully with a magic stick or stone, which represents a kind of rat that has very long whiskers. The virtue of these whiskers naturally passes into the representative stick or stone, and thence by an easy transition to the chin, which consequently is soon adorned with a rich growth of beard. When a party of these same natives has returned from killing a foe, and they fear to be attacked by the ghost of the dead man in their sleep, every one of them takes care to wear the tip of the tail of a rabbit kangaroo in his hair. Why? Because a rabbit kangaroo, being a nocturnal animal, does not sleep of nights, and therefore a man who wears the tip of its tail in his hair will clearly be wakeful during the hours of darkness. The Onomatja tribe of Central Australia use the tip of the tail of the same animal for the same purpose, but they draw out the sympathetic chain one link further. For among them, when a boy has undergone subcision and is leading a solitary life in the bush, it is not he but his mother who wears the tip of the nocturnal creature's tail in order that he may be watchful at nights lest harm should befall him from snakes and so forth. The ancient Greeks thought that to eat the flesh of the wakeful nightingale would prevent a man from sleeping, that to smear the eyes of a blear-sighted person with the gall of an eagle would give him the eagle's vision, and that a raven's eggs would restore the blackness of the raven to silvery hair. Only the person who adopted this last mode of constraining the ravages of time had to be most careful to keep his mouth full of oil. All the time he applied these eggs to his vulnerable locks, else his teeth as well as his hair would be dyed raven black, and no amount of scrubbing and scouring would avail to whiten them again. The hair restorer was in fact a shade too powerful, and applying it you might get more than you bargained for.
Homeopathic magic of animals among the Cherokees and other American Indians. The Huichol Indians of Mexico admire the beautiful markings on the backs of serpents. Hence, when a Huichol woman is about to weave and embroider, her husband catches a large serpent and holds it in a cleft stick, while the woman strokes the reptile with one hand down the whole length of its back. Then she passes the same hand over her forehead and eyes, that she may be able to work as beautiful patterns in the web as the markings on the back of the serpent. Among the Tarahumaras of Mexico, men who run races tie deer hoofs on their backs in the belief that this will make them swift-footed like the deer. Cherokee ball players rub their bodies with eel skins in order to make themselves as slippery and hard to hold as eels, and they also apply land tortoises to their legs in the hope of making them as thick and strong as the legs of these animals. But they are careful not to eat frogs, lest the brittleness of the frog's bones should infect their own bones. Moreover, they will not eat the flesh of the sluggish hog-sucker, lest they should lose their speed, nor the flesh of rabbits, lest, like the rabbit, they should become confused in running. On the other hand, their friends sprinkle a soup made of rabbit hamstrings along the path to be taken by their rivals, in order to make these rivals timorous in action. Moreover, the ball players will not wear the feathers of the bald-headed buzzard, for fear of themselves becoming bald, nor turkey feathers, lest they should suffer from a goitrous growth of the throat, like the red appendage on the thread of a turkey. The flesh of the common grey squirrel is forbidden to Cherokees who suffer from rheumatism, because the squirrel eats in a cramped position, which would clearly aggravate the pangs of the rheumatic patient. And a Cherokee woman who is with child may not eat the flesh of the ruffled grouse, because that bird hatches a large brood, but loses most of them before maturity. Strict people, indeed, will not allow a woman to taste of the bird till she is past childbearing. When a Cherokee is starting a journey on a cold winter morning, he rubs his feet in the ashes of the fire and sings 4 verses by means of which he can set the cold at defiance, like the wolf, the deer, the fox, and the opossum, whose feet, so the Indians think, are never frostbitten. After each verse, he imitates the cry and action of the animal, thus homeopathically identifying himself with the creature. The song he sings may be rendered, "I become a real wolf, a real deer, a real fox, and a real opossum." Homeopathic magic of animals among the Cherokees. After stating that he has become a real wolf, the songster utters a prolonged howl and paws the ground like a wolf with his feet. After giving notice that he has become a real deer, he imitates the call and jumping of a deer. And after announcing his identification, for all practical purposes, with a fox and an opossum, he mimics the barking and scratching of a fox and the cry of an opossum when it is driven to bay, also throwing his head back just as an opossum does when it feigns death. Some Cherokees are said to drink tea made of crickets in order to become good singers like the insects.
If the eyes of a Cherokee child be bathed with water in which a feather of an owl has been soaked, the child will be able, like the owl, to keep awake all night. The mole cricket has claws with which it burrows in the earth, and among the Cherokees he is reputed to be an excellent singer. Hence, when children are long of learning to speak, their tongues are scratched with the claw of a live mole cricket in order that they may soon talk as distinctly as the insect. Grown persons also, who are slow of speech, may require a ready flow of eloquence, if only the inside of their throat be scratched on 4 successive mornings with a mole cricket. The negroes of the Maroni River in Guyana have a somewhat similar cure for stammering. Day and night the shrieks of certain species of ape resound through the forest. Hence, when the negroes kill one of these pests, they remove its larynx and make a cup of it. If a stammering child drinks out of such a soup for a few months, it ceases to stammer. Cherokee parents scratch the hands of their children with the pincers of a live red crawfish, resembling a lobster, in order to give the infants a stronger grip, like that of the crawfish. This may help us to understand why on the 5th day after birth, a Greek child used to receive presents of octopuses and cuttlefish from its friends and relations. For the numerous arms, legs, and tentacles of these creatures seem well calculated to strengthen the grip of a baby's hand and to impart the power of toddling to its little toes. Homeopathic magic of inanimate things. On the principle of homeopathic magic, inanimate things, as well as plants and animals, may diffuse blessing or bane among them, according to their own intrinsic nature and the skill of the wizard to tap or dam, as the case may be, the stream of weal or woe. Thus, for example, the Galeries think that when your teeth have been filed, you should keep spitting on a pebble, for this establishes a homeopathic connection between you and the pebble, by virtue of which your teeth will henceforth be as hard and durable as a stone. On the other hand, you ought not to comb a child before it has teethed, or if you do, its teeth will afterwards be separated from each other like the teeth of a comb. Nor should children look at a sieve, otherwise they will suffer from a skin disease, and will have as many sores in their bodies as there are holes in the sieve. In Samarkand, women give a baby sugar candy to suck, and put glue in the palm of its hand, in order that, when the child grows up, his words may be sweet, and precious things may stick to his hands as if they were glued. The Greeks thought that a garment made of the fleece of a sheep that had been torn by a wolf would hurt the wearer, setting up an itch or irritation in its skin. They were also of opinion that if a stone which had been bitten by a dog were dropped in wine, it would make all who drank of that wine to fall out among themselves. Among the Arabs of Moab, a childless woman often borrows a robe of a woman who has had many children, hoping with the robe to acquire the fruitfulness of its owner. The Kafirs of Safala, in East Africa, had a great dread of being struck with anything hollow, such as a reed or a straw, and greatly preferred being thrashed with a good thick cudgel or an iron bar, even though it hurt very much, for they thought that if a man were beaten with anything hollow, his inside would waste away till he died. In eastern seas there is a large shell which the Bouganese of Celebes call the Old Man, Cadjoel. On Fridays they turn these old men upside down and place them on the thresholds of their houses, believing that whoever then steps over the threshold of the house will live to be old. Again, the Galeries think that if you are imprudent enough to eat while somebody is sharpening a knife, your throat will be cut that same evening, or next morning at latest. The disastrous influence thus attributed under certain circumstances to a knife in the East Indies finds its counterpart in a curious old Greek story. A certain king had no child, and he asked a wise man how he could get one. The wise man himself did not know, but he thought that if the birds of the air might, and he undertook to inquire of them. For you must know that the sage understood the language of birds, having learned it through some serpents, whose life he had saved, and who out of gratitude had cleansed his ears as he slept. So he sacrificed 2 bulls, and cut them up, and prayed the fowls to come and feast on the flesh, only the vulture he did not invite. When the birds came, the wise man asked them what the king must do to get a son, but none of them knew. At last up came the vulture, and he knew all about it. He said that once when the king was a child, his royal father was gelding rams in the field, and laid down the bloody knife beside his little son. Nay, he threatened the boy with it. The child was afraid and ran away, and the father struck the knife at a tree, either a sacred oak or a wild pear tree. Meanwhile, the bark of the tree had grown round the knife and hidden it. The vulture said that if they found the knife, scrape the rust off it, and gave the rust mixed with wine to the king to drink for 10 days, he would beget a son. They did so, and it fell out exactly as the vulture had said. In this story, a knife which had gelded rams is supposed to have deprived a boy of his virility merely by being brought near his person. Through simple proximity, it infected him, so to say, with the same disability which it had already inflicted on the rams, and the loss he thus sustained was afterwards repaired by administering to him in a potion the rust which, having been left on the blade by the blood of the animals, might be supposed to be still imbued with that generative faculty.
Homeopathic Magic of Iron. The strengthening virtue of iron is highly appreciated by the Troezens of Central Celebes, only they apply it externally, not internally as we do in Europe. For this purpose the people of a village assemble once a year in the smithy. The master of the ceremonies opens the proceedings by carrying a little pig and a white fowl round the smithy, after which he kills them and smears a little of their blood on the forehead of every person present. Next he takes a doit, a chopping knife, and a bunch of leaves in his hand, and strikes with them the palm of the right hand of every man, woman, and child, and ties a leaf of the Dracaena terminalis to every wrist. Then a little fire is made in the furnace and blown up with the bellows. Every one who feels sick or unwell now steps up to the anvil, and the master of the ceremonies sprinkles a mixture of pig's blood, water, and herbs on the joints of his body, and finally on his head, wishing him a long life. Lastly, the patient takes the chopping knife, heats it in the furnace, lays it on the anvil, and strikes it 7 times with the hammer. After that he has only to cool the knife in water, and the iron cure is complete. Again, on the 7th day after a birth, the Troezens hold a little feast, in which the child is carried down the house ladder, and its feet set on a piece of iron, in order to strengthen its feeble soul with the strong soul of the iron. At critical times, the Mahakam Daikas of central Borneo seek to strengthen their souls by biting on an old sword or setting their feet upon it. Homeopathic Magic of Stones. At initiation, a Brahmin boy is made to tread with his right foot on a stone, while the words are repeated, "Tread on this stone, like a stone be firm," and the same ceremony is performed, with the same words, by a Brahmin bride at her marriage. In Madagascar, a mode of counteracting the levity of fortune is to bury a stone at the foot of the heavy house post. Oaths upon stones. The common custom of swearing upon a stone may be passed partially on belief that the strength and stability of the stone lend confirmation to an oath. Thus the old Danish historian, Saxo Grammaticus, tells us that the ancients, when they were to choose a king, were wont to stand on stones planted in the ground, and to proclaim their votes, in order to foreshadow from the steadfastness of the stones that the deed would be lasting. There was a stone at Athens on which the 9 archons stood when they swore to rule justly and according to the laws. A little to the west of St. Columba's tomb in Iona lie the black stones, which are so called, not for their colour, for that is grey, but from the effects that tradition says ensued upon perjury, if any one became guilty of it after swearing on these stones in the usual manner. For an oath made on them was decisive in all controversies. MacDonald, king of the Isles, delivered the rights of their lands to his vassals on the Isles and continent with uplifted hands and bended knees on the black stones. And in this posture, before many witnesses, he solemnly swore that he would never recall those rights which he then granted, and this was instead of his great seal. Hence it is that when one was certain of what he affirmed, he said positively, "I have freedom to swear this matter upon the black stones." Again, in the island of Iran, there was a green globular stone, about the size of a goose's egg, on which oaths were taken. It was also endowed with healing virtue, for it cured stitches in the sides of sick people if only it was laid on the affected part. They say that MacDonald, the Lord of the Isles, carried this stone about with him, and that victory was always on his side when he threw it among the enemy. Once more, in the island of Flada, there was a round blue stone on which people swore decisive oaths, and it too healed stitches in the side like the green stone of Iran. When 2 Bogos of Eastern Africa have a dispute, they will sometimes settle it at a certain stone, which one of them mounts. His adversary calls down the most dreadful curses on him, if he forswears himself, and that every cursed man on the stone answers, Amen. In Laconia, an unwrought stone was shown which, according to legend, relieved the matricide Orestes of his madness as soon as he had set it down, and Zeus is said to have often cured himself of his love for Herda by sitting down on a certain rock in the island of Leucadia. In these cases, it may have been thought that the wayward and flighty impulses of love and madness were counteracted by the steadying influence of a heavy stone. Homeopathic magic of special kinds of stones. But while a general magical efficiency may be supposed to reside in all stones by reason of their common properties of weight and solidity, special magical virtues are attributed to particular stones, or kinds of stone, in accordance with their individual or specific qualities of shape and colour. For example, a pothole in a rocky gorge of Central Australia contains many rounded boulders, which, in the opinion of the Warramunga tribe, represent the kidneys, heart, tail, intestines, and so forth of an old Euro, a species of kangaroo. Hence the natives jump into the pool, and after splashing the water all over their bodies, rub one another with the stones, believing this will enable them to catch Euros. Again, not very far from Alice Springs, in Central Australia, there is a heap of stones supposed to be the vomit of 2 men of the Eagle Hawk totem who had dined too copiously on Eagle Hawk men, women and children. The natives think that if any person caught sight of these stones, he would be taken very sick on the spot. Hence the heap is covered with sticks, to which every passer-by adds one in order to prevent the evil magic from coming out and turning his stomach. The Indians of Peru employed certain stones for the increase of maize, others for the increase of potatoes, and others again for the increase of cattle. The stones used to make maize grow were fashioned into the likeness of cobs of maize, and the stones destined to multiply cattle had the shape of sheep. Homeopathic magic of stones in New Caledonia. No people perhaps employ stones more freely for the purposes of homeopathic magic than the natives of New Caledonia. They have stones of the most diverse shapes and colours to serve the most diverse ends. Stones for sunshine, rain, famine, war, madness, death, fishing, sailing, and so forth. Thus, in order to make a plantation of taro thrive, they bury in the field certain stones resembling taros, praying to their ancestors at the same time. A stone marked with black lines like the leaves of the coconut palm helps to produce a good crop of coconuts. To make breadfruit grow, they use 2 stones of different sizes, representing the unripe and the ripe fruit respectively. As soon as the fruit begins to form, they bury the small stone at the foot of the tree, and later on, when the fruit approaches maturity, they replace the small stone by the large one. The yam is the chief crop of the New Caledonians, hence the number of stones used to foster its growth is correspondingly great. Different families have different kinds of stones, which, according to their diverse shapes and colours, are supposed to promote the cultivation of the various species of yams. Before the stones are buried in the yam field, they are deposited beside the ancestral skulls, wetted with water and wiped with the leaves of certain trees. Sacrifices too of yams and fish are offered to the dead, with the words, "Here are your offerings, in order that the crop of yams may be good." Again, a stone carved in the shape of a canoe can make a voyage prosperous, or the reverse according as it is placed before the ancestral skulls, with the opening upwards or downwards, the ceremony being accompanied with prayers and offerings to the dead. Again, fish is a very important article of diet with the New Caledonians, and every kind of fish has its sacred stone, which is enclosed in a large shell and kept in the graveyard. In performing the rite to secure a good catch, the wizard swathes the stone in bandages of various colours, spits some chewed leaves in it, and setting it up before the skull, says, "Help us to be lucky at the fishing." In these and many similar practices of the New Caledonians, the magical efficiency of the stones appears to be deemed insufficient of itself to accomplish the end in view. It has to be reinforced by the spirits of the dead, whose help is sought by prayer and sacrifice. Moreover, the stones are regularly kept in the burial grounds, as if to saturate them with the powerful influence of the ancestors. They are brought from the cemetery buried in the fields, or the foot of trees for the sake of quickening the fruits of the earth, and they are restored to the cemetery when they have discharged this duty. Thus, in New Caledonia, magic is blent with the worship of the dead. Homeopathic magic of stones in Melanesia. In other parts of Melanesia, a like belief prevails that certain sacred stones are endowed with miraculous powers which correspond in their nature to the shape of the stone. Thus, a piece of water-worn coral on the beach often bears a surprising likeness to a breadfruit. Hence, the Banks Islands, a man who finds such a coral will lay it at the root of one of his breadfruit trees in the expectation that it will make the tree bear well. If the result answers his expectation, he will then, for a proper remuneration, take stones of less marked character from other men, and let them lie near his, in order to imbue them with the magic virtue which resides in it. Similarly, a stone with little discs upon it
is good to bring in money, and if a man found a large stone with a number of small ones under it, like a sow among her litter, he was sure that to offer money upon it would bring him pigs. In these and similar cases, the Melanesians ascribed the marvellous power not to the stone itself, but to its indwelling spirit, and sometimes, as we have just seen, a man endeavours to propitiate the spirit by laying down offerings on the stone. But the conception of spirits that must be propitiated lies outside the sphere of magic and within that of religion. Where such a conception is found, as here, in conjunction with purely magical ideas and practices, the latter may generally be assumed to be the original stock which the religious conception has been at some later time engrafted, for there are strong grounds for thinking that, in the evolution of thought, magic has preceded religion. But at this point we shall return presently. Homeopathic magic of precious stones. The ancients set great store on the magical properties of precious stones. Indeed, it has been maintained, with great show of reason, that such stones were used as amulets long before they were worn as mere ornaments. Thus the Greeks gave the name of tree agate to a stone which exhibits tree-like markings, and they thought that if 2 of these gems were tied to the horns or neck of oxen at the plough, the crop would be sure to be plentiful. Again, they recognized a milkstone, which produced an abundant supply of milk in women, if only they drank it dissolved in honey mead. Milkstones are used for the same purpose by Greek women in Crete and Melos at the present day. In Albania, nursing mothers wear the stones in order to ensure an abundant flow of milk. In Ukraine, down to modern times, German women have attempted to increase their milk by stroking their breasts with a kind of alum, which they call a milkstone. Again, the Greeks believed in a stone which cured snake bites, and hence was named the snake stone. To test its efficiency, he had only to grind the stone to powder and sprinkle the powder on the wound. The wine-coloured amethyst received its name, which means not drunken, because it was supposed to keep the wearer of it sober, and 2 brothers who desired to live at unity were advised to carry magnets about with them, which by drawing the twain together would clearly prevent them from falling out. In Albania, people think that if the bloodstone is laid on a wound, it will stop the flow of blood. Homeopathic magic of the sun, the moon, the stars, and the sea. Amongst the things which homeopathic magic seeks to turn to account are the great powers of nature, such as the waxing and the waning moon, the rising and the setting sun, the stars, and the sea. Elsewhere I have illustrated the homeopathic virtues ascribed to the waxing and the waning moon. Here I will give an Arab charm of the setting sun. Homeopathic magic of the setting sun. When a husband is far away and his wife would bring him home to her, she procures pepper and coriander seed from a shop that faces the east, and throws them into a lighted brazier at sunset. Then, turning to the east, she waves a napkin with which she has wiped herself, and says, "Let the setting sun return, having found such and such a one, son of such and such a woman, in grief and pain. May the grief that my absence causes him make him weep. May the grief that my absence causes him make him lament. May the grief that my absence causes him make him break the obstacles that part us and bring him back to me." If the charm is unsuccessful, she repeats it one day at sunrise, burning the same perfumes. Clearly she imagines that, as the sun goes away in the west and comes back to the east, it should, at its return, bring the absent one home. Homeopathic magic of the pole star. The ancient books of the Hindus lay down a rule that after sunset on his marriage night, a man should sit silent with his wife till the stars begin to twinkle in the sky. When the pole star appears, he should point it out to her, and addressing the star, say, "Firm art thou, I see thee, the firm one. Firm be thou with me, O thriving one." Then, turning to his wife, he should say, "To me, Brihaspati has given thee, obtaining offering through me, thy husband. Live with me 100 autumns." The intention of the ceremony is plainly to guard against the fickleness of fortune and the instability of earthly bliss by the steadfast influence of the constant star. It is the wisdom expressed in Keats's last sonnet: "Bright star, would I were steadfast as thou art, not in lone splendour, hung aloft to the night." Homeopathic magic of the tides. Dwellers by the sea cannot fail to be impressed by the sight of its ceaseless ebb and flow, and are apt, on the principles of that rude philosophy of sympathy and resemblance which here engages our attention, to trace a subtle relation, a secret harmony between its tides and the life of man, of animals, and of plants. In the flowing tide they see not merely a symbol, but a cause of exuberance, of prosperity, and of life,
while in the ebbing tide they discern a real agent as well as a melancholy emblem of failure, of weakness and of death. The Breton peasant fancies that clover sown when the tide is coming in will grow well, but that if the plant be sown at low water or when the tide is going out, it will never reach maturity, and that the cows which feed on it will burst. His wife believes that the best butter is made when the tide has just turned and is beginning to flow, that the milk which foams in the churn will go on foaming till the hour of high water is past, and that water drawn from the well or milk extracted from the cow while the tide is rising will boil up in the pot or saucepan and overflow into the fire. The Galeries say that if you wish to make oil, you should do it when the tide is high, for then you will get plenty of oil. According to some of the ancients, the skins of seals, even after they have been parted from their bodies, remain in secret sympathy with the sea, and were observed to ruffle when the tide was on the ebb. Another ancient belief attributed to Aristotle was that no creature can die except at ebb tide. The belief, if we can trust Pliny, was confirmed by experience so far as regards human beings on the coast of France. Philostratus also assures us that at Cadiz, dying people never yielded up the ghost while the water was high. A like fancy still lingers in some parts of Europe. On the Cantabrian coast of Spain, they think that persons who die of chronic or acute disease expire the moment when the tide begins to recede.
Homeopathic magic of the tides. In Portugal, all along the coast of Wales, and on some parts of the coast of Brittany, a belief is said to prevail that people are born when the tide comes in and die when it goes out. Dickens attests the existence of the same superstition in England. People can't die along the coast, said Mr. Peggotty, except when the tide's pretty nigh out. They can't be born unless it's pretty nigh in. Not properly born till flood. The belief that most deaths happen at ebb tide is said to be held among the east coast of England from November land to Kent. Shakespeare must have been familiar with it, for he makes Falstaff die even just between 12 and 1 a.m. at the turning of tide. We meet the belief again on the Pacific coast of North America among the Haidas of the Queen Charlotte Islands. Whenever a good Haida is about to die, he sees a canoe manned by some of his dead friends, who come with the tide to bid him welcome to the spirit land. Come with us now, they say, for the tide is about to ebb and we must depart. At the other extremity of America, the same fancy has been noted among the Indians of southern Chile. A Chilote Indian, in the late stage of consumption, after preparing to die like a good Catholic, was heard to ask how the tide was running. When his sister told him that it was still coming in, he smiled and said that he had yet a little while to live. It was his first conviction that with the ebbing tide his soul would pass to the ocean of eternity. At Port Stephens, in New South Wales, the natives always buried their dead at flood tide, never at ebb, lest the retiring water should bear the soul of the departed to some distant country.
Homeopathic magic of grave clothes in China. To ensure a long life, the Chinese have recourse to certain complicated charms, which concentrate in themselves the magical essence emanating on homeopathic principles from times and seasons, from persons, and from things. The vehicles employed to transmit these happy influences are no other than grave clothes. These are provided by many Chinese in their lifetime, and most people have them cut out and sewn by an unmarried girl or a very young woman, wisely calculating that, since such a person is likely to live a great many years to come, a part of her capacity to live long must surely pass to the clothes, and thus stave off for many years the time when they shall be put into their proper use. Further, the garments are made by preference in a year which has an intercalary months, for to the Chinese mind it seems plain that grave clothes made in a year which is unusually long will possess the capacity of prolonging life in an unusually high degree. Amongst the clothes there is one robe in particular, on which special pains have been lavished to imbue it with this priceless quality. It is a long silken gown of the deepest blue colour, with the word longevity embroidered all over it in thread of gold. To present an aged parent with one of these costly and splendid mantles known as longevity garments is esteemed by the Chinese as an act of filial piety and a delicate mark of attention. As the garment purports to prolong the life of its owner, he often wears it, especially on festive occasions, in order to allow the influence of longevity created by the many golden letters with which it is bespangled to work their full effect upon his person. On his birthday, above all, he hardly ever fails to don it,
For in China, common sense bids a man lay in a large stock of vital energy on his birthday, to be expended in the form of health and vigour during the rest of the year. Attired in a gorgeous pall, and absorbing its blessed influence at every pore, the happy owner receives complacently the congratulations of friends and relations, who warmly express their admiration of these magnificent cerements, and of the filial piety which prompted the children to bestow so beautiful and useful a present on the author of their being. Homeopathic magic applied to the sites of cities in China. Another application of the maxim that like produces like is seen in the Chinese belief that the fortunes of a town are deeply affected by its shape, and that they must vary according to the character of the thing which that shape most nearly resembles. Thus it is related that long ago the town of the Sun Chun Fu, the outlines of which are like those of a carp, frequently fell a prey to the depredations of the neighbouring city of Yongchan, which is shaped like a fishing net, until the inhabitants of the former town conceived the plan of erecting 2 small pagodas in their midst. These pagodas, which still tower above the city of Sun Chun Fu, have ever since exercised the happiest influence over its destiny by intercepting the imaginary net before it could descend and entangle in its meshes the imaginary carp. Some 30 years ago the wise men of Shanghai were much exercised to discover the cause of a local rebellion. On careful inquiry they ascertained that the rebellion was due to the shape of a large new temple which had most unfortunately been built in the shape of a tortoise, an animal of the very worst character. The difficulty was serious, the danger was pressing, for to pull down the temple would have been impious, and to let it stand as it was would be to court a succession of similar or worse disasters. However, the genius of the local professors of geomancy, rising to the occasion, triumphantly surmounted the difficulty and obviated the danger. By filling up 2 wells, which represented the eyes of the tortoise, they at once blinded the disreputable animal and rendered him incapable of doing further mischief. Homeopathic magic to avert threatened misfortune. Sometimes homeopathic or imitative magic is called in to annul an evil omen by accomplishing it in mimicry. The effect is to circumvent destiny by substituting a mock calamity for a real one. At Consort, a small seaport of Cambodia, a French official saw one morning a troop of armed guards escorting a man who was loaded with chains. They passed his house and went away towards the country, preceded by a man who drew lugubrious sounds from a gong, and followed by a score of idlers. The official thought it must be an execution, and was surprised to have heard nothing about it. Afterwards he received from his interpreter the following lucid explanation of the affair. In our country it sometimes happens that a man walking in his fields has nothing but the upper part of his body visible to people at a distance. Such an appearance is a sign that he will certainly die soon, and that is what happened last evening to the man you saw. Going homewards across the plain, he carried over his shoulder a bundle of palms with long slender stems ending in fan-like tufts of leaves. His family, returning from their work, followed him at a distance, and soon they saw his head, shoulders and arms moving along the road and carrying the branches, while his body and legs were invisible. Struck with consternation at the sight, his mother and wife repaired in all haste to the magistrate and implored him to proceed against the man after the fashion customary in such cases. The magistrate replied that the custom was ridiculous, and that he would still be more ridiculous if he complied with it. However, the 2 women insisted on it so vehemently, saying it was the only way to avert the omen, that he decided to do as they wished, and gave them his word that he would have the man arrested next morning at sunrise. So this morning the guards came to seize the poor man, telling him that he was accused of rebelling against the king, and without listening to his protestations of innocence they dragged him off to court. His family pretended to be surprised and followed him weeping. The judges had him clapped into irons and ordered him to instant execution. His own entreaties and the prayers of his family being all in vain, he begged that the priests of the pagoda might come and bear witness to his innocence and join the supplications to those of his friends. They came in haste, but receiving a hint how the wind lay, they advised the condemned man to submit to his fate and departed to pray for his soul at the temple. There the man was led away to a rice field, in the middle of which a banana tree, stripped of its leaves, had been set up as a stake. To this he was tied, and while his friends took their last leave of him, the sword of the executioner flashed through the air, and at a single stroke swept off the top of the banana tree above the head of the pretended victim. The man had given himself up for dead. His friends, while they knocked off his irons, explained to him the meaning of it all, and led him away to thank the magistrates and priests for what they had done to save him from the threatened catastrophe. The writer who reports the case adds that if the magistrates had not good-naturedly lent themselves to the pious fraud, the man's family would have contrived in some other way to impress him with the terror of death in order to save his life. Homeopathic magic to avert threatened misfortune. Again, 2 missionaries were journeying not long ago through central Celebes, accompanied by some Troezen. Unfortunately, the note of a certain bird called ticka-ticka was heard to the left. This boded ill, and the natives insisted that they must either turn back or pass the night on the spot. When the missionaries refused to do either, the expedient was hit upon which allowed them to continue the journey in safety. A miniature hut was made out of a leafy branch, and in it were deposited a leaf moistened with spittle and a hair from the head of one of the party. Then one of the Troezen said, "We shall pass the night here," and addressing the hair he spoke thus, "If any misfortune should happen through the cry of that bird, may it fall on you." In this way the evil omen was diverted from the real men and directed against their substitute, the hair, and perhaps also the spittle, in the tiny hut. When a Cherokee has dreamed of being stung by a snake, he is treated just the same way as if he had really been stung, otherwise the place would swell and ulcerate in the usual manner, though perhaps years might pass before it did so. It is the ghost of a snake that has bitten him in his sleep. One night a Huron Indian dreamed that he had been taken and burned alive by his hereditary foes, the Iroquois. Next morning a council was held on the affair, and the following measures were adopted to save the man's life. 12 or 13 fires were kindled in the large hut where they usually burned their prisoners to death. Every man seized a flaming brand and applied it to the naked body of the dreamer, who shrieked with pain. Thrice he ran round the hut, escaping from one fire only to fall into another. As each man thrust his blazing torch at the sufferer, he said, "Courage, my brother, it is thus that we have pity on you." At last he was allowed to escape. Passing out of the hut, he caught up with a dog which was held ready for the purpose, and throwing it over his shoulder, carried it through the wigwams as a sacred offering to the war god, praying him to accept the animal instead of himself. Afterwards, the dog was killed, roasted and eaten, exactly as the Indians were wont to roast and eat their captives. Homeopathic magic to avert misfortune in Madagascar. In Madagascar, this mode of cheating the fates is reduced to a regular system. Here every man's fortune is determined by the day or hour of his birth, and if that happens to be an unlucky one, his fate is sealed, unless the mischief can be extracted, as the phrase goes, by means of a substitute. The ways of extracting the mischief are various. For example, if a man is born on the first day of the second month, February, his house will be burnt down when he comes of age. To take time by the forelock and avoid this catastrophe, the friends of the infant will set upon a shed in a field or in the cattle fold and burn it. If the ceremony is to be really effective, the child and his mother should be placed in the shed and only plucked like brands from the burning hut before it is too late. Again, dripping November is the month of tears, and he who is born in it is born to sorrow. But in order to disperse the clouds that thus gather over his future, he has nothing to do but to take the lid off a boiling pot and wave it about. The drops that fall from it will accomplish his destiny, and so prevent the tears from trickling from his eyes. Again, if the fate has decreed that a young girl, still unwed, should see her children, still unborn, descend before her with sorrow to the grave, she can avert the calamity as follows. She kills a grasshopper, wraps it in a rag to represent a shroud, and mourns over it, like Rachel weeping for her children and refusing to be comforted. Moreover, she takes a dozen or more other grasshoppers, and having removed some of their superfluous legs and wings, she lays them about her dead and shrouded fellow. The buzz of the tortured insects and the agitated motions of their mutilated limbs represent the shrieks and contortions of the mourners at a funeral. After burying the deceased grasshopper, she leaves the rest to continue their mourning till death releases them from their pain, and having bound up her dishevelled hair, she retires from the grave with the step and carriage of a person plunged in grief. Thenceforth she looks carefully forward to seeing her children survive her, for it cannot be that she should mourn and bury them twice over. Once more, if fortune was frowned on a man at his birth, and penury has marked him for her own, he can easily erase the mark in question by purchasing a couple of cheap pearls, priced 3 halfpence, and burying them. For who but the rich of this world can thus afford to fling pearls away?
End of section 6.
Section 7 of The Golden Bough by James Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. The Golden Bough, Part 1. The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Volume 1. Chapter 3, Subchapter 3, Contagious Magic. 3. Contagious Magic. Contagious Magic working by contact, not resemblance. Thus far, we have been considering chiefly that branch of sympathetic magic which may be called homeopathic or imitative. Its leading principle, as we have seen, is that like produces like, or in other words, that an effect resembles its cause. The other great branch of sympathetic magic, which I have called contagious magic, proceeds upon the notion that things which have once been conjoined must remain ever afterwards, even when quite dissevered from each other, in such a sympathetic relation that whatever is done to the one must similarly affect the other. Thus the logical basis of contagious magic, like that of homeopathic magic, is a mistaken association of ideas. Its physical basis, if we may speak of such a thing, like the physical basis of homeopathic magic, is a material medium of some sort, which, like the ether of modern physics, is assumed to unite distant objects and may convey impressions from one to the other. Magical sympathy between a man and the severed portions of his person, such as his hair or nails. The most familiar example of contagious magic is a magical sympathy which is supposed to exist between a man and any severed portion of his person, as his hair or nails, so that whoever gets possession of human hair or nails may work his will at any distance upon the person from whom they were cut. This superstition is worldwide. Instances of it in regard to hair and nails will be noticed later on in this work. Beneficial effect of this superstition in causing the removal of refuse. While like other superstitions, it has had its absurd and mischievous consequences, it has nevertheless indirectly done much good by furnishing savages with strong, though irrational motives for observing rules of cleanliness, which they might never have adopted on rational grounds. How the superstition has produced this salutary effect will appear from a single instance, which I will give in the words of an experienced observer. Amongst the natives of the Gazelle Peninsula in New Britain, it is, as a rule, necessary for the efficiency of a charm that it should contain a part of the person who is to be enchanted, for example his hair, or a piece of his clothing, or something that stands in some relation to him, such as his excrements, the refuse of his food, his spittle, his footprints, etc. All such objects can be employed as penant, that is, as a medium for a papate, or charm, consisting of an incantation or murmuring of a certain formula, together with the blowing into the air of some burnt lime, which is held in the hand. It need hardly therefore be said that the native removes all such objects as well as he can. Thus the cleanliness which is usual in his houses and consists in sweeping the floor carefully every day is by no means based on a desire for cleanliness and neatness in themselves, but purely on the effort to put out of the way anything that might serve an ill-wisher as a charm. I will now illustrate the principles of contagious magic by examples beginning with its application to various parts of the human body. Contagious magic of the teeth in Australia. Among the Australian tribes, it was a common practice to knock out one or more of a boy's front teeth at those ceremonies of initiation to which every male member had to submit before he could enjoy the rights and privileges of a full-grown man. The reason of this practice is obscure. A conjecture on this subject has been hazarded above. All that concerns us here is the evidence of a belief that a sympathetic relation continued to exist between the lad and his teeth after the latter had been extracted from his gums. Thus agreed some of the tribes about the River Darling in New South Wales. The extracted tooth was placed under the bark of a tree near a river or waterhole. If the bark grew over the tooth, or if the tooth fell into the water, all was well. But if it were exposed and the ants ran over it, the natives believed that the boy would suffer from a disease of the mouth. Among the Meringue and other tribes in New South Wales, the extracted tooth was at first taken care of by an old man, and then passed from one headman to another, until it had gone all round the community, when it came back to the lad's father, and finally to the lad himself. But however it was thus conveyed from hand to hand, it might on no account be placed in a bag containing magical substances, for to do so would, they believed, put the owner of the tooth in great danger. The late Dr. Howitt once acted as custodian of the teeth, which had been extracted from some novices at a ceremony of initiation, and the old men earnestly besought him not to carry them in a bag in which they knew that he had some quartz crystals. They declared that if he did so, the magic of the crystals would pass into the teeth and so injure the boys. Nearly a year after Dr. Howitt's return from the ceremony, he was visited by one of the principal men of the Murring tribe, who had travelled some 250 miles from his home to fetch back the teeth. The man explained that he had been sent for them because one of the boys had fallen into ill health, and it was believed that the teeth had received some injury which had affected him. He was assured that the teeth had been kept in a box apart from any substances, like quartz crystals, which could influence them, and he returned home bearing the teeth with him carefully wrapped up and concealed. In the dirty tribe of South Australia, the teeth knocked out at initiation were brought up in emu feathers and kept by the boy's father or his next of kin until the mouth had healed, and even for long afterwards. Then the father, accompanied by a few old men, performed a ceremony for the purpose of taking all the supposed life out of the teeth. He made a low rumbling noise without uttering any words, blew 2 or 3 times with his mouth, and jerked the tooth through his hand to some little distance. After that he buried them about 18 inches underground. The jerking movement was meant to show that he thereby took all the life out of the teeth. Had he failed to do so, the boy would, in the opinion of the natives, have been liable to an ulcerated and wry mouth, impediment in speech, and ultimately a distorted face. The ceremony is interesting as a rare instance of an attempt to break the sympathetic link between a man and a separate part of himself by rendering the part insensitive. Contagious magic of teeth in Africa, Europe, America, etc. The Basutos are careful to conceal their extracted teeth, lest they should fall into the hands of certain mythical beings called Baloi, who haunt graves and could harm the owner of the tooth by working magic on it. In Sussex, some 40 years ago, a maidservant remonstrated strongly against the throwing away of children's cast teeth, affirming that should they be found ignored by any animal, the child's new tooth would be, for all the world, like the teeth of the animal that had bitten the old one. In proof of this, she named old Master Simmons, who had a very large pig's tooth in his upper jaw, a personal defect that he always averred was caused by his mother, who threw away one of his cast teeth by accident into the hog's trough. A similar belief has led to practices intended, on the principles of homeopathic magic, to replace old teeth by new and better ones. Teeth of mice and rats. Thus, in many parts of the world, it is customary to put extracted teeth in some place where they will be found by a mouse or a rat, in the hope that, though the sympathy which continues to subsist between them and their former owner, his other teeth may acquire the same firmness and excellence as the teeth of these rodents. Thus, in Germany, it is said to be an almost universal maxim among the people that when you have had a tooth taken out, you should insert it in a mouse's hole. To do so with the child's milk tooth, which has fallen out, will prevent the child from having toothache. Or you should go behind the stove and throw your tooth backwards over your head, saying, "Mouse, give me your iron tooth. I will give you my bone tooth." After that, your other teeth will remain good. German children say, "Mouse, mouse, come out and bring me a new tooth." Or, "Mouse, I give you a little bone, give me a little stone." Or, "Mouse, there is an old tooth for you, make me a new one." In Bavaria, they say that if this ceremony be observed, the child's second teeth will be as white as the teeth of mice. Amongst the South Slavonians, too, the child is taught to throw his tooth into a dark corner and say, "Mouse, mouse, there is a bone tooth, give me an iron tooth instead." Jewish children in South Russia throw their cast teeth on the roof with the same request to the mouse to give them an iron tooth or a tooth of bone. Far away from Europe, at Rarotonga in the Pacific, when a child's tooth was extracted, the following prayer used to be recited: "Big rat, little rat, here is my old tooth, pray give me a new one." Then the tooth was thrown on the thatch of the house, because rats make their nests in the decayed thatch. The reason assigned for invoking the rats on these occasions was that rats' teeth were the strongest known to the natives. In the Seranglo and Gorong archipelagos between New Guinea and Celebes, when a child loses his first tooth, he must throw it on the roof, saying, "Mouse, I give you my tooth, give me yours instead." In Ambonia, the custom is the same, and the form of words is, "Take this tooth thrown on the roof as the mouse's share, and give me a better one instead." In the Kei Islands, in the southwest of New Guinea, when a child begins to get his second teeth, he is lifted up to the top of the roof in order that he may there deposit as an offering to the rats the tooth which has fallen out. At the same time, someone cries aloud, "O rats, here you have his tooth, give him a golden one instead." Among the Iroquois of Luzon in the Philippines, When children's teeth are loose, they are pulled out with a string and put in a place where rats will be likely to find and drag them away. In ancient Mexico, when a child was getting his new tooth, the father or mother used to put the old one in a mouse's hole, believing that if this precaution were not taken, the new tooth would not issue from the gums. A different and more barbarous application of the same principle is the Swabian superstition that when a child is teething, you should bite off the head of a living mouse and hang the head round the child's neck by a string, taking care, however, to make no knot in the string. Then the child will teeth easily. In Bohemia, the treatment prescribed is similar, though they recommend that you use a red thread and to string 3 heads of mice on it instead of 1.
Contagious magic of teeth, teeth of squirrels, foxes, beavers, etc. But it is not always a mouse or a rat that brings the child a new and stronger tooth. Apparently any strong-toothed animal will serve the purpose. Thus when his or her tooth drops out, a Singalese will throw it on the roof saying, "Squirrel, dear squirrel, take this tooth and give me a dainty tooth." In Bohemia, a child will sometimes throw its cast tooth behind the stove, asking the fox to give him an iron tooth instead of the bone one. In Berlin, the teeth of a fox worn as an amulet round a child's neck make teething easy for him and ensure that his teeth will be good and lasting. Similarly, in order to help a child to cut its teeth, the Aborigines of Victoria fastened to its wrist the front tooth of a kangaroo, which the child used as a coral to rub its gums with. Again, the beaver can gnaw through the hardest wood. Hence, among the Cherokee Indians, when the loosened milk tooth of a child has been pulled out or has dropped out of itself, the child runs round the house with it, repeating 4 times, "Beaver, put a new tooth into my jaw," after which he throws a tooth on the roof of the house. In Macedonia, a child carefully keeps for a time its first drawn tooth, and then throws it on the roof with the following invocation to the crow: "Oh dear crow, here is a tooth of bone. Take it and give me a tooth of iron instead, that I may be able to chew beans and to crunch dry biscuits." We can now understand a custom of the Thompson Indians of British Columbia, which the writer records it is unable to explain. When a child lost its teeth, the father used to take each one out as it fell out, and to hide it in a piece of raw venison, which he gave to a dog to eat. The animal swallowed the venison and the tooth with it. Doubtless the custom was intended to ensure that the child's new teeth should be as strong as those of a dog. In Silesia, mothers sometimes swallow their children's cast teeth in order to save their offspring from toothache. The intention is perhaps to strengthen the weak teeth of the child by the strong teeth of the grown woman. Among the Warramunga of Central Australia, when a girl's tooth has been knocked out as a solemn ceremony, it is powdered up and the fragments placed in a piece of flesh which has to be eaten by the girl's mother. When the same rite has been performed on a man, his powdered tooth must be eaten in a piece of meat by his mother-in-law. Teeth thrown towards the sun. Among the heathen Arabs, when a boy's tooth fell out, he used to take it between his finger and thumb and throw it towards the sun, saying, "Give me a better for it." After that his teeth were sure to grow straight and close and strong. The sun, says Tharafa, gave the lad from his own nursery ground a tooth like a hailstone, white and polished. Thus the reason for throwing the old teeth towards the sun would seem to have been a notion that the sun sends hail, from which it naturally follows that he can send you a tooth as smooth and white and hard as a hailstone. Among the peasants of the Lebanon, when a child loses a milk tooth, he throws it towards the sun, saying, "Sun, sun, take the ass's tooth, and give me a deer's tooth." They sometimes say, jestingly, that the child's tooth has been carried off by a moose. An Armenian generally buries his extracted teeth at the edge of the hearth with the prayer, "Grandfather, take a dog's tooth, and give me a golden tooth." In the light of the preceding examples, we may conjecture that the grandfather here invoked is not so much the soul of a dead ancestor as a mouse or a rat. Contagious magic of navel-string and afterbirth among the Maoris and the Aborigines of Australia. Other parts which are commonly believed to remain in a sympathetic union with the body after the physical connection has been severed are the navel-string and the afterbirth, including the placenta. So intimate, indeed, is the union conceived to be, that the fortunes of the individual for good or evil throughout life are often supposed to be bound up with one or other of these portions of his person, so that, if his navel-string or afterbirth is preserved and properly treated, he will be prosperous, whereas, if it be injured or lost, he will suffer accordingly. Thus among the Maoris, when the navel-string is dropped off,
the child was carried to a priest to be solemnly named by him. But before the ceremony of naming began, the navel-string was buried in a sacred place and a young sapling was planted over it. Ever afterwards, that tree grew. As it grew, was a tahu or unga, or sign of life for the child. In the upper Wakanatane Valley in the North Island of New Zealand, there is a famous hinaua tree to which the Maoris used to attach the navel strings of their children, and barren women were in the habit of embracing the tree in the hope of thereby obtaining offspring. Again, among the Maoris, the placenta is named whenau, which word signifies land. It is applied by the natives to the placenta, for their supposing it to be the residence of the child. On being discharged, it is immediately buried with great care, as they have the superstitious idea that the priests, if offended, would procure it, and by praying over it, occasion the death of both mother and child, by praying them to death, to use their own expression. Again, some of the natives of South Australia regarded the placenta as sacred, and carefully put it away out of reach of the dogs, doubtless because they thought that harm would come to the child if this part of himself were eaten by the animals. Certain tribes of Western Australia believe that a man swims well or ill, according as his mother at his birth threw the navel string into water or not. Among the Arunta of Central Australia, the navel string is swathed in fur string and made into a necklace, which is placed around the child's neck. The necklace is supposed to facilitate the growth of the child, to keep it quiet and contented, and to avert illness generally. In the Kaitish tribe of Central Australia, the practice and belief are similar. In the Warramunga tribe, after the string has hung round the child's neck for a time, it is given to the wife's brother, who wears it in his armlet, and who may not see the child till it can walk. In return for the navel string, the man makes a present of weapons to the infant's father. When the child can walk, the father gives fur string to the man, who now comes to the camp, sees the child, and makes another present to the father. After that he keeps the navel string for some time longer, and finally places it in a hollow tree known only to himself. Among the natives on the Pennefather River in Queensland, it is believed that a part of the child's spirit, kui, stays in the afterbirth. Hence the grandmother takes the afterbirth away and buries it in the sand. She marks the spot by a number of twigs, which she sticks in the ground in a circle, trying their tops together so that the structure resembles a cone. When Injure, the being who causes conception in women by putting mud babies into their wombs, comes along and sees the place, he takes out the spirit and carries it away to one of his haunts, such as a tree, a hole in a rock, or a lagoon, where it may remain for years. But some time or other he will put the spirit again into a baby, and it will be born once more into the world. Contagious Magic of navel string in New Guinea, Fiji, the Caroline Islands, and the Gilbert Islands. In the Abim tribe of German New Guinea, the mother ties the navel string to the net in which she carries the child, lest anyone should use the string to the child's hurt. In some parts of Fiji, the navel string of a male infant is planted together with a coconut or slip of a breadfruit tree, and the child's life is supposed to be intimately connected with that of the tree. Moreover, the planting is supposed to have the effect of making the boy a good climber. If the child be a girl, the mother or her sister will take the navel string to the sea water when she goes out fishing for the first time after the childbirth, and she will throw it into the sea when the nets are stretched in line. Thus the girl will grow up into a skillful fisherwoman. By the queerest use I ever saw the string put to was at Rotama. There it has become almost obligatory for a young man who wants the girls to respect him to make a voyage in a white man's vessel, and mothers come alongside ships anchored in the roadstead and fasten their boy's navel string to the vessel's chain plates. This will make sure of a voyage for the child when it has grown up. This, of course, must be a modern development, but it has all the strength of an ancient custom. In Ponape, one of the Caroline Islands, the navel string is placed in a shell and then disposed of in such a way as shall best adapt the child for the career which the parents have chosen for him. Thus, if they wish to make him a good climber, they will hang the navel string on a tree. In the Gilbert Islands, the navel string is wrapped by the child's father or adoptive father in a pandanus leaf, and then worn by him as a bracelet for several months. After that he keeps it most carefully in the hut, generally hanging under the ridge beam. The islanders believe that if the navel string is thus preserved, the child will become a great warrior, if it is a boy, or will make a good match if it is a girl. But should the bracelet be lost before the child is grown up, They expect that the boy will prove a coward in war, and that the girl will make an unfortunate marriage. Hence, the most anxious search is made for the missing talisman, and if it is not found, weeks will pass before the relations resign themselves to its loss. When the boy has grown to be a youth and has distinguished himself for the first time in war, the bracelet containing the navel string is taken by the villagers, on a day fixed for the purpose, far out to sea. The adoptive father of the lad throws the bracelet overboard, and all the canoes begin to catch as many fish as they can. The first fish caught, whether large or small, is carefully preserved apart from the rest. Meantime, the old women at home have been busy preparing a copious banquet for the fishermen. When the little fleet comes to shore, the old woman who helps at the lad's birth goes to meet it. The first fish caught is handed to her, and she carries it to the hut. The fish is laid on a new mat. The youth and his mother take their places beside it, and they and it are covered up with another mat. Then the old woman goes round the mat, striking the ground with a short club, and murmuring a prayer to the lad's God to help him henceforth in war, that he may be brave and vulnerable, and that he may turn out a skilful fisherman. The navel string of a girl, as soon as she is grown up, is thrown into the sea with similar ceremonies, and the ceremony on land is the same except that the old woman's prayer is naturally different. She asks the girl's God to grant that she may have a happy marriage and many children. After the mat has been removed, the fish is cooked and eaten by the two. If it is too large to be eaten by them alone, the remainder is consumed by friends and relations. These ceremonies are only reserved for the children of wealthy parents who can defray the cost. In the case of a child of poorer parents, the bracelet containing the navel string simply hangs till it disappears in one way or another.
Contagious Magic of Navel String and Afterbirth in the Moluccas. Among the Galleries to the western New Guinea, the mother sometimes keeps the navel string till the child is old enough to begin to play. Then she gives it as a plaything to the little one, who may take it away, otherwise the child would be idiotic. But others plant the navel string with a banana bush or a coconut. The Kei Islanders, to the southwest New Guinea, regard the navel string as the brother or sister of the child, according as the infant is a boy or a girl. They put it in a pot with ashes and set it in the branches of a tree, that it may keep a watchful eye on the fortunes of its comrade. In the Babar archipelago, between New Guinea and Celebes, the placenta is mixed with ashes and put in a small basket, which 7 women, each of them armed with a sword, hang up on a tree of a particular kind, Citrus hystrix. The women carry swords for the purpose of frightening the evil spirits, otherwise these mischievous beings might get hold of the placenta and make the child sick. The navel string is kept in a little box in the house. In the Tenimber and Timor-Lot Islands, the placenta is buried in a basket under a sago or coconut palm, which then becomes the property of the child. But sometimes it is hidden in the forest, or deposited in a hole under the house with an offering of betel. In the Watubela Islands, the placenta is buried under a coconut, manga, or great fig tree, along the shell of the coconut, of which the pulp had been used to smear the newborn child. In many of the islands between New Guinea and Celebes, the placenta is put in the branches of a tree, often in the top of one of the highest trees in the neighbourhood. Sometimes the navel string is deposited along with the placenta in the tree, but often it is kept to be used as medicine or an amulet by the child. Thus in Karem, the child sometimes wears the navel string round its neck as a charm to avert sickness, and in the islands of Leti, Moa, and Lacour, he carries it as an amulet in war or on a far journey. We cannot doubt that the intention of putting the placenta in the top of a tall tree is to keep it, and with it the child, out of harm's way. In the islands of Saporia, Heroikio, and Noisa Loat, to the east of Amboina, the midwife buries the afterbirth and strews flowers over it. Moreover, resin or lamp is kept burning for 7 or 3 nights over the buried afterbirth, in order that no harm may come to the child. Some people, however, in these islands solemnly cast the afterbirth into the sea. Being placed in a pot and closely covered up with a piece of white cotton, it is taken out to sea in a boat. A hole is knocked in the pot to allow it to sink in the water. The midwife, who is charged with the duty of heaving the pot and its contents overboard, must look straight ahead. If she were to glance to the right or left, the child whose afterbirth is in the pot would squint, and the man who rows or steers the boat must make her keep a straight course, otherwise the child would grow up a gadabout. Before the pot is flung into the sea, the midwife disengages the piece of white cotton in which it is wrapped, and this cloth she takes straight back to the house and covers the baby with it. In these islands, it is thought that a child born with a core will enjoy in later years the gift of second sight. That is,
that he will be able to see things which are hidden from common eyes, such as devils and evil spirits. But if his parents desire to prevent him from exercising this uncanny power, they can do so. In that case, the midwife must dry the caul in the sun, steep it in water, and then wash the child with the water thrice. Further, when the child is a little older, she must grind the caul to powder, and give the child the powder to eat with its pap. Some people keep the caul, and if the child falls ill, it is given water to drink in which the caul has been steeped. Similarly, in the long Sumatra Islands, a child born with a caul is counted lucky and can perceive and recognize the spirits of his ancestors. A caul, it may be said, is merely the fetal membrane, which usually forms part of the afterbirth. Occasionally a child is born with it wrapped like a hood round its head. Contagious Magic of the Placenta in Celebes. In Parigi, a kingdom on the coast of central Celebes, the placenta is laid in a cooking pot, and one of the mother's female relations carries the pot wrapped in white cotton and hidden under a petticoat, sarong, to a spot beneath the house or elsewhere, and there she buries it. A coconut is planted near the place. Going and coming, the woman is led by another, and must keep her eyes fast shut, for if she looks right or left, the child would squint, because she is, at this time, closely united with a part of the child, to wit, its older brother, in other words, the placenta. On her return to the house, she lies down on her sleeping mat, still with closed eyes, and draws a petticoat over her head, and another woman sprinkles her with water. After that she may get up and open her eyes. The sprinkling with water is intended to sever her sympathetic connection with the child, and so prevent her from exercising any influence on it. Among the Talalaki of central Celebes, turmeric and other spices are put on the placenta, which is then enclosed in 2 coconut shells that fit one on the other. These are wrapped in bark cloth and kept in the house. If the child falls ill, the coconut shells are opened and the placenta examined. Should there be worms in it, they are removed and fresh spices added. When the child has grown big and strong, the placenta is thrown away. Among the Tobunko of central Celebes, the afterbirth is placed in a rice pot with various plants, which are intended to preserve it from decay as long as possible. It is then carefully tied up in bark cloth. A man and a woman of the family carry the placenta away. In doing so, they go out in the house 4 times. Each time they enter, they kiss the child, but they take care not to look to the right or the left, for otherwise the child would squint. Some bury the placenta, others hang it on a tree. If the child is unwell, they dig up the placenta and take it down from the tree, and lay bananas, rice of 4 sorts, and a lighted taper beside it. Having done so, they hang it up on a tree if it was previously buried, but they bury it if it was formerly hung up. The Tamori of central Celebes wash the afterbirth, put it in a rice pot, and bury it under the house. Great care is taken that no water or spittle falls on the place. For a few days the afterbirth is sometimes fed with rice and eggs, which are laid on the spot where it is buried. Afterwards the people cease to trouble themselves about it. In southern Celebes they call the navel-string, and afterbirth, the 2 brothers or sisters of the child. When the infant happens to be a prince or princess, the navel-string and afterbirth are placed with salt and tamarind in a new rice pot, which is then enveloped in a fine robe and tightly corded up to prevent the evil spirits from making off with a pair of brothers or sisters. For the same reason, a light is kept burning all night, and twice a day rice is rubbed on the edge of the pot, for the purpose, as the people say, of giving the child's little brothers or sisters something to eat. After a while, this feeding, as it is called, takes place at rare intervals, and when the mother has been again brought to bed, it is discontinued altogether. On the 9th day after the birth, a number of coconuts are planted with much ceremony in a square enclosure, and the water which was used in cleansing the afterbirth and navel-string is poured upon them. These coconuts are called the contemporaries of the child and grew up with him. When the planting is done, the rice pot with the navel-string and afterbirth is carried back and set beside the bed of the young prince or princess, and when His Royal Highness is carried out to take the air, the rice pot, with his 2 brothers, goes out with him, swathed in a robe of state and screened from the sun by an umbrella. If the prince or princess should die, the afterbirth and navel-string are buried. Among common people in South Celebes, these parts of the infant are generally buried immediately after the birth, or they are sunk in the deep sea or hung in a rice pot on a tree. Contagious Magic of the Placenta and Navel-string in Timor, Cebu, and Roti. In the island of Timor, the placenta is called the child's companion and treated accordingly.
The midwife puts it in an earthen and covers it with ashes from the hearth. After standing thus 3 days, it is taken away and buried by a person who must observe silence in discharging this duty. In Savo, a small island to the southwest of Timor, the afterbirth is filled with native herbs, and having been deposited in a new pot, which has never before been used, it is buried under the house to keep off evil spirits. Or it is put in a new basket and hung in a high toddy palm to fertilize it, or thrown into the sea to secure a good catch of fish. The person who thus disposes of the afterbirth may not look to the right or to the left. He must be joyous, and if possible, go singing on his way. If it is to be hung on a tree, he must climb nimbly up, in order that the child may always be lucky. These islanders ascribe a similar fertilizing virtue to a caul. It is dried and carefully kept in a box. When rice stalks turn black and the ears refuse to set, a man will take the box containing the caul and run several times round the rice field, in order that the wind may waft the genial influence of the caul over the rice. In Roti, an island to the south of Timor, the navel-string is put in a small satchel made of leaves, and if the father of the child is not himself going on a voyage, he entrusts the bag to one of his seafaring friends, and charges him to throw it away in the open sea with the express wish that when the child grows up and has to sail to other islands, he may escape the perils of the deep. But the business of girls in these islands does not lie in the great waters, and hence their navel-strings receive a different treatment. It is their task to go a-fishing daily when the tide is out, on the coral reefs which ring the islands. So when the mother is herself again, she repairs with the little satchel to the reef where she is wont to fish. Acting the part of the priestess, she there eats 1 or 2 small bagfuls of boiled rice on the spot where she intends to deposit the dried navel-string of her baby daughter, taking care to leave a few grains of rice in the bags. Then she ties the precious satchel and the nearly empty rice bags to a stick and fastens it among the stones of the reef, generally on its outer edge, within sight and sound of the breaking waves. In doing so, she utters a wish that this ceremony may guard her daughter from the perils and dangers that beset her on the reef. For example, that no crocodile may issue from the lagoon and eat her up, and that the sharp corals and broken shells may not wound her feet. Contagious Magic of the Placenta in Flores, Bali, and Java. In the island of Flores, the placenta is put in an earthen pot, along with some rice and betel, and buried by the father in the neighbourhood of the house, or else preserved in one of the highest trees. The natives of Bali, an island to the east of Java, believe firmly that the afterbirth is the child's brother or sister, and they bury it in the courtyard in the half of coconut from which the kernel has not been removed. For 40 days afterwards, a light is buried, and food, water, and betel deposited on the spot, doubtless in order to feed the baby's little brother or sister, and to guard him or her from evil spirits. In Java, the afterbirth is also called the brother or sister of the infant. It is wrapped in white cotton, put in a new pot or a coconut shell, and buried by the father beside the door, outside the house if the child is a boy, but inside the house if the child is a girl. Every evening until the child's navel has healed, a lamp is lit over the spot where the afterbirth is buried. If the afterbirth hangs in a rice pot in the house, as the practice is with some people, the lamp burns under the place where the rice pot is suspended. The purpose of the light is to ward off demons, to whose machinations the child and supposed brother or sister are at this season especially exposed. If the child is a boy, a piece of paper inscribed with the alphabet is deposited in the pot with his placenta, in order that he may be smart at his learning. If the child is a girl, a needle and thread are deposited in the pot, that she may be a good seamstress, and water with flowers in it is poured on the spot where the placenta is buried, in order that the child may always be healthy. For many Javanese think that if the placenta is not properly honoured, the child will never be well. Sometimes, however, women in the interior of Java allow the placenta, surrounded with fruits and flowers and illuminated by little lamps, to float down the river in the dusk of the evening as an offering to the crocodiles, or rather to the ancestors whose souls are believed to lodge in these animals. Contagious Magic of Placenta and Navel-string in Sumatra. In Mandiling, a district on the west coast of Sumatra, the afterbirth is washed and placed under the house, or put in an earthenware pot, which is carefully shut up and thrown into the river. This is done to avert the supposed unfavourable influence of the afterbirth on the child, whose hands or feet, for example, might be chilled by it. When the navel-string drops off, it is preserved to be used as a medicine when its former owner is ill. In Mandiling, too, the midwife prefers to cut the navel-string with a piece of flute on which she has first blown, for then the child will be sure to have a fine voice. Among the Minangkabau, people of Sumatra, the placenta is put in a new earthenware pot, which is then carefully closed with a banana leaf to prevent the ants and other insects from coming at it, for if they did, the child would be sickly and given to squalling. In central Sumatra, the placenta is wrapped in white cotton, deposited in a basket or a calabash, and buried in the courtyard before the house or under a rice barn. The hole is dug by a kinsman or kinswoman according as the baby is a boy or a girl. Over the hole is placed a stone from the earth, and beside it a wooden spoon is stuck in the ground. Both stone and spoon are sprinkled with the juice of a citron. During the ceremony, Guimajin is burned and a shot fired. For 3 evenings afterwards, candles are lighted on the spot, doubtless to keep off demons. Among the Batas of Sumatra, as among so many other peoples of the Indian archipelago, the placenta passes for the child's younger brother or sister, the sex being determined by the sex of the child, and it is buried under the house. According to the Batas, it is bound up with the child's welfare, and seems, in fact, to be the seat of the transferable soul, of whose wanderings outside of the body we shall hear something later on. The Karo Batas even affirm that of a man's 2 souls, it is the true soul that lives with the placenta under the house. That is a soul, they say, which begets children. Contagious magic of placenta and navel-string in Borneo, India, and Assam. In Pasir, a district of eastern Borneo, the afterbirth is carefully treated and kept in an earthen pot or basket in the house until the remains of the navel-string have fallen off. All the time it is in the house, candles are burned and a little food is placed beside the pot. When the navel-string has fallen off, it is placed with the placenta in the pot, and the 2 are buried in the ground in the house. The reason why the people take this care of the afterbirth is that they believe it able to cause the child all kinds of sickness and mishaps. The Malays, a low Telugu caste of southern India, bury the placenta in a pot with leaves in some convenient place, generally in the backyard, lest dogs or other animals should carry it off. For if that were to happen, they fancy that the child would be of a wandering disposition. The castes of Assam keep the placenta in a pot in the house until the child has been formally named. When the ceremony is over, the father waves the pot containing the placenta thrice over the child's head, and he hangs it to a tree outside of the village. Contagious magic of placenta and navel-string in the Patani states, China and Japan. In some Malayo-Siamese families of the Patani states, it is customary to bury the afterbirth under a banana tree, the condition of which is thenceforth regarded as ominous of the child's fate for good or ill. A Chinese medical work prescribes that the placenta should be stored away in a felicitous spot under the salutary influences of the sky or the moon, deep in the ground, and with earth piled up over it carefully, in order that the child may be ensured a long life. If it is devoured by a swine or dog, the child loses its intellect. If insects or ants eat it, the child becomes scathless. If crows or magpies swallow it, the child will have an abrupt or violent death. If it is cast into the fire, the child incurs running sores. The Japanese preserve the navel-string most carefully and bury it with the dead in the grave. Contagious magic of placenta and navel-string in Africa, especially among the Baganda. Among the Galas of East Africa, the navel-string is carefully kept, sewn up in leather, and serves as an amulet for female camels, which then become the child's property, together with all the young they give birth to. The Baganda believe that every person is born with a double, and this double they identify with the afterbirth, which they regard as a second child. Further, they think that the afterbirth has a ghost, and that the ghost is in that portion of the navel-string which remains attached to the child after birth. This ghost must be preserved if the child is to be healthy. Hence, when the navel-string drops off, it is rubbed with butter, swathed in bark cloth, and kept through life under the name of the twin, Malongo. The afterbirth is wrapped up in plantain leaves, and buried by the child's mother at the root of a plantain tree, where it is protected against wild beasts. If the child be a boy, the tree chosen of the kind whose fruit is made into beer. If the child be a girl, the tree of the kind whose fruit is eaten. The plantain tree at whose root the afterbirth is buried becomes sacred until the fruit has ripened and been used. Only the father's mother may come near it and dig about it. All other people are kept from it by a rope of plantation fibre, which is tied from tree to tree in a circle round about the sacred plantain. All the child's secretions are thrown by the mother at the root of the tree. When the fruit is ripe, the father's mother cuts it and makes it into beer or cooks it according to the sex of the child, and the relatives of the father's clan then come and partake of the sacred feast. After the meal, the father must go in to his own wife, for should he neglect to do so, and should some other member of the clan have sexual relations with his wife first, the child's spirit would leave it, and go into the other woman. Contagious magic of the navel-string among the Vaganda. Further, the navel-string plays a part at the ceremony of naming a child, the object of which being among the Vaganda is to determine whether the child is legitimate or not. For this purpose, the navel-string, the so-called twin, is dropped into a bowl containing a mixture of beer, milk, and water. If it floats, the child is legitimate, and the clan accepts it as a member. If it sinks, the child is disowned by the clan, and the mother is punished for adultery. Afterwards, the navel-string, or twin, malongo, is either kept by the clan or buried along with the afterbirth at the root of the plantain tree. Such are the customs observed with regard to the afterbirth and navel-string of Baganda commoners. The king's navel-string, or twin, wrapped in bark cloths and decorated with beads, is treated like a person and confided to the care of the Kimbugwe, the second officer of the country, who has a special house built for it within his enclosure. Every month, when the new moon first appears in the sky, the Kimbugwe carries the bundle containing the twin in procession with fife and drums playing to the king, while the royal drum is beating in the royal enclosure. The king examines it and hands it back to him. After that, the minister returns the precious bundle to its own house in his enclosure and places it in the doorway, where it remains all night. Next morning it is taken from its wrappings, smeared with butter, and again set in the doorway until the evening, when it is swathed once more in its bark clothes and restored to its proper resting place. After the king's death, his twin is deposited, along with his jawbone, in the huge heart which forms his temple. The spirit of the dead king is supposed to dwell in these two relics. They are placed on the dais when he wishes to hold his court, and when he is oracularly consulted on special occasions. Contagious magic of navel-string and afterbirth in America. The Incas of Peru preserved the navel-string with the greatest care, and gave it to the child to suck whenever it fell ill. In ancient Mexico, they used to give a boy's navel-string to soldiers, to be buried by them on a field of battle, in order that the boy might thus acquire a passion for war. But the navel-string of a girl was buried beside the domestic hearth, because this was believed to inspire her with a love of home and a taste for cooking and baking. Algonquin women hung the navel-string round the child's neck. If he lost it, they thought the child would be stupid and spiritless. Among the Thompson Indians of British Columbia, the navel-string was sewn up by the mother in a piece of buckskin embroidered with hair, quills, and beads. It was then tied to the broad buckskin band, which extended round the head of the cradle on the outside. Many thongs hung from it, each carrying fawns' hoofs and beads that jingled when the cradle was moved. If the navel-string were lost, they looked on it as a calamity, for they believed that in after years the child would become foolish or would be lost in the chase or on a journey. Among the Kwakuto Indians of British Columbia, the afterbirth of girls is buried at high water mark, in the belief that this will render them expert at digging for clam. The afterbirth of boys is sometimes exposed at places where ravens will eat it, because the boys will thus acquire the raven's prophetic vision. The same Indians are persuaded that the navel-string may be the means of imparting a variety of accomplishments to its original owner. Thus, if it were fastened to a dancing mask, which is then worn by a skillful dancer, the child will dance well. If it is attached to a knife, which is thereafter used by a cunning carver, the child will carve well. Again, if the parents wish their son to sing beautifully, they tie his navel-string to the baton of a singing master. Then the boy calls on the singing master every morning while the artist is eating his breakfast. The votary of the Muses thereupon takes his baton and moves it twice down the right side and twice down the left side of the boy's body, after which he gives the lad some of his food to eat. That as an infallible way of making the boy a beautiful singer. Among the Cherokees, a navel-string of an infant girl is buried under the corn mortar, in order that the girl may grow up to be a good baker, but the navel-string of a boy is hung up on a tree in the woods, in order that he may be a hunter. Among the Kiowas, the navel-string of a girl is sewn up in a small beaded pouch and worn by her at her belt as she grows to womanhood. If the girl's mother ever sells the belt and pouch, she is careful to extract the navel-string from the pouch before the bargain is struck. Should the child die, the pouch containing a navel-string would be fastened to a stick and set up over her grave. Contagious magic of navel-string and afterbirth in Europe. Even in Europe, many people still believe that a person's destiny is more or less bound up with that of his navel-string or afterbirth. Thus, in Rhenish Bavaria, the navel-string is kept for a while wrapped up in a piece of old linen, and then cut or pricked to pieces according as the child is a boy or a girl, in order that he or she may grow up to be a skillful workman or a good seamstress. In Berlin, the midwife commonly delivers the dried navel-string to the father with a strict injunction to preserve it carefully, for so long as it is kept, the children will live and thrive and be free from sickness. In Bios and Perche, the people are careful to throw the navel-string neither into water nor into fire, believing that, if that were done, the child would be drowned or burned. Among the Ruthenians of Bukowina and Galicia, the owner of a cow sometimes endeavours to increase its milk by throwing its afterbirth into a spring, in order that, just as the water flows from the spring, so milk may flow in abundance from the udders of the cow. Some German peasants think that the afterbirth of the cow must be hung up in an apple tree, otherwise the cow would not have a calf next year. Similarly, at Cleveland in Yorkshire, when a mare foals, it is accustomed to hang up the placenta in a tree, particularly in a thorn tree, in order to secure luck with the foal. Should the birth take place in the fields, this suspension is most carefully attended to, while, as for the requirements of such events at the homestead, in not a few instances, there is a certain tree not far from the farm building still specially marked out for the reception of those peculiar pendants. In one instance lately, I heard of a large tree so devoted, but admittedly in default of the thorn, the old thorn tree long employed for the purpose having died out. Again, in Europe, children born with a caul are considered lucky. In Holland, as in the East Indies, they can see ghosts. The Icelanders also hold that the child born with a caul will afterwards possess gifts of second sight, that he will never be harmed by sorcery, and will be victorious in every contest he undertakes, provided he has the caul dried and carries it with him. This latter belief explains why both in ancient and modern times, advocates have bought cauls with the hope of winning their cases by means of them. Probably they thought that the spirit in the caul would prove an invincible ally to the person who had purchased its services. In like manner, the Aborigines of Central Australia believe that their sacred sticks or stones, charinga, are intimately associated with the spirits of the dead men to whom they belonged, and that in a fight a man who carries one of these sticks or stones will certainly vanquish an adversary who has no such talisman. Child's guardian spirit associated with the Chorion. Further, it is an ancient belief in Iceland that a child's guardian spirit, or a part of its soul, has its seat in the Chorion or fetal membrane, which usually forms part of the afterbirth, but is known as a caul when the child happens to be born with it. Hence the Chorion was itself known as the Fylgja, or guardian spirit. It might not be thrown away under the open sky, lest demons should get hold of it and work the child harm thereby, or lest wild beasts should eat it up. It might not be burned, for if it were burned the child would have no Fylgja, which would be as bad as to have no shadow. Formerly, it was customary to bury the Chorion under the threshold, where the mother stepped over it daily when she rose from bed. If the Chorion was thus treated, the man had in afterlife a guardian spirit in the shape of a bear, an eagle, a wolf, an ox, or a boar. The guardian spirits of cunning men and wizards have the shape of a fox, while those of beautiful women appeared as swans. In all these forms, the guardian spirits formally announced their coming and presented themselves to the persons to whom they belonged, and nowadays both the belief and the custom have changed in many respects. Afterbirth or navel-string, a seat of the external soul. Thus, in many parts of the world, the navel-string, or more commonly the afterbirth, is regarded as a living being, the brother or sister of the infant, or as the material object in which the guardian spirit of the child or part of its soul resides. This latter belief we have found among the Aborigines of Queensland, the Batas of Sumatra, and the Norsemen of Iceland. In accordance with such beliefs, it has been customary to preserve these parts of the body, at least for a time, with the utmost care, lest the character, the fate, or even the life of the person to whom they belong should be endangered by their injury or loss. Further, the sympathetic connection supposed to exist between a person and his afterbirth or navel-string comes out very clearly in the widespread custom of treating the afterbirth or navel-string in ways which are supposed to influence for life the character and career of the person, making him, if it is a man, a swift runner, a nimble climber, a strong swimmer, a skillful hunter, or a brave soldier, and making her, if it is a woman, an expert fisher, a cunning seamstress, a good cook or baker, and so forth. Thus the beliefs and usages concerned with the afterbirth or placenta, and to a less extent with the navel-string, present a remarkable parallel to the widespread doctrine of the transferable or external soul and the customs found on it. Hence, it is hardly rash to conjecture that the resemblance is no mere chance coincidence, but that in the afterbirth or placenta we have a physical basis, not necessarily the only one, for the theory and practice of the external soul. The consideration of that subject is reserved for the latter part of this work. Contagious magic, exemplified in the sympathetic connection supposed to exist between a wound and the weapon. A curious application of the doctrine of contagious magic is the relation commonly believed to exist between a wounded man and the agent of the wound, so that whatever is subsequently done by or to the agent must correspondingly affect the patient either for good or evil. Thus Pliny tells us that if you have wounded a man and are sorry for it, you have only to spit on the hand that gave the wound, and the pain of the sufferer will be instantly alleviated. In Melanesia, if a man's friends get possession of the arrow which wounded him, they keep it in a damp place or in cool leaves, for then the inflammation will be trifling and will soon subside. Meantime, the enemy who shot the arrow is hard at work to aggravate the wound by all the means in his power. For this purpose, he and his friends drink hot and burning juices and chew irritating leaves, for this will clearly inflame and irritate the wound. Further, they keep the bow near the fire to make the wound which it has inflicted hot, and for the same reason they put the arrowhead, if it has been recovered, into the fire. Moreover, they are careful to keep the bowstring taut and to twang it occasionally, for this will cause a wounded man to suffer from tension of the nerves and spasms of tetanus. Similarly, when a Quakutul Indian of British Columbia had bitten a piece out of an enemy's arm, he used to drink hot water afterwards for the purpose of thereby inflaming the wound in his foe's body. Among the Lacungan Indians of the same region is a rule that an arrow or any other weapon that has wounded a man must be hidden by his friends, who have to be careful not to bring it near the fire till the wound is healed. If a knife or an arrow which is still covered with the man's blood were thrown into the fire, the wounded man would suffer very much. In the Yerkla mining tribe of southeastern Australia, it is thought that if any one but the medicine man touches the flint knife with which a boy has been substancised, the boy will thereby be made very ill. So seriously is the belief that if the lad chanced thereafter to fall sick and die, the man who has touched the knife would be killed.
Bacon on the custom of anointing the weapon in order to heal the wound. It is constantly received and avouched, says Bacon, that the anointing of a weapon that maketh the wound will heal the wound itself. In this experiment upon the relation of men of credit, though myself as yet am not fully inclined to believe it, you shall note the points following. First, the ointment wherewith this is done is made of divers ingredients, whereof the strangest and hardest to come by are the moss upon the skull of a dead man unburied, and the fats of a boar, and the bear killed in the act of generation. The precious ointment compounded out of these and other ingredients was applied, as the philosopher explains, not to the wound but to the weapon, and even though the injured man was at a great distance and knew nothing about it. The experiment, he tells us, had been tried of wiping the ointment off the weapon without the knowledge of the person hurt, with the result that he was presently in a great rage of pain until the weapon was anointed again. Moreover, it is affirmed that if you cannot get the weapon, yet if you put an instrument of iron or wood resembling the weapon into the wound, whereby it bleedeth, the anointing of that instrument will serve to work the effect. Remedies of the sort which Bacon deemed worthy of his attention are still in vogue in the eastern counties of England. East Anglican practice of anointing the weapon instead of the wound. Thus in Suffolk, if a man cuts himself with a bill hook or a scythe, he always takes care to keep the weapon bright, and oils it to prevent the wound from festering. If he runs a thorn, or as he calls it, a bush into his hand, he oils or greases the extracted thorn. A man come to a doctor with an inflamed hand, having run a thorn into it while he was hedging. On being told that the hand was festering, he remarked, "That didn't ought to, for I greased the bush well after I pulled it out." If a horse wounds his foot by treading on a nail, a Suffolk groom will invariably preserve the nail, clean it, and grease it every day to prevent the foot from festering. Arguing in the same way, a Suffolk woman whose sister had burned her face with a flat iron observed that the face would never heal till the iron had been put out of the way, and even if it did heal, it would be sure to break out again every time the iron was heated. At Norwich in June 1902, a woman named Matilda Henry accidentally ran a nail into her foot. Without examining the wound, or even removing her stocking, she caused her daughter to grease the nail, saying that if this were done no harm would come of the hurt. A few days afterwards she died of lockjaw. Similarly, Cambridgeshire labourers think that if a horse has run a nail into its foot, it is necessary to grease the nail with lard or oil and put it away in some safe place where the horse will not recover. A few years ago, a veterinary surgeon was sent for to attend a horse which had ripped its side open on the hinge of a farm gatepost. On arriving at the farm, he found that nothing had been done to the wounded horse,
but that a man was busy trying to pry the hinge out of the gatepost in order that it might be greased and put away, which in the opinion of the Cambridge wiseacres would conduce to the recovery of the animal. Anointing the weapon instead of the wound. Similarly, Essex rustics opine that if a man has been stabbed with a knife, it is essential to his recovery that the knife should be greased and laid across the bed on which the sufferer is lying. So in Bavaria, you are directed to anoint lining rag with grease and tie it on the edge of the axe that cut you, taking care to keep the sharp edge upwards. As the grease on the axe dries, your wound heals. Similarly, in the Harz Mountains, they say that if you cut yourself, you ought to smear the knife or the scissors with fat and put the instrument away in a dry place in the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. As the knife dries, the wound heals. Other people, however, in Germany, say that if you should stick the knife in some damp place in the ground, and that your hurt will heal as the knife rusts. Others again in Bavaria recommend you to smear the axe or whatever it is with blood and put it under the eaves. Further extensions of this case of contagious magic. The train of reasoning which thus commends itself to English and German rustics, in common with the savages of Melanesia and America, is carried a step further by the Aborigines of Central Australia, who conceive that under certain circumstances the near relations of a wounded man must grease themselves, restrict their diet, and regulate their behaviour in other ways in order to ensure his recovery. Thus, when a lad has been circumcised, and the wound is not yet healed, his mother may not eat opossum, or a certain kind of lizard, or carpet snake, or any kind of fat, for otherwise she would retard the healing of the boy's wound. Every day she greases her digging sticks, and never lets them out of her sight. At night she sleeps with them close to her head. No one is allowed to touch them. Every day also she rubs her body all over with grease, as in some way this is believed to help her son's recovery. Another refinement of the same principle is due to the ingenuity of the German peasant. It is said that when one of his pigs or sheep breaks its leg, a farmer of Rhenish Bavaria or Hesse will bind up the leg of a chair with bandages and splints in due form. For some days thereafter no one may sit on that chair, move it or knock up against it, for to do so would pain the injured pig or sheep and hinder the cure. In this last case, it is clear that we have passed wholly out of the region of contagious magic and into the region of homeopathic or imitative magic. The chair leg, which is treated instead of the beast's leg, in no sense belongs to the animal, and the application of bandages to it is a mere stimulation of the treatment which a more rational surgery would bestow on the real patient. Sympathetic connection between a wounded person and his spilt blood. The sympathetic connection supposed to exist between a man and the weapon which has wounded him is probably founded on the notion that the blood on the weapon continues to feel with the blood in his body. For a like reason, the Papuans of Tulmior, an island off German New Guinea, are careful to throw into the sea the bloody bandages with which their wounds have been dressed, for they fear that if these rags fell into the hands of an enemy, he might injure them magically thereby. Once when a man with a wound in his mouth, which bled constantly, came to the missionaries to be treated, his faithful wife took great pains to collect all the blood and cast it into the sea. A sympathetic connection is supposed to exist between a person and his clothes, so that any injury done to the clothes is felt by the man. Strange and unnatural to this idea may seem to us, it is perhaps less so than the belief that magic sympathy is maintained between a person and his clothes, so that whatever is done to the clothes will be felt by the man himself, even though he may be far away at the time. That is why these same Papuans of Tulmior search most anxiously for the smallest scrap which they may have lost of their scanty garments, and why other Papuans, travelling through the thick forest, will stop and carefully scrape from a bough any clot of red pomade which may have adhered to it from their greasy heads. Contagious magic of clothes. In the Wat Jobbaluk tribe of Victoria, a wizard would sometimes get hold of a man's opossum rug and tie it up with some small spindle-shaped piece of casuarina wood on which he had made certain marks, such as likeness of his victims and of a poisonous snake. This bundle he would then roast slowly in the fire, and as he did so the man who had owned the opossum rug would fall sick. Should the patient suspect what was happening, he would send to the wizard and beg him to let him have the rug back. If the wizard consented, he would give the thing back, telling the sick man's friends to put it in water so as to wash the fire out. In such cases, we are told, the sick man would feel cooled and would most likely recover. In Tanna, one of the New Hebrides, a man who had a grudge at another and desired his death
would try to get possession of a cloth which had touched the sweat of his enemy's body. If he succeeded, he rubbed the cloth carefully over the leaves and twigs of a certain tree, rolled and bound cloth, twigs, and leaves into a long, sausage-shaped bundle, and burnt it slowly in the fire. As the bundle was consumed, the victim fell ill, and when it was reduced to ashes, he died. In this last form of enchantment, however, the magical sympathy may be supposed to exist not so much between the man and the cloth as between the man and the sweat which issued from his body. But in other cases of the same sort, it seems that the garment by itself is enough to give the sorcerer a hold upon his victim. The witch in Theocritus, while she melted an image or lump of wax in order that her faithless lover might melt with love of her, did not forget to throw into the fire a shed of his cloak which he had dropped in her house. Prussian custom of beating the garments which a thief has dropped. In Prussia they say that if you cannot catch a thief, the next best thing you can do is to get hold of a garment which he may have shed in his flight, for if you beat it soundly, the thief will fall sick. This belief is firmly rooted in the popular mind. Some 70 or 80 years ago, in the neighbourhood of Berend, a man was detected trying to steal honey, and fled, leaving his coat behind him. When he heard that the enraged owner of the honey was mauling his lost coat, he was so alarmed that he took to his bed and died. But in Germany it is not every stick that is good enough to beat an absent man with. It should be a hazel rod cut before sunrise on Good Friday. Some say it should be a 1-year-old hazel sapling, and that you should cut it with 3 strokes, looking to the east, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Others think the best time for cutting the rod is at the new moon on a Tuesday morning before sunrise. Once you have got this valuable instrument, you have only to spread a garment on a molehill, or on the threshold, and to lay on with hearty goodwill, mentioning the name of the person whom you desire to injure. Though he may be miles off, he will feel every whack as if it descended on his body. Contagious magic may be wrought on a man through the impressions left by his body in sand or earth, particularly through his footprints. Again, magic may be wrought on a man sympathetically, not only through his clothes and severed parts of himself, but also through the impressions left by his body in sand or earth. In particular, it is a worldwide superstition that by injuring footprints you injure the feet that made them. Thus the natives of southeastern Australia think that they can lame a man by placing sharp pieces of quartz, glass, bone, or charcoal in his footprints. Rheumatic pains are often attributed by them to this cause. Seeing a Tatungalong man very lame, Mr. Howard asked him what was the matter. He said, "Some fellow has put bottle in my foot." He was suffering from rheumatism, but believed that an enemy had found his foot track and had buried in it a piece of broken bottle, the magical influence of which had entered his foot.
Contagious magic of footprints. On another occasion, Mr. Howard's party was forced by a number of strange natives who looked with great interest at the footprints of the horses and camels. A black fellow with Mr. Howard was much alarmed and declared that the strangers were putting poison in his footsteps. The Winguri, a tribe on the border of Western Australia, have a magical instrument made of resin and rat's teeth which they called a sun, because it is supposed to contain the solar heat. By placing it on a man's tracks, they think they can throw him into a violent fever, which will soon burn him up. In the Unmatadera tribe of Central Australia, when a boy has been circumcised, he must hide in the bush, and if he should see a woman's tracks, he must be very careful to jump over them. For if his foot were to touch them, the spirit of the louse which lives in the woman's hair would go to him, and his head would be full of lice. In New Britain, it is thought that you can cause the sickness or death of a man by pricking his footprints with the sting of a stingray. The Maoris imagine that they can work grievous harm to an enemy by taking up earth from his footprints, depositing it in a sacred place, and performing a ceremony over it. In Savage Island, a common form of witchcraft was to take up the soil on which an enemy had set his foot and to carry it to a sacred place, where it is solemnly cursed in order that the son might be afflicted with lameness. The Galleries think that if anybody sticks something sharp into your footprints while you are walking, you will be wounded in your feet. In Japan, if a house has been robbed by night and the burglar's footprints are visible in the morning, the householder will burn mugwort on them, hoping thereby to hurt the robber's feet so that he cannot run far and the police may easily overtake him. Among the Karens of Burma, some people are said to keep poisoned fangs for the purpose of killing their enemies. These they thrust into the footprints of the person whom they wish to destroy, and soon he finds himself with a sore foot, as if a dog had bitten it. The sore rapidly grows worse till death follows. Peasants of northern India commonly attribute all sorts of pains and sores to the machinations of a witch or sorcerer who has meddled with their footprints. For example, with the Chero, a Dravidian race of labourers in the hill country of Mirzapur.
A favourite mode of harming an enemy is to measure his footprints in the dust with a straw and then mutter a spell over them that brings on wounds and sores in his feet. Such magical operations have been familiar to the Hindus from of old. In the Kasika Sutra, a book of sorcery, it is directed that, while your foe is walking southward, you should make cuts in his footprints with the leaf of a certain tree or with the blade of an axe. It is not quite clear which is to be used. Then you must tie dust from the footprint in the leaf of a certain tree, Bhutia frondosa, and throw it into a frying pan. If it crackles in the pan, your enemy is undone. Another old Hindu charm was to obtain earth from the footprint of a beleaguered king and scatter it in the wind. The Herero of South Africa take earth from the footprints of a lion and throw it on the track of an enemy with the wish, may the lion kill you. The Ovambo of the same region believe that they can be bewitched by an enemy through the dust or sand of their footprints. Hence a man who has special reason to dread the spite of a foe will carefully efface his footprints with a branch as fast as he makes them. The Yu-speaking people of West Africa fancy they can drive an enemy mad by throwing a magic powder on his footprints. Among the Shuswap and the Carrier Indians of Northwest America, shamans used to bewitch a man by taking earth from the spot on which he had stood and placing it in their medicine bags, then their victim fell sick or died. In North Africa, the magic of the footprints is sometimes used for more amiable purposes. A woman who wishes to attach her husband or lover to herself will take earth from the print of his right foot, tie it up with some of the hairs in a packet, and wear the packet next her skin. Contagious magic of footprints in Europe. Similar practices prevail in various parts of Europe. Thus, in Mecklenburg, it is thought that if you drive a nail into a man's footprint, he will fall lame. Sometimes it is required that the nail should be taken from a coffin. A like mode of injuring an enemy is resorted to in some parts of France. It is said that there was an old woman who used to frequent Stow in Suffolk, and she was a witch. If, while she walked, any one went after her and stuck a nail or a knife into her footprint in the dust, the dame could not stir a step till it was withdrawn. More commonly, it would seem, in Germany, earth from the footprint is tied up in a cloth and hung in the chimney smoke. As it dries up, so the man withers away or his foot shrivels up. The same practice and the same belief are said to be common in Mato Grosso, a province of Brazil. A Bohemian variation of the charm is to put the earth from the footprint in a pot with nails, needles, broken glass, and so forth, then set the pot on the fire and let it boil till it bursts. After that, the man whose footprint has been boiled will have a lame leg for the rest of his life. Among the Lithuanians, the proceeding is somewhat different. They dig up the earth from the person's footprint and bury it with various incantations in a graveyard. That causes the person to sicken and die. A similar practice is reported from Mecklenburg. The Esthonians of the island of Oesel measure the footprint with a stick and bury the stick, thereby undermining the health of the man or woman whose foot made the mark. Among the South Slavs, a girl will dig up the earth from the footprints of the man she loves and put it in a flower pot. Then she plants in the pot a marigold, a flower that is thought to be fadeless, and as its golden blossom grows and blooms and never fades, so shall her sweetheart's love grow and bloom and never fade. Thus the love spell acts on the man through the earth he trod on. An old Danish mode of concluding a treaty was based on the same idea of the sympathetic connection between a man and his footprints. The covenanting parties sprinkled each other's footprints with their own blood, thus giving a pledge of fidelity. In ancient Greece, superstitions of the same sort seem to have been current, for it was thought that if a horse stepped on the track of a wolf, he was seized with numbness, and a maxim ascribed to Pythagoras forbade people to pierce a man's footprint with a nail or a knife. The contagious magic of footprints is used by hunters for the purpose of running down the game. The same superstition is turned to account by hunters in many parts of the world for the purpose of running down the game. Thus a German huntsman will stick a nail taken from a coffin into the first spoor of the quarry, believing that this will hinder the animal from escaping. The Aborigines of Victoria put hot embers in the tracks of the animals they were pursuing. Hottentot hunters throw into the air a handful of sand taken from the footprints of the game, believing that this will bring the animal down. Thompson Indians used to lay charms on the tracks of wounded deer. After that, they deemed it superfluous to pursue the animal any further that day, for being thus charmed, it could not travel far and would soon die. Similarly, Ojibwe Indians placed medicine on the track of the first deer or bear they met with, supposing that this would soon bring the animal into sight, even if it were 2 or 3 days' journey off, for this charm had power to compress a journey of several days into a few hours. Ewe hunters of West Africa stab the footprints of game with a sharp-pointed stick in order to maim the quarry and allow them to come up with it. If Estonian peasants find a wolf's dung on a beast's tracks, they burn it and scatter the ashes to the wind. This gives the wolf a pain in his stomach and makes him lose his way. The Ainu think that hares bewitch people, hence if one of them sees a track of a hare in the snow near his hut, he should carefully scoop it up with a water ladle and then turn it upside down, saying as he does so that he buries the soul of the hare under the snow, and expressing a wish that the animal may sicken and die. In order to recover strayed cattle, the Zulus take the animal's dung and earth from their footprints and place both in the chief's vessel, round which a magic circle is drawn. Then the chief says, "I have now conquered them. Those cattle are now here. I am now sitting upon them. I do not know what way they will escape." Contagious magic wrought through the impressions of other parts of the body. But though the footprint is most obvious, it is not the only impression made by the body through which magic may be wrought on a man. The Aborigines of southeastern Australia believe that a man may be injured by burying sharp fragments of quartz, glass, and so forth in the marks made by his reclining body. The magical virtue of these sharp things enters his body and causes those acute pains which the ignorant European puts down to rheumatism. Sometimes they beat the place where the man sat with a pointed stick of the he-oak, Cosarina leptoclada, chanting an appropriate song at the same time. The stick will enter his person and kill him, provided the place operated on is still warm with the heat of his body. At Delena, in British New Guinea, a man will sometimes revenge himself on a girl who has rejected his love by thrusting the spine of a stingray into the spot where she has been sitting. Afterwards he puts it in the sun for a day or two, and finally heats it over a fire. In a couple of days the girl dies. The natives of Tamlio, an island of German New Guinea, efface the marks they have left on the ground where they sat, lest magic should be wrought on them thereby. Before they leave a camping place, some of the natives of German New Guinea are careful to stab the ground thoroughly with spears in order to prevent a sorcerer from making any use of a drop of sweat or any other personal remains which they may chance to leave behind. We can now understand why it was a maxim with the Pythagoreans that in rising from bed you should smooth away the impression left by your body on the bedclothes. The rule was simply an old precaution against magic, forming part of a whole code of superstitious maxims, which Antiquity fathered on Pythagoras, though doubtless they were familiar to the barbarous forefathers of the Greeks long before the time of that philosopher. Contagious magic of imprints. To ensure the good behaviour of an ally with whom they have just had a conference, the Basutos will cut and preserve the grass on which the ally sat during the interview. Probably they regard the grass as a hostage for the observance of the treaty, since though they could punish the man who sat on the grass if he should break faith, Moors who write on the sand are superstitiously careful to obliterate all the marks they made, never leaving a stroke or a dot in the sand when they have done writing. Another of the so-called maxims of Pythagoras bade people in lifting a pot always to smooth away the imprint it left on the ashes. So in Cambodia they say that when you lift a pot from the fire you should not set it down on the ashes, but that if you must do so, you should be careful in lifting the pot from the ashes to efface the impression it has made. Otherwise, they think that want will knock at your door. But this seems to be an afterthought devised to explain a rule of which the original meaning was forgotten. The old notion probably was that a magician could sympathetically injure any person who ate out of a pot by means of the impression which the pot had left on the ashes, or to be more explicit, contagious magic was supposed to work through the impression of the pot to the pot itself, through the pot to the meat containing in it, and finally, through the meat to the eater. End of section 7.